Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2063. Lu Yin was shocked. This was astral source. Where did this massive astral source come from? It rushed into his body to replenish his astral source, as if someone had forcefully fed it to him. Lu Yin could only absorb it, but he didn't need to do so. Just like how the statue had devoured their astral sources for no reason, this astral source was also replenishing his body. At that moment, light appeared in the main hall. Lu Yin looked up and saw that there was no one around the statue. Where was the Forgotten Ruins god? He followed the crack in the ground and saw that she was at the entrance of the main hall. In front of her were Ling Qing, Nine Brilliants, and Lan Xian. The wild astral source didn't just rush into his body, it also rushed into the bodies of the others, replenishing their astral sources and causing Ling Qing's attack to be effective. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to the primogenitor's statue? Ling Qing barked, glaring at the Forgotten Ruins god with murderous intent. He had just awakened and didn't even know what era he was in, let alone the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god looked around and saw that the outside of the main hall wasn't completely dark. White light streaked past from time to time, as if the hall was flying at high speed. What had just happened? Had the corpse god taken them away? Speak. Who are you? Ling Qing barked, staring at the dark red energy around the Forgotten Ruins god's body. He felt a chill run down his spine, as he had never seen this power before. He's the Forgotten Ruins god, one of the 7 sky gods of the Eternals, Nine Brilliants explained. Ling Qing was astonished. Eternals? Lan Xian replied, you must have just awakened, so you don't know much about this era. The 6 continents that once belonged to the humans have been destroyed, the above heavens sect has disappeared, and the primogenitors have become legends. The ones who brought this disaster to the humans are the Eternals. Ling Qing was confused. The Eternals? Impossible, they're just weak insects. Lu Yin sighed. As expected, everyone in that era looked down on the Eternals. Chu Yuan looked over. Sect Master Ling Qing, they're telling the truth. The Eternals have ruled this era, and they're destroying the 5th mainland. You're facing the 7 sky gods, so you must stop her from touching the statue. What exactly is in the statue? He Luo Mavis asked Chu Yuan. He looked at Chu Yuan as well. Chu Yuan frowned. Lu Yin frowned, as it seemed like the man wasn't going to tell him anything. However, since he had come in to search for the statue, that meant that he could take it away. 7 sky gods. Ling Qing stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Did you just use the Wang clan's art of forgetfulness? The Forgotten Ruins god sighed. I almost touched him, but he was pushed away by Xing Yuan. It seems like the primogenitor doesn't want us to touch him. Long time no see, Ling Qing. Ling Qing looked at the god of Forgotten Ruins as he slowly raised his head. Her expression changed drastically as blood drained from her face. Senior Wang. He Luo Mavis was the first to be filled, and then the astral source continued to pour into her body. Her expression changed, and she forcefully stopped absorbing. If she absorbed any more, she would break through to the 3rd origin tribulation. Every origin tribulation had to be prepared. It wasn't that she didn't dare to break through to the 3rd origin tribulation, but she had to strengthen her foundation. The stronger her foundation was, the stronger she would be when breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. She didn't want to break through to the 3rd origin tribulation so recklessly. However, this was not up to her. Even if she did not want to absorb it, the stellar source still forcefully entered her body. The only thing she could do was to suppress the absorption speed as much as possible. Senior Wang. Are you Senior Wang? Ling Qing looked at the god of oblivion in disbelief. Oblivion, the god of Forgotten Ruins, smiled coquettishly at Ling Qing. Kid, it's been a long time, but it's not that long for you. Ling Qing was shocked. Senior Wang, you. How did you join the Eternals? The god of forgotten ruins looked at Ling Qing with his deep, dark eyes. I like to see the shocked faces of old friends like you. In your era, not many of the leaders of the 12 Elysium have actually seen me. Kid, not bad. You actually dared to attack me. Ling Qing didn't understand. Senior, why did you join the Eternals? You're the great ancestor of the Wang family, the former leader of the Elysium, and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of your era. Why did you do this? The god of forgotten ruins casually replied, bored. It was just 3 words, and they sounded so casual, but they were like thunder in Ling Qing's ears. Bored. Betraying the humans just because he was bored. Joining the Eternals just because he was bored. He couldn't accept this answer. Get out of my way. You can't stop me, the god of forgotten ruins said coldly. Ling Qing stared at the god of forgotten ruins and said firmly, no matter why you betrayed the humans, the statue of the ancestor will not be blasphemed. Zhou Yao said, God of forgotten ruins, what do you want? That statue. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. You think you can get information out of me? He then looked down at Lu Yin and smirked. Kid, if you're the one asking, I can tell you. Who told us to be so fated? Hee hee. What do you want? That statue. Lu Yin asked the exact same question that Zhou Yao had asked. The god of forgotten ruins shrugged. It's not a statue. There's a sword in the statue. Lu Yin hadn't expected the god of forgotten ruins to actually tell him. The others were bewildered. One dared to ask, while the other dared to tell. The moment the god of forgotten ruins finished speaking, Lu Yin looked directly at Chu Yuan, whose expression changed greatly. He had confirmed the god of forgotten ruins' words. There was a sword in the statue, and it wasn't just the god of forgotten ruins who wanted it, Chu Yuan wanted it as well. That was the reason he had come to the main hall. Sword. Why does it sound so familiar? He Luo Mavis hesitated. Ling Qing frowned, as she also felt like she had heard of it somewhere before. The god of forgotten ruins smiled and looked at Lu Yin. Ask again. I'll answer whatever you ask. Lu Yin looked up. What sword? The primogenitor's sword. What's its use? I don't know the specifics. There are 6 continents, 6 sects, and 6 statues. Each statue has a sword, and our goal is to get them. If you knew that there was a sword in the statue, why didn't you take it earlier? Instead, you waited until now. There's also a statue in the 6th mainland, but you didn't take it. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. We didn't know that the statue was in the main hall, and we couldn't find it even after searching for a long time. As for the statue in the 6th mainland, it's fake. Zhou Yao and Lan Xian were shocked. What did you say? Fake. The god of forgotten ruins laughed. You'll know when you go back. Of course, you'll have to be able to return first. He then spread out his arms, and a dark red stream of energy converged into a giant wolf's head. Innate gift, 9 wolves devour the heavens. Ling Qing suppressed her confusion about the god of forgotten ruins and used her body as a blade. Layers of blades transformed into a mountain of blades that extended outwards. This was her inner world. Lu Yin hurriedly warned her, be careful of being trapped by the mind net. However, the result was unexpected. Without the mind net, Ling Qing's inner world enveloped the god of forgotten ruins. Multiple blades replaced heaven and earth, and blades filled the sky and the ground. To obtain the statue, one had to break through these blades. This was Ling Qing's Sky Blade realm, and it was because of it that she had become the sect master of the Sky Blade sect. The god of forgotten ruins was disdainful. Sky Blade realm. Back then, you wanted to pass Wu Xing's test with the Sky Blade Realm, but Wu Xing destroyed you with a single slash. You haven't learned your lesson yet. The giant wolf's head then charged towards Ling Qing, crashing into the Sky Blade Realm. The blades shattered, but the wolf's head continued to shrink. However, this was only one wolf's head. The god of Forgotten Ruins had 9 wolves devour the heavens. A second wolf's head charged into the Sky Blade Realm, and countless blades curved as it roared towards Ling Qing. Jiu Yao and Lan Xian hurriedly took action, and the 3 half-progenitors blocked the god of Forgotten Ruins. Ling Qing's eyes glowed with a strange light, and his arms and body gradually transformed into blades. He was completely different from when he had become one with the blade, and the others were shocked. He Luo Mavis exclaimed, "Blade Mished, the innate gift of the Sky Blade Sect Master. I never expected to see it today." Rumor has it that Ling Qing cultivates the blade because of his innate gift, Blade Mished. Lu Yin did not understand. Blade Mished? What was that? Ling Qing's body gradually transformed into a creature with a long blade, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Her body twisted as she charged towards the god of Forgotten Ruins, breaking through several wolf heads at an incredible speed. The god of Forgotten Ruins looked up and pressed down with a single palm. A piece of land appeared in the main hall, crushing the Sky Blade Realm and Ling Qing. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as this was the meditative ruins. Back when senior brother Qing Ping had fought the god of Forgotten Ruins in the Divine Gu dynasty, the god of Forgotten Ruins had used this technique as well, but its power should have been completely different. At that time, the god of Forgotten Ruins had only displayed the strength of an ordinary half-progenitor, and the 7 half-progenitors of the human domain had been able to stop her. Now, however, the power displayed by the 7 sky gods was completely different from before, and even the inner worlds of the 12 Elysian Gates sect masters had been crushed. Wait, why could one use their inner worlds here? Where was the mind net? Also, where were the rune lines? Why were they all gone? Lu Yin looked outside and saw only black and white lights shuttling back and forth. What was this place? Had the zombie god brought them to the Starfall Sea? On the first floor of the main hall, the meditative ruins crushed the Sky Blade Realm and pressed towards Ling Qing, the 9 luminaries, and Lan Xian. Suddenly, the astral sources that had been constantly rushing into their bodies receded like a tide. More accurately, they were being devoured again, heading towards the statue. The astral sources in the 2 cyclones in Lu Yin's body that had originally been filled were being devoured again. He looked at the statue. What the hell? Again. Ling Qing and the other 2 felt weak as the meditative ruins smashed into their bodies, causing them to vomit blood. Suddenly, the main hall shook violently again, and the surroundings became incomparably bright. In an instant, the light illuminated Lu Yin and the others, and the sound of a huge waterfall could be heard. Lu Yin looked through the main hall and saw the huge waterfall that connected the sky and the earth. What was this? At the same time, the others also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that they could not see the top of. Upper 3 Gates Waterfall. The 9 luminaries exclaimed. Lu Yin's heart sank. Upper 3 Gates. Wasn't that in the Starfall Sea? They had indeed come to the Starfall Sea and had been captured by the zombie god. The god of Forgotten Ruins also looked outside and saw the huge waterfall that had replaced the sky. An angry roar came from below, and Lu Yin and the others all looked up. As expected, this hypocritical universe cannot withstand Senior's power. Senior, please lend this junior a hand and blast apart this hypocritical sky so that we can return the 5th realm to its former glory. The voice continued to ring out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin's body trembled. This was the Sea King's voice. Why was the Sea King here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2064. Luin stared downwards. He saw a red blob smash into the stone door within the waterfall. The stone door shattered, and an old woman walked out. This is. She only managed to say a few words before the red blob brushed past her. More than half of her body was destroyed, and she died. There was a second stone door behind the old woman, and it was also smashed by the red blob. The old man behind the door cried out, "Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. How dare you?" Lu Yin's mind went blank. Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. Wasn't this the scene of the Sea King breaking through the upper three doors? Ants, the ancestors were merciful enough to let you live, but now you dare to bite the hand that fed you. The old man shouted. The Sea King laughed maniacally. That's right. This is the true universe. This is the fifth continent. This is the fifth continent. Ants, you're courting death. The old man grabbed at the Sea King, but at that moment, Elder Chan appeared and forced the old man back with a palm strike. He then stared behind the stone door. The stone door had not been destroyed by Progenitor Chen's blood-stained robes. Instead, a crack had appeared, and behind the crack, a beautiful finger had appeared. It had easily crushed the old man who had been guarding the door, causing the fifth mainland sky to change. Lu Yin stared blankly at the scene before him. There was no mistaking it, this was indeed the scene where the Sea King had broken through the three gates. There was no mistaking it, Elder Chan had appeared as well. They had appeared in the past, and Elder Chan and the others had not been able to see the main hall. Within the main hall, 9 luminaries was pale. The old man who had been guarding the stone door had also been a 6th mainland half-ancestor. So this was how he had died. Their sky had not been destroyed by the Sea King, but by the person behind the upper 3 doors. It was someone from the astral trees. The 3rd door had been destroyed, and the 5th mainland sky had been replaced. The Sea King was ecstatic. I did it. I did it. But then, the 3rd stone door closed on its own. Why? Why did it close? They don't want to have anything to do with us. That's good, that's good. At this moment, Lu Yin no longer cared about Elder Chan and the Sea King. He only stared at the 3rd stone door. He had seen that beautiful finger crush the 6th mainland's half-progenitor very clearly, and he had also seen the pair of beautiful eyes behind the 3rd stone door. He had seen that face for a moment, and it was an absolute beauty that could cause time to stop. She was by Siener. He didn't know why, but he knew she was by Siener. Why would she appear behind the 3 upper gates? The 3 upper gates were clearly located in the new continent on the other side of the battlefield, so why did she help the 5th mainland change the sky? If it weren't for her, the 5th mainland wouldn't have been able to change the heavens just by relying on the crack in the stone gate. The sea monarch was just a bait. Bai Siener was the one who had truly changed the fate of the 5th mainland. What shocked him even more was Bai Siener's strength. The old man guarding the stone door had the strength to fight against Elder Chan. He was definitely a half-martial ancestor. She had actually crushed a half-martial ancestor to death with a single finger. Her strength was unparalleled. Even senior brother Qing Ping might not be able to reach her level. This is the scene from more than 10 years ago when the heavens of the 5th mainland changed. We've returned to the past, Jiu Yao said in a deep voice. His voice was filled with disbelief. Even as a half-step ancestor, he had never thought that he would be able to return to the past one day and see the scene of the past. This was the mighty power of time. The god of forgotten ruins looked outside in silence. She did not expect to come to the past. It seemed like the people here could not see them. Were they time travelers? The legends were true. The primogenitor had grasped the power of time and space, and had the ability to travel to the past and the future. No wonder the one true God wants to do so. The main hall shook violently once more. Everyone knew that every time the hall shook, it meant that there was a change. Sure enough, the next moment, the main hall reappeared in the dark space that seemed to have shuttled through space. At this point, everyone's expressions completely changed. This was not space, but time. Was this what it meant to travel through time? Everyone fell silent. They did not know how to deal with the mighty power of time. Even an ancient progenitor like the god of forgotten ruins was the same. Do you know how to return? He Luo Mavis asked Chu Yuan. Lu Yin also looked at Chu Yuan. Only he and the god of forgotten ruins knew that there was a sword inside the statue. Both of them should have seen the primogenitor before. Chu Yuan's expression was solemn. I don't know. If you don't know, then who does? He Luo Mavis barked. Chu Yuan looked at her and then at Lu Yin. Although I don't know, I could try to control it. I need to get close to the statue. He Luo Mavis's gaze turned cold. He wanted to obtain the sword. Lu Yin frowned. Did Chu Yuan know? If he did, then he might be able to control the sword and bring them back. But if he did not know, then the sword was basically a gift to him, allowing him to control this power vessel that could travel to the past and the future. This power vessel was not something that Lu Yin had ever seen before, it was a primogenitor's item. How about it? Send me over, and I could try to bring you back. Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. We're not from the same era anyway. Even if we travel to the past, it's still worth it. It's best if we can return to the era of the above sky sect. But what about you? The people you care about are all in your era. Even a progenitor might not be able to wait from the above sky sect until now. He Luo Mavis looked at Lu Yin. On the first floor of the main hall, Jiu Yao and Lan Xian looked at each other and then at Chu Yuan. They did not want to return to the era of the above sky sect, but now that they were traveling through the main hall, they should be returning to the past. Perhaps they really could return to the era of the above sky sect. In that era, they did not have much status, and they could not even reach the level of the 12 Gate Masters. That was the golden age of the human race. Aside from the 3 realms and 6 Daos, there were also the top progenitors from the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There were also the ordinary progenitors, and below them were the 12 Gate Masters. In that era, they did not have the right to speak. They definitely could not return to the era of the above sky sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2065. Lu Yin was astonished, and he stared deeply at the old man. Wang Fan was the Wang family's ancestor, and he had also been one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosaur sect's era. On the planet, someone else spoke up. His back was facing the crowd, so they couldn't see his face clearly. His voice was gentle, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. If there's a sacrifice, there's a gain. I have a plan, but it's up to you all to see if you're willing. If you have something to say, just say it, said a man sitting on the ground. He looked younger than Wang Fan, but that didn't mean that he was truly young. This person gave off a similar feeling to Old White Ghost. Perhaps he was from the Frigid Immortal sect, or perhaps he was the Frigid Immortal sects by Wang Yuan. During the era of the Daosaur sect, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had included the Wang family, the Cold Immortal sect, the Xia family, and the Lu family. The others were Progenitor Hui, Progenitor Symbol, Progenitor Withering, and Progenitor Fog. He didn't know who the people on this planet were, but he was sure that it was Wang Fan. I've spent many years researching a sourcebox array called the Infinite Kinesis Array. It uses a half-progenitor as the array's core, and it's capable of guarding against any power that isn't a progenitor. As long as it's placed on a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternals, it can ensure the safety of humanity. Of course, the prerequisite is that there's a battlefield that's large enough to defend against the Eternal's progenitors. Lu Yin suddenly stood up in shock. Ancestor Hui. This person was Ancestor Hui. He had actually seen Ancestor Hui. For a long time, Patriarch Hui had never judged a hero by his combat prowess. Instead, his wisdom had determined victory for all eternity. He had schemed against the sixth mainland to take the fifth mainland's place in the calamity. The starry sky of the Tree of Trees was an endless source of motivation. The fifth mainland's mind net, the technocracy, and even the fifth mainland's chance of sneaking into the starry sky of the Tree of Trees in search of the origin item had all come from Patriarch Hui. It could be said that without Ancestor Hui, this era would not be what it was now. The fifth mainland might have been long gone. Progenitor Qin had monopolized 2 mountains and 1 ocean, and his battle prowess was astonishing. Progenitor Rune was a genius who had founded his own civilization. Progenitor Ku had silently slaughtered his way into the Eternals and created a civilization that was almost immortal. These progenitors were all incredibly powerful, but the one that Lu Yin respected the most was Progenitor Hui. Hui Zu was like a lighthouse for humanity, guiding the way. The god of forgotten ruins stared at the Hui ancestor, whose back was facing them, and his face darkened. Hui, 1. Lu Yin looked at the forgetful ruins god. Is Huiwen ancestor Hui's name? The god of forgotten ruins said gloomily, this despicable person. Lu Yin raised his head and smiled. As expected, no matter what they did, they would not be able to anger the 7 sky gods. Only the Hui ancestor could do such a thing. Huiwen, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others did not understand how respectable the person behind them was. Only Lu Yin understood. Only the god of the forgotten ruins hated him. No, the 9 luminaries hated him as well. If not for the Hui ancestor, the 6th mainland would not be in its current state. On the planet, Ancestor Hui's words made everyone ponder. A figure suddenly walked out of the void. His face was stained with blood, and most of his robes were stained with blood. His robes were exactly the same as Chu Yuan's, He Luo Mavis, Sky Jiaolan's, and the others. They were the white robes of the above heaven sect era with golden edges. Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exclaimed in unison. Ling Qing was shocked. Daoist Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin was astonished. Lu Tianyi. The patriarch of the Lu clan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. He Luo Mavis stared at the newcomer. He's Lu Tianyi. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He's actually become an ancestor. Chu Yuan shook his head. After sleeping for so long, my old friend has become an ancestor. Time is truly a terrifying thing. On the planet, Lu Tianyi and the Hui ancestor faced each other. If there's a battlefield like this, can we really defend the 5th mainland? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. Lu Tianyi raised a hand and pointed at the mother tree. This is the battlefield. Wang Fan and the others did not understand. You said that you have to give up something to gain something. Then let us bear the burden of the Eternals and completely separate them from the 5th mainland. As long as we don't die, the 5th mainland will not be destroyed. Senior Lu, what are you planning to do? Wang Fan couldn't help but ask. Lu Tianyi stared at the Hui ancestor. You've already thought of this, haven't you? The Hui ancestor replied, yes. If you do this, you'll be cursed for eternity. There won't be time to explain things to you, and your descendants might not be willing to do so either. In the future, you might be strangers to the 5th mainland, and you might even be considered traitors here. You'll be despised and expelled by the 5th mainland. Lu Tianyi laughed. It's still better than the 5th mainland being destroyed. I was born and raised here, and the Lu clan is willing to contribute everything. He then looked around. What about the rest of you? Wang Fan was startled and hesitated. The other person was also hesitant. Then it's decided. The Lu clan will bear all the curses and enjoy the glory of the fifth mainland. We should bear all the consequences. Huiwen, I know you've been prepared. Let's begin. Lu Tianyi shouted. The Hui ancestor praised, how heroic. Wait, even if we keep the Eternals outside, what about the sixth mainland? Can this place hold on without us? Wang Fan hurriedly asked. Lu Tianyi took a step forward. The 9 mountains and 8 seas aren't completely destroyed. He then vanished. Wang Fan gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with the other person before vanishing as well. The Hui ancestor had already left. The only person left on the planet was the person from the Lu clan. He had a blank expression and did not look very old. The others did not call out to him after they left, as if they had completely ignored him. Lu Yin stared at this person. He did not recognize him, but he was definitely a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Since he was a direct descendant of the Lu clan, why hadn't Lu Tianyi brought him away? He had not even looked at Lu Yin from beginning to end, and neither had the others. The main hall shook. They were about to leave this space-time. Suddenly, another person walked out from the planet. When they saw this person, Lu Yin and the others were shocked. An ancient god. The person who had walked out was one of the 7 sky gods, the ancient god. 9 luminaries and the others subconsciously looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god calmly looked at the planet and the scene before him. The ancient god appeared directly behind the dumbfounded man of the Lu family. Then, he said something and left. The main hall shook again. They were about to leave this space-time. Lu Yin stared at the Lu clan descendant with blank eyes. Was this person related to the ancient god? Suddenly, he saw another person. It was a youth who was not too far away from the Lu clan descendant, and he was also staring at him blankly. The Lu clan descendant's lifeless gaze suddenly turned towards the youth. The main hall disappeared and reappeared in the dark river of time. Within the main hall, everyone was silent. They could not calm down after what had just happened, and they could not help but look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. So the ancient god had been there, and he had appeared behind that Lu clan descendant. Who was that Lu clan descendant? Was he related to the ancient god? Was he a traitor of the Lu clan? Was he a human redback? What he had just seen allowed Lu Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that the Lu clan had not given up on the fifth mainland, but had instead taken on the fifth mainland's burden. However, the final scene that had appeared made him feel depressed. There had to be a traitor in the Lu clan. Where was this traitor now? If he had been exiled by the four-way scales along with the Lu clan, then this person could very well bring disaster to the Lu clan. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The everlasting race's methods of developing redbacks were strange and varied, and even the Lu clan could not shake them off. As for the youth who had appeared at the end, he did not need to think to know that things were not looking good for him. He had seen something that he should not have, but that youth looked familiar, as if he had seen him before. Who was that person? Lu Yin suddenly asked the Forgotten Ruins god. Everyone else also looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god shook his head. Someone from the ancient god. How would I know? Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins god. Where is he? The Forgotten Ruins god covered his mouth and chuckled. Kid, you're asking the wrong person. I can't answer that question, but rather than worrying about the Lu clan, you should worry about yourself. You have our people by your side, and this was all planned by the ancient god himself. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. The everlasting race was all-pervasive, and he finally understood why. In the astral tree realm, he had joined the humble school under the alias of Long 7 and had captured many redbacks. Although he had been wary of the everlasting race's ability to instigate betrayals, he had believed that he could find all of them with his dies in hands. However, he now realized that he had still underestimated the everlasting race and the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods had existed for a long time, and they had developed countless redbacks. They had hidden themselves well, and it would not be easy to find them. The scene that had just happened had deeply provoked him. He had always believed that the Lu clan still existed and that it would not be destroyed, but with such a traitor, how likely was that? The main hall was still shuttling back and forth, and it didn't take long for the surging astral source to enter everyone's bodies once more. Lu Yin looked up, as they were about to reach the next spacetime. This time, more than half of the astral source cyclones within Lu Yin's body had been replenished, and only the last one had not been completely replenished. Across from him, Luo Mavis' face was flushed red. She had tried everything to suppress the speed at which she absorbed the astral source, but she could not hold on any longer. The main hall shook as the astral source was devoured by the statue once more. The disparity between the two sides was enough to make anyone want to vomit blood. A bright light appeared, and everyone looked outside. They saw a giant furnace and the familiar Dao source sect in the distance. Lu Yin's expression changed. The heaven and earth furnace. He was not mistaken, as that was indeed Progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a figure wailing within the giant furnace. Even further away, the Dao source sect's mountain was on the verge of collapse. Progenitor Chen. Jiu Yao cried out in alarm. Chu Yuan and the rest looked into the distance in shock, where they saw a man standing alone outside the Dao source sect's mountain. He was just a single person, but his aura reached the heavens, and he had replaced the Dao source sect's main pillar. He was clearly only a meter tall, but he was taller than the entire universe. That was Progenitor Qin. Xia Shang, let Progenitor Nan go. Do you want to start a war between the two mainlands? Xia Shang, you've gone too far. Let Progenitor Nan go. Countless voices converged, and the entire 6th mainland was denouncing, cursing, and threatening him. However, the figure in front of the heaven and earth furnace remained calm, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. So what if you're Progenitor Nan? I've already said that if you provoke me again, I'll turn you to ashes. Today, in front of the 6th mainland's Dao source sect's mountain gate, Xia Shang will burn Nan Yi to ashes. Who dares to stop me? I'll burn down the Dao source sect, and your 6th mainland can take revenge on me no matter how many people there are. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2066. A miserable howl echoed throughout the Dao source sect and even the heavens. Within the main hall, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched a progenitor being incinerated. Within the Dao source sect, not a single progenitor from the 6th mainland dared to make a move, as Xia Shang had said that anyone who dared to stop him would be incinerated. Since ancient times, no one had dared to incinerate the Dao source sect. Progenitor Qin, Xia Shang, had been invincible throughout the universe and had not feared his ancestors. Even Zhou Yao and Lan Xian had not witnessed such a scene before, as they had not even been born in that era. But now, they were just as terrified as those from the 6th mainland. Even if they could leave the main hall, they were just like those from the Dao source sect, not daring to interfere. Everyone below Progenitor Qin was like an ant, and no one dared to provoke him. Lu Yin could feel the boundless domineering aura. This was Progenitor Qin, someone who dared to say that he would incinerate the Dao source sect. Luo Mavis looked at Progenitor Chen's back and gulped. Such a madman was rarely seen even in the above the heavens. Chu Yuan had never expected that such a person would appear in the human world after the above the heavens era. He had incinerated a progenitor without any other progenitors daring to interfere. Who could compete with such a domineering aura? A dignified progenitor had been incinerated into ashes right in front of Lu Yin and the others. No one knew how long this process had been, but everyone had been staring at the heaven and earth furnace as progenitor Nan was incinerated. The mournful howls that echoed in their ears would never be forgotten. This was the first progenitor to be incinerated in front of everyone since ancient times. It was no wonder why Sky Salon had been disliked by the Sixth Mainland when she had pretended to be a member of the Nan family. They had even said that progenitor Nan was a sinner of the Sixth Mainland. Sky Salon had been unlucky to have pretended to be a member of the Nan family. But what exactly had progenitor Nan done? Why had progenitor Chen been so furious? Although progenitor Nan had vented his anger by doing so, he had become a mortal enemy with the Sixth Mainland, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. It was no wonder that the Sixth Mainland had fought a decisive battle with the Fifth Mainland, and the Sixth Mainland had even changed the Fifth Mainland sky, preventing the Fifth Mainland from ever giving birth to a progenitor. The main hall shook once more, and then left that space-time to reappear within the river of time once more. Lu Yin looked at the statue with a complicated expression. Humans could not forget about history, but how many people knew that progenitor Chen incinerate progenitor Nan? How many people knew the reason behind his actions? This incident was the trigger for the decisive battle between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands. Many people had cursed progenitor Chen, saying that he had caused the war between the two mainlands. However, only those who truly understood the history of that period knew why progenitor Chen had done so. Although Lu Yin did not know the reason, the South progenitor must have done something to infuriate progenitor Chen to the point where he would not rest until the entire Sixth Mainland was dead. Perhaps the Eternals had instigated this, but he was more willing to believe progenitor Chen. He was progenitor Chen, an ancestor of the Fifth Mainland. Chu Yuan and Hulua Mavis were silent. They looked down on this era and believed that the era of the above heaven sect was humanity's golden age. However, even in the era of the above heaven sect, how many people were like progenitor Chen? Is that person a hero of your era? Hulua Mavis asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. His name is Xia Shang, progenitor Chen Xia Shang. During the era of the Daosaur sect, he dominated the two mountains and one ocean, and he created the serious art. He relied on his own strength to fight against the progenitors and killed more than one progenitor. Chu Yuan sighed. He's actually able to monopolize two mountains and one sea. The Fifth Mainland Xia clan has indeed produced an absolute genius. It's a pity that they can't compete with him. What a pity. Was it a pity? No one knew whether or not progenitor Chen was dead. When mystery progenitor had betrayed humanity and attacked Burial Garden, that attack had been from progenitor Chen. Lu Yin had used his Dai's possession to enter the body of a member of the Su family, and he had seen progenitor Chen beside the yellow spring in Burial Garden. He was more willing to believe that progenitor Chen was still alive. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something, and he looked at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god's gaze was gloomy. Ever since she had seen progenitor Chen, her expression had not improved. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The imprint on your face was left behind by progenitor Chen, right? The Forgotten Ruins god looked at Lu Yin. You saw through me because of this back then. You have progenitor Chen's imprint on your face. What's your relationship with him? Lu Yin asked. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Why? Are you jealous? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had heard of progenitor Chen before, and he knew that progenitor Chen's incineration of progenitor Nan might have been related to a woman. However, no one had mentioned who that woman was, and only those from that era knew about it. Even Elder Chan did not know much, as he had only been a minor cultivator back then. Lu Yin had originally wanted to ask the Wang family, but he had never had the chance. Wang Si would definitely know. The Forgotten Ruins god looked up, her eyes flashing coldly. If we're talking about our relationship, it goes very, very deep. The person Xiaoshang hates the most is me, and I. Her gaze turned cold, and there was an intense hatred in the depths of her eyes. I also want to return this imprint to him. Is progenitor Chen dead or alive? Lu Yin asked. Everyone else looked at the Forgotten Ruins god, and even Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis were concerned. Someone like progenitor Chen would be an outstanding person in any era, and it would be a pity if such a person died. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled but did not answer. The surging astral source surged into everyone's bodies once more. He Luo Mavis' expression changed, as she was afraid that she would not be able to suppress it this time. She really did not want to break through, as she had not accumulated enough foundation yet. It would be fine if she could break through, but how could she succeed in this situation? No matter what she thought, she could not suppress it this time. Every time the astral source surged into her body, it would be more violent than the previous time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and let out a muffled groan. Within the main hall, the crazily surging astral source converged, and a blade appeared out of thin air and slashed towards her. Ling Qing was shocked. This was his attack. Was this Origin Tribulation? Origin Tribulation was created by the astral source universe to steal the astral source within a cultivator's body. Breaking through to the next realm would result in an Origin Tribulation, and above the emissary level, every 100,000 power level increase would cause a minor Origin Tribulation. Origin Tribulations were attacks that had appeared in the astral source universe before. For example, Lu Yin's tribulation had attracted Sengoku's punch and progenitor Chen's attack. A minor Origin Tribulation with a power level of 100,000 was not that exaggerated, and it could even be blocked by external objects. Logically speaking, when the astral source universe was swallowed by that liquid, there should not have been an Origin Tribulation. However, within this main hall, one had appeared. Ling Qing's attack was not as exaggerated as a half-ancestor's, but it was still close to the destructive power of a fifth tribulation. It was just like a normal tribulation in the astral source universe. The others did not understand, how could there be an Origin Tribulation in this main hall? Furthermore, they were still traveling through space-time. He Luo Mavis did not have time to think too much about it. The blade descended, and she instinctively took out an external object to block it. The blade was blocked by the external object and shattered, and then the Origin Tribulation disappeared. Following that, more astral source frantically poured into her body, cleansing her body and strengthening her astral source cyclone. He Luo Mavis was shocked. She had really survived an Origin Tribulation. She was now a cultivator with 3 tribulations. The others also looked at her in surprise. How could she undergo an Origin Tribulation here? There was clearly no astral source universe. How do you feel? Lu Yin asked, looking at the river Mavis. He Luo Mavis blinked. Pretty good. Normal. What do you mean? I'm asking if this is any different from a normal Origin Tribulation. No, this is an Origin Tribulation. Lu Yin was stunned. She could undergo an Origin Tribulation here. When the astral source universe had been swallowed by the liquid, his heart had sunk to the bottom. His first thought had been that there was no way to break through. He cultivated astral source energy, so how could he break through without his astral source? The only thing he could use was death chi. Later, he had discovered a stable astral source in the Dao Source sect's ruins, and he had held on to some hope. Unfortunately, there had been too little astral source there, and the 6th mainland had been keeping an eye on it. His heart had sunk once more, as he had never expected to see hope for a breakthrough in this main hole. If He Luo Mavis could break through, then so could he. The speed at which the statue fed back astral source was much faster than when he absorbed it normally. How much faster would it be if he absorbed it using Sirius? Lu Yin grew excited when he thought of this. Perhaps he could break through his current realm in this main hall and increase his strength. The main hall shook, and Lu Yin and the others adjusted their expressions, as they were about to appear in another space-time. Everyone looked outside and saw a waterfall, a huge waterfall. Everyone was confused, another waterfall. It was different from the waterfall at the three gates, as this one flowed in reverse. Luin was shocked. Wasn't this the waterfall at the entrance of the Starfall Sea that led to the sixth mainland? The sixth mainland's invasion had originated from this waterfall. Many people from the fifth mainland were curious as to what the peak of this waterfall looked like, and at this moment, they saw it for themselves. Above the waterfall was a boundless starry sky. Just like how the astral river divided the innerverse into countless tributaries, this reverse waterfall was also divided into countless tributaries that extended towards the sixth mainland. From the fifth mainland's perspective, this waterfall flowed in reverse, but from the sixth mainland's perspective, it flowed downwards. Everyone saw the waterfall on the sixth mainland, and they also saw a figure walk out. With a casual wave of his hand, countless cultivators appeared and charged towards the sixth mainland. Luin looked at that figure, and although he could not see the figure's appearance clearly, he instantly realized that this figure matched the statue that he had been forced to kneel to in the burial garden. If he was not wrong, then this was the symbol progenitor. After the final battle at the Dowsource sect, the symbol progenitor had gone against the flow and challenged the sixth mainland with an entire civilization on his back. Luin had heard of this story many times, and he could feel the grandeur and the determination to face death with equanimity. However, it was completely different from what he had seen with his own eyes. Under the symbol progenitor's command, countless cultivators had charged into the sixth mainland, and the sixth mainland's powerhouses had also appeared one after another, all of them charging towards the symbol progenitor. This was a clash between civilizations, and what followed was a bloodbath and an endless sea of corpses. In an instant, countless corpses fell into the waterfall. Some of them flowed along the tributaries to various parts of the sixth mainland, while others fell into the fifth mainland. Luin stared blankly at the waterfall, which had been dyed red and buried with countless corpses. The symbol progenitor continued to press forward, and all they could hear were mournful and indignant roars. "You've suppressed it for so long, it's time to release it," Luo Mavis laughed heartily, but her words sounded strange. Chu Yuan's expression changed, and he looked around before leaping towards her. Luo Mavis was on guard. "What are you doing?" Chu Yuan quickly approached her, but she snorted and unceremoniously punched out. The attack landed on Chu Yuan's body, but it was neutralized by formless. "Lend me some space," Chu Yuan said as he moved to the side of Luo Mavis. Luo Mavis angrily shouted, "Scram! Try me if you can," Chu Yuan said coldly. Luo Mavis was furious, but she could not chase him away. She could only remain vigilant against Chu Yuan while suppressing the speed of her absorption. The most troublesome thing was that she was afraid of breaking through again. If Chu Yuan interfered during the breakthrough, the backlash would be severe. Regardless of whether it was Chu Yuan's star energy reserves or his rate of absorption, she couldn't compare to him. Even if she had already broken through once, she might be able to do so again. At that time, she would have to be on guard against Chu Yuan while trying to break through, which would make it easy for her to be distracted. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She couldn't help but look at Luin. This guy was actually breaking through on his own accord. She should not have told him that he could break through normally. Seeing Chu Yuan run towards Luo Mavis, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He expanded the range of his serious art, and the absorption sped up again. The astral energy spread towards Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan, and they both angrily shouted, "Brother Lu, that's too much." Lu Yin opened his eyes. "I can't control myself." Only an idiot would believe him. The two were helpless. This guy was a bit of a scoundrel. As a Taoist of the above heaven sect, which one of them wasn't full of righteousness? Their words carried enormous weight and gathered a myriad of brilliance on their body. They cherished their wings and were deeply afraid that their words and actions would be disliked by the Taoist master. This fellow was the exact opposite, even daring to say such words. The astral source surged more violently each time, and Luo Mavis could not take it anymore. She had no choice but to jump up and rush towards the first level of the main hole. Although the statue was on the first level, because Luin had used his serious art, there was less astral source than there was on the second level. Chu Yuan also rushed towards the first level. The first level was a battlefield for half-ancestors. Fortunately, half-ancestors did not dare to fight while traveling through spacetime, so they were still safe. Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan left, and the second level of the main hall was now Lu Yin's. He exhaled and expanded his range once more, absorbing the astral source of the entire second level. Absorbing wasn't the right word, more accurately, he devoured it. He frantically devoured the astral source, filling up the cyclones one after another. In the blink of an eye, he had already filled up 4. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He was about to face his tribulation. Everyone looked down in amazement. This person was truly different from ordinary people. If it had been anyone else, they would have already faced 6 tribulations. Not long after, the lower level cyclones continued to expand. Lu Yin suddenly realized that if the lower level cyclones were filled up and he underwent his tribulation, then the middle finger, upper intelligence, and finally the visible cyclones would be filled up one by one. Wouldn't he be exposed? No, he could not be exposed. When he thought of this, he hurriedly used his death chi to block the lower breakthrough paths from absorbing the astral origin. Then, the astral origin crazily spread towards the middle finger pass. When the astral origin cyclone at the middle finger pass reached the critical point of the second origin tribulation, he used his death chi to block it. Then, it was the upper wisdom pass, and finally the astral origin cyclone on the surface. At that moment, the main hall shook, and Lu Yin hurriedly dispersed his serious art. He could not absorb any more astral source, or he would definitely undergo his tribulation. However, he would probably only be halfway through before the astral source was devoured by the statue, which meant that he had failed. He could only wait for the next attempt. On the first floor of the main hall, the 9 luminaries felt that it was a pity that Lu Yin had managed to hold himself back. If he had failed his second tribulation, then it would have been a huge blow to him. Light replaced the darkness of space, and everyone looked outside the main hall. They had arrived at another spacetime. This time, they were not on a battlefield or in space, but rather above an ocean. In the distance, there was a tall mountain that emitted a hazy halo. A mountain sea. Ling Qing exclaimed. Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis both stared at the mountain in the distance, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Yin was shocked. That's a mountain sea. Only the 9 mountains and 8 seas could shock Ling Qing. Lu Yin had seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, but they did not look much different from ordinary mountains and seas. There's someone here, Lan Xian reminded him. Everyone looked down and saw a floating continent above the calm ocean. Flowers bloomed, and the scenery was beautiful. There were 2 people on the continent, one sitting and the other standing. Lu Yin's jaw dropped when he saw them. Xiao ran. It was all in the past, but there were some things that she didn't know. The desolate ancestor looked at the undying god. Not caring about them is relative. They're not here, and I don't care about them either. If that's the case, why don't you join the eternal race? The undying god asked. The desolate ancestor's malevolent face smiled. Because I'm human. His entire body turned into a mummy as he clenched his right fist. The stars exploded, the earth shook, and the entire universe shook. You're not my match. I want to see just how powerful the eternal race's so-called only true god is. He took a step forward and brushed past the undying god. The desolate ancestor's body instantly recovered, but the undying god's body was split in half, and he couldn't move at all. The next moment, the desolate ancestor raised his foot again, and the stars disappeared in the blink of an eye. The undying god was a step slower, and he suddenly turned around in disbelief. Desolate ancestor, you dare trespass the eternal race. You're courting death. The next moment, the main hall shook, and the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured by the statues. The surroundings turned dark once more, and the shocked crowd was left behind. They were shocked every time they saw a space-time continuum. Every space-time continuum was a historical event, and Lu Yin had been shocked by the desolate ancestor and Zhao Ran. Ling Qing and the others were even more shocked by the undying god. They hadn't expected the guardian, Wu Xing, to become one of the eternal race's 7 sky gods, nor had they expected the so-called desolate ancestor to say that Wu Xing wasn't his match. Wu Xing was Wu Xing, a child adopted by Wu Tian. Because of his peerless talent, he had been given the position of guardian of the martial steels, allowing him to browse through the steels as he pleased. During the era of the above heaven, no one dared to underestimate Wu Xing. Ling Qing was proficient in blade techniques and possessed the sky blade realm, but he had been defeated in a single strike by Wu Xing. He understood how powerful Wu Xing was, and the fact that he had lived for so long proved how terrifying he was. How could he not be that person's match? Who's that desolate ancestor? Ling Qing asked, as this was the first time he had asked such a question. 9 luminaries' expression turned ugly. The desolate ancestor from the 5th mainland. He couldn't believe that the desolate ancestor, a progenitor, could defeat the undying god. They had all been deceived. This desolate ancestor was perhaps the most well-hidden of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis exchanged glances, and once again, they stopped underestimating this era. Progenitor Qin had incinerated Progenitor Nan, Progenitor Talisman had challenged the 6th mainland, and Desolate Ancestor had claimed that he could defeat Wu Xing. Who would dare to underestimate these geniuses? Even during the era of the above heaven, they were all top powerhouses. That person just now was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Chu Yuan said solemnly. The 9 mountains and 8 seas assessment didn't take into account one's age, but rather one's ability. In other words, if this person could become one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the era of the above heaven, then he would definitely be one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas as well. Chu Yuan suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Have the 9 mountains and 8 seas been gathered in your era? Lu Yin seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Of course. He Luo Mavis's eyelids twitched. Even during the era of the above heaven, there had been times when the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been gathered. This was unbelievable. Their understanding of this era had changed. What about Desolate Ancestor? How is he? Lu Yin asked the god of Forgotten Ruins. The god of Forgotten Ruins thought about it. He should still be alive. He won't die anyway. I never fought with him because he's too difficult. Lu Yin relaxed. The Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into the everlasting tribe alone. In terms of spirit, he was definitely not inferior to the Symbol Ancestor, but he kept a low profile. He was a nameless hero. At that moment, the astral source madly surged into everyone's bodies. Lu Yin hurriedly circulated his serious art and devoured the astral source, replenishing the 4 cyclones at an even faster rate than before. He became the center of attention once again. This time, he absorbed all 4 astral origin cyclones until they were infinitesimally close to the 2nd origin tribulation. Then, he transferred the death chi to the astral origin cyclones, and the astral origin cyclones in the lower charge cyclones, middle finger cyclones, and upper intelligence cyclones, all of which were upgraded to the 2nd origin tribulation at almost the same time as the one on the surface. Everyone else watched. A wolf head appeared above Lu Yin's head. This was the god of Forgotten Ruins' innate gift, but its power was not as exaggerated as when the god of Forgotten Ruins used it. This was just a guided origin tribulation. As he watched the wolf head approach, Luin silently took out the egg and placed it on top of his head. The wolf head was then blocked by the egg, and Luin was completely unharmed. Everyone was speechless. Although a minor origin tribulation could be blocked by external items to a certain extent, Luin was being too convenient. Jiu Yao said, if the astral source universe was normal, his actions would have attracted crazy revenge. Revenge? Luin looked up at Jiu Yao. Who's taking revenge? Of course it's the astral source universe, Lan Xian replied as she looked at Luin. A minor origin tribulation isn't that powerful, but most people rely on themselves to overcome it. They only use external items when they really can't overcome it. This is because there have been cases where an elder has dispelled a minor origin tribulation and attracted a terrifying origin tribulation, and it's happened more than once. As long as the origin tribulation changes, the person undergoing it will definitely die. Luin recalled the lightning that had appeared at the end of the emissary origin tribulation. If not for that corpse, he would have definitely died. This minor origin tribulation could change. Fortunately, it hadn't changed this time. He put the egg away. However, the astral source continued to gather above his head, just like an origin tribulation. The others were shocked. A minor origin tribulation would only descend once. How could there be more? Luin blinked. It couldn't be. Was it because he had 4 astral source cyclones that he could attract 4 origin tribulations? His expression turned ugly when he thought of this. A minor origin tribulation was one thing, but what would he do when he reached a power level of 1 million? What about the half-ancestor origin tribulation? What about a progenitor's origin tribulation? 1 origin tribulation was already terrifying enough, but 4. Just thinking about it made him tremble. While he was still in a daze, the origin tribulation descended. This time, it was a multicolored palm strike, one of Jiu Yao's battle techniques. It looked dazzling, but it had been completely useless against the Forgotten Ruins god. It had been useless against the Forgotten Ruins god, but to Luin, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block it if Jiu Yao had used it. He would have had to rely on external items. However, Lan Xian's words had shocked him. He put the egg away and struck out with a clear void palm. The clear void palm collided with Jiu Yao's multicolored palm strike, and Lu Yin's origin tribulation was contained. Then, there was a second palm strike, a third palm strike, and a fifth palm strike. The origin tribulation was shattered. The minor origin tribulation's power was indeed too weak. The clear void palm didn't even have to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization. When he had faced the emissary origin tribulation, one of the tribulations had been a punch from the giant Sengoku, which had forced him to use the immovable heavenly king elephant visualization and use the primogenitor scripture to resist. This minor origin tribulation couldn't compare to it. The origin tribulation above his head still hadn't dissipated. Everyone looked at Luin strangely, as strange things always happened to this person. This time, it was a blade attack, similar to what Luo Mavis had faced during her tribulation. It was an attack from Ling Qing. Luin frowned. The origin tribulations that appeared were all from the cultivators in the main hall, and the hall was still traveling through space-time. How could there be an origin tribulation here? Did this mean that the astral source in the main hall was different from the astral source universe in outer space? Back in his era, the astral source universe had been devoured, so there shouldn't be any more origin tribulations. However, there was one here. He looked at the statue. Could it be that the sword had created a new astral source universe? After the origin tribulation, the astral source continued to surge into everyone's bodies. The statue had absorbed too much astral source, and it was far beyond what Luin and the rest could absorb. The 4 astral genesis chi vortexes in his body continued to expand, and he was on his way to the 3rd origin tribulation. The main hall suddenly shook, and everyone's expressions froze. A new spacetime was about to appear. The longest history that Luin knew of was the Dowsaur Sec's fifth mainland and sixth mainland's decisive battle. No one had mentioned anything further than that, as it seemed that history was not important. Or rather, it was not important to the fifth mainland, such as the cultivation paths of progenitor Qin and progenitor Ku. However, Luin was interested in those histories. However, traversing through spacetime was not necessarily in order. Perhaps what they saw was not an older history, but a more recent one. Outside the main hall, a white light flashed past. Everyone looked over and saw a glaring white light boil in the sky before turning into a dark red that shot out in all directions. Even Luin could not clearly see what was happening. "That's the collapse of a continent," Jiu Yao blurted out as he looked into the distance in shock. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. "It's actually a scene of a continent collapsing. How nostalgic." Ling Qing was in disbelief. A continent collapsing. A continent collapsing. He had previously heard that 5 out of the 6 continents of the human race had already collapsed, but he had not believed it. Now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. The soil, the rivers, the mountains, the planets, and even the great world were all spreading out in all directions. Naturally, this included the countless living beings within it as well. How many lives would be lost when a continent collapsed? No one could keep track of it. Even the tiny Earth had lost billions of humans before Armageddon, and this did not include other animals. How many Earths were there on a continent? It was also impossible to count, as there were too many. The collapse of a continent would bring about the disappearance of a civilization. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he witnessed the most resplendent and cruel scene in the universe. The glaring white light mixed with the dark red light was terrifying, and he could almost hear the cries of countless lives as they fell into despair before finally being reduced to dust. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis quietly watched this scene as a continent collapsed. They had never imagined such a scene before. Hearing it was one thing, but actually seeing it was another. "So it's the fourth mainland," the Forgotten Ruins god said, having recognized it. Above the main hall, a large number of planets exploded, and countless strange life forms were instantly annihilated. These life forms were not humans, but at this moment, life was life. The fourth mainland was populated by astral beasts, and the astral beast domain was a descendant of the fourth mainland. The celestial beast tribe and Batian were both from the fourth mainland. Once upon a time, their homeworld had been comparable to the entire fifth mainland. Not only did the fifth mainland include the innerverse and outerverse, but it also included the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and the cosmic tree domain. One could imagine how powerful the complete fifth mainland had been, and the fourth mainland had been comparable to the fifth mainland. Such a huge and prosperous region had completely collapsed and disappeared from the universe. Even Lu Yin could not imagine such a scene. But now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Everyone was silent, as the disappearance of life was always accompanied by silence. Perhaps only the Forgotten Ruins god liked to see such a scene. They had seen it happen several times, and they had personally created it. Lu Yin unconsciously clenched his fists. Would the fifth mainland end up like this as well? He suddenly saw something familiar. Was that a humanoid source box? The collapse of the continent was like the explosion of a large part of the universe. The continents broke apart, and countless black holes appeared. In this apocalyptic scene, one after another, humanoid source boxes shot out in all directions. There were so many of them that Lu Yin even forgot that the continent was collapsing. Why were there so many of them? In outer space, the humanoid source boxes flew out in droves, and not just from one location, but from many different locations. What was going on? Little Sher had said that humanoid source boxes could not be unlocked, and Celestial Master Xiao had warned him as well. Lu Yin understood this very well, which was why he had given all of the humanoid source boxes he had obtained to Celestial Master Xiao. However, no one could say for sure where the humanoid source boxes had come from. At this moment, he actually saw countless humanoid source boxes when the fourth mainland was collapsing. How could there be so many of them? He suddenly recalled what he had seen when he had fused with the Yin Gui's body. There had been many humanoid source boxes in the Celestial Beast Empire, and they had seemed to be collecting them. The Celestial Beast Empire, the fourth mainland, and the humanoid source boxes. What was the connection between all of these? The main hall swayed and then appeared in the void. The scene of the continent collapsing seemed like an illusion. However, Chu Yuan and the others fell silent. That scene had really happened. Knowing about history was one thing, but experiencing it was another. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. The statue began to devour the astral source, and everyone simply allowed it to do so. They had seen the fourth mainland collapse. Would they see the third mainland, the second mainland, or even the first mainland next? Would they see the era of the above heaven sect? How far back in history could this sword take them? Not long after, the statue released the astral source, and Lu Yin immediately activated the serious art. It was as if he had subconsciously done so. Luo Mavis was the first to break through. She could no longer suppress herself and unhappily broke through to the fourth origin tribulation. If this cultivation speed had been experienced by an ordinary person, they would have been overjoyed. It should be known that a normal cultivator would have to spend a considerable amount of time to raise their astral source to the point where they could undergo tribulation. The astral source universe would not allow them to smoothly absorb astral sources. However, there was no such worry in this place. Not only that, but they also had to crazily absorb astral sources to increase their strength. How great would it be if this happened to the entire human race? Lu Yin suddenly thought. Luo Mavis had reached the fourth origin tribulation, and her strength had increased significantly. However, this passive increase made her very unhappy. Not long after, the four astral source cyclones in Lu Yin's body simultaneously reached the threshold of the third origin tribulation, and he began to undergo his tribulation. He had never experienced such a fast cultivation speed before, and this was already the third origin tribulation. The origin tribulation was not difficult, and it was the same as before. She only had one minor tribulation, while he had four. Once the four minor tribulations passed, Lu Yin officially became a third tribulation cultivator. He knew that his strength had increased significantly, and he could now fight against powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000, which was the same level as Master Yuan. If he stayed in the main hall for a little longer, he might be able to break through to that level. Of course, this was just a thought. Even if he could break through to that level, he would not attempt it. His foundation would only allow him to reach the third or fourth origin tribulation. Any higher and he would need to continue accumulating his foundation. At worst, he would just run to the cosmic tree to cultivate. In any case, there was Death Face, and the four cardinal scales would not be able to find him. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him, curious as to when he would break through to the fourth origin tribulation. Lu Yin glanced around and saw Chu Yuan and Luo Mavis standing far away from him. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He felt like he could try to steal the statue. Just as he was thinking about this, the main hall shook, and everyone looked outside with anticipation and apprehension. This time, the main hall appeared above a boundless ocean. No, this was a lake. Lu Yin looked around and saw an enormous lake with no end in sight. The reason he was certain that this was a lake and not an ocean was because there was a forest in the distance that was as large as the Mavis Divine Tree. No matter how far away they were, even if they couldn't see the edge of the lake, they could still clearly see the surrounding forest. Even further away, they could see the trees that were large enough to support the stars and the distant mother tree. The apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2070. What a familiar place, the forgotten ruins, God muttered. Everyone else was confused, as they had never seen such a huge lake before. Perhaps it was a scene from a destroyed continent. The fifth mainland had its own astral river, and the sixth mainland had its own waterfall. No one noticed that Chu Yuan's face was filled with shock. He recognized this place and had been here before. This was the place where the progenitor had met him. Above us! Lan Xian exclaimed, her voice filled with fear. Everyone looked up. A boundless shadow loomed over them, followed by a deafening cry that caused the entire area to tremble. It was the cry of an eagle. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a majestic eagle descended. It approached from afar and instantly grew countless times larger, covering almost half of the lake. This lake was so large that even Lu Yin, who was at the third tribulation, could not see the end of it. It was large enough to nurture an entire region of space, but that eagle was half the size of the lake and even larger than the ancestral turtle. Ling Qing's eyes narrowed when she saw the eagle descend, and she blurted out, "The progenitor's divine eagle." Jiu Yao and Lan Xian were both shaken as they recalled the statue that they had often worshipped. The statue depicted the progenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. Was there really a divine eagle? Lu Yin stared blankly at the eagle as it descended and recalled the legends of the astral tree. It was said that there was a divine eagle in the ruler realm, and the roots of the mother tree were entrenched in the ancestral mandala. He had seen the ancestral mandala before, but did a divine eagle really exist? Was this the one? The eagle enveloped the lake, its claws reaching into the water as if it was trying to grab something. The entire lake was stirred up, and the surrounding stars swayed as droplets of water scattered in all directions. Each droplet could drown a star, but to the eagle, they were just droplets of water. The eagle's claws reached into the lake for an instant, and then it soared into the sky once more, flying towards the endless sky as it cried out. The eagle's cry was filled with anger and annoyance, and Lu Yin and the rest could hear it. At that moment, a despicable voice rang out from beneath their feet. "Come, little bird, come and catch Lord Fish. If Lord Fish frowns, it's not a good fish. Come." Everyone lowered their heads and saw a huge tail appear in the lake. It smashed onto the surface of the lake, causing waves to surge into the void and distort the void. Lu Yin felt that the voice sounded familiar, and he kept searching for its source. Finally, he found it. It was a fish that was speaking with its mouth wide open. The fish was so big that he couldn't even see its head. It opened its mouth and scolded, "Come on, Lord Fish wants to take you. Little bird, come on, Lord Fish is bored." Once again, an angry eagle cry rang out from above his head. The divine eagle descended, its talons reaching into the lake in an attempt to catch the fish. However, the moment the divine eagle landed, the fish immediately dove into the bottom of the lake. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was obvious that it had practiced this many times. The divine eagle failed to catch the fish, so it flew up into the boundless sky again. "Little bird, where are you? Lord Fish misses you. Come, Lord Fish likes to eat roasted birds and those two-legged beasts. Come, Lord Fish will teach you lock-breaking, and Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor." The eagle cried out angrily again, and it continued to dive into the lake to catch the fish, but it didn't succeed even once. The fish was slippery, and the divine eagle was enraged. It tried to flip the lake over, but it was countered by an unknown force, which made it even angrier. Lord Fish wants to take Little Bird as a mount. And those two-legged beasts, hurry up and become mounts for Lord Fish. Lord Fish is in a good mood, and I'll teach you a thing or two so that you can become supreme beings among your peers. It was shouting and yelling in an annoying manner, but the divine eagle couldn't do anything about it. Lu Yin was speechless. Although he couldn't see the fish's complete appearance, based on its voice and tone, it sounded like the despicable fish on top of Shi Chi's head. That despicable fish must be its descendant. Chu Yuan, you should know where this is, River Mavis spoke up, staring at Chu Yuan. He looked back at her. Chu Yuan replied, the primogenitor's back garden. The divine eagle appeared, and the ancestral Mang isn't far away. As for the fish below, I heard the primogenitor call it a worship fish. So it's a worship fish. Rumor has it that the primogenitor used it to train the divine eagle. No wonder, River Mavis muttered. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the lake once more. Legends had it that there were worship fish in the astral tree, but in his opinion, it was more like a despicable fish. The main hall shook, and everyone was surprised. Time had shortened, and every time the statue appeared in space-time, it would take longer than this time. The statue crazily devoured the astral sources in everyone's bodies before disappearing from the lake and reappearing in space-time. Just as everyone thought that it would be the same as the previous few times, an unforeseen event occurred. The astral source that the statue had been devouring suddenly stopped, and then it was suddenly released, surging into everyone's bodies. Lu Yin subconsciously activated his serious art and looked at the statue strangely. How could it be so fast? Before he could think further, the main hall shook again. Everyone was shocked. They had arrived in a new spacetime so quickly. Outside the main hall, there was a bright flash of light as a huge tree covered in glowing fruits swayed on the verge of collapse. A giant figure stood next to the tree, punching out repeatedly. Luo Mavis was shocked. Divine tree. She wanted to rush out, but she was forced back by the isolating force. Then, the main hall shook and reappeared in spacetime. Less than 2 seconds later, the astral sources in everyone's bodies were devoured once more. Luo Mavis' face went pale. She had just seen the Mavis family's divine tree being attacked by a giant. She had never seen such a giant before, and it was rumored that giants were created by the third mainland's Tao Lord. Could the destruction of the second mainland be related to the giants? Before anyone could react, the astral sources surged into their bodies once more. Then, the main hall shook again, and they saw someone stirring up the astral river. This was the fifth mainland, and the astral river was ethereal like silk ribbons. However, they could not see the person's appearance. The main hall continued to shake, and the frequency of the shaking increased as more and more images appeared. Sometimes it was a battlefield, sometimes it was a silent starry sky, sometimes it was a wedding, and sometimes it was directly facing the mother tree. Images flashed by continuously, and no one could see them clearly. Lu Yin stared at the outside world, and everything he saw was history. He saw fragments of the history of the various mainlands, powerhouses fiddling with the stars, and also, the above heaven sect. He had never thought that he would be able to see the above heaven sect one day. The mother tree supported the heavens, and there were 6 mainlands surrounding it. The main hall appeared outside of one of the mainlands, and he saw a pillar that supported the mother tree from afar. He also saw the Tao source sect atop the pillar, which looked like an imperial palace. He also saw the myriad races paying homage, and he saw humanity's golden age. This was not something that he had recognized, but rather Ling Qing. He had said that this was the above heaven sect, and at that moment, humanity had become the center of the universe. Every progenitor and powerful half-progenitor had represented humanity's prosperity and prosperity. Lu Yin saw that this was what humans should look like. This was what humans should look like. Ever since Han Xan and the other ancient powerhouses had appeared, they had constantly mentioned the above heaven sect, and Lu Yin's impression of it had deepened. At this moment, this impression had been carved into his bones, because he had truly seen the grandeur of the above heaven sect. The Eternals were nothing more than monsters, and astral beasts could be enslaved. It had been a long time since Lu Yin had last felt such excitement. No wonder Sky Salon had said that she wanted to rebuild the above heaven sect, and no wonder Lu Shaoxian had dreamed of doing so. At this moment, Luin also wanted to rebuild the above heaven sect and place the fifth pagoda within it to enlighten and pass down human civilization. Ever since Driftcharge Planet had become white meat, he had not felt such boundless ambition in a very long time. The constant devouring and release of the astral source caused the main hall to constantly switch between different spacetime scenes. It was obvious that something had changed, and Luin and the others panicked, as they were afraid that they would be thrown into an ancient spacetime. Ling Qing, Chu Yuan, and the others did not mind, as they were eager to return to the era of the above heaven sect. To them, this time travel was like a vacation, and no matter what the process was, it was fine as long as they returned to the above heaven sect. The god of forgotten ruins made her move, as she did not know what changes would occur in the main hall. Since there would be changes, she might as well make her move first, as long as she could obtain the sword. The dark red current transformed into a giant wolf head that tried to devour Ling Qing and the others. At the same time, she waved her right hand and unleashed the heavenly blade of the four ultimates. Ling Qing's body transformed into a blade that swept past the wolf head and slashed at the god of forgotten ruins. When she collided with the heavenly blade, her body was pushed back. The astral source in her body was constantly changing, and she could not maintain her battle strength. The moment she transformed into a blade, she was extremely powerful, but the moment she collided with the wolf head, she weakened. Otherwise, she would not have been pushed back by the god of forgotten ruins' heavenly blade. The god of forgotten ruins raised her hand and unleashed the four ultimates, Pearl Luo. The god of forgotten ruins had not used the Wang family's four ultimates before, but now she suddenly used it and sealed Ling Qing's use of the blade. Pearl Luo could seal an opponent's ability, and it was extremely terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2071. The Forgotten Ruins deity saw the needle and instinctively dodged it. Even though he had never experienced the power of the needle, Luin clearly did not take it out for show. The direction of his palm was changed by the needle. Luin was delighted, and he used the secret art to transfer the needle to Ling Qing. Stab her with this. He had used this move to deal with Wang Si before. He had upgraded the needle and could break through the inner world of a half-martial ancestor. Even when the god of forgetfulness attacked them, his inner world was useless. There was a thump as the Forgotten Ruins deity slapped the egg, sending Luin flying. Luin gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the attack wasn't too powerful, and the egg could withstand it. He turned around and saw that the statue wasn't too far away from him. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think that the astral source could blow up the god of oblivion. He had already calculated the direction that he would rush out from and the direction that the god of oblivion would attack. He wanted to use the god of oblivion's attack to get close to the statue. He also wanted to snatch the sword. The god of oblivion might not hit him towards the statue, but the needle would come in handy. He used the needle to forcefully change the direction of the god of oblivion's palm, and eventually, he would still get close to the statue. Now that the stellar sources were constantly being devoured and released, the plan's secret word and the Great Shift formation were no longer reliable. He might as well borrow the power of the god of oblivion ruins. The god of forgotten ruins frowned, as she had actually been used. If it had been anyone else, even if a half-progenitor had taken out a needle, she might not have had any misgivings, but Luin was different. This person was prepared for everything. Ling Qing took the needle. He did not care much about it at first, but he subconsciously exerted some force, only to find that he could not damage the needle in the slightest. The strength of the needle was about the same as his blade, and now that his usage of the blade had been sealed by the Forgotten Ruins deity, he might as well not use it. When he saw that the Forgotten Ruins deity had sent Luin flying with a palm strike, he picked up the needle and stabbed it. On the other side, Luin had been sent flying close to the statue, but he didn't hesitate to charge towards it. Chu Yuan stared at Luin and wanted to stop him, but suddenly, the surrounding stars revolved and astral source surged into Lu Yin's body. Chu Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly retreated. The reason why the astral source could not explode the god of forgotten ruins was because the god of forgotten ruins was a half-martial ancestor. However, the god of forgotten ruins was different. With his cultivation level, the speed at which he absorbed the astral source would allow him to undergo tribulation in the blink of an eye. It was the same for the river Mavis. With Sirius's help, none of them dared to approach Lu Yin. Lu Yin was now the closest person to the statue, and he was almost within reach. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the statue, even the fine veins on the statue. He had originally intended to store the statue in his cosmic ring, but just as he raised his hand, he felt a sense of foreboding, as if he had forgotten something. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Yuan from the corner of his eye and saw the mockery in his eyes. Not long after Chu Yuan had awakened, he had directly come to the Dao Source Sect's ruins and found the main hall. He had also recognized that there was a sword within the statue, and it was obvious that Chu Yuan was very familiar with it. Now that Lu Yin was about to obtain the statue, Chu Yuan had a strange look in his eyes. Something was wrong, very wrong. Lu Yin looked at the statue that was right in front of him. This was a primogenitor with a python coiled around his waist and a divine eagle perched on his shoulders. How could such a person's statue be taken away so easily? No matter what, the creator of this statue should not be allowed to be desecrated. There was a problem. Lu Yin maintained his posture of grabbing the statue without moving. Chu Yuan's expression changed, and he actually stopped. There was a loud boom as a berserk energy swept out. Lu Yin was sent flying before he could even react, and even his egg was shattered. Eggs could withstand attacks that were roughly on the same level as the second Night King, but the Forgotten Ruins deity's attack was not weak. Not only did it shatter the egg, but the shockwaves also injured Lu Yin and sent him crashing into a pillar in the main hall. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his organs were in intense pain. He could not control the blood in his body as he coughed it out. He looked up and saw the Forgotten Ruins deity. At the same time, he had heavily injured Ling Qing and the 9 luminaries. He then took a step towards the statue. At this moment, the main hall was constantly shuttling through spacetime and switching between different scenes. It moved faster and faster, and all sorts of lights flashed continuously. Lu Yin stared at the Forgotten Ruins deity as she raised her hand to grab the statue. She was getting closer and closer. Crack! There was a shattering sound, and everyone watched as the statue shattered. A hazy halo spread out from within the statue and illuminated the main hall. The Forgotten Ruins deity excitedly stared at the statue. She saw the sword hilt and the blade. This was one of the 6 swords that the primogenitor had worn, and it was now hers. She reached into the statue and was about to grab the hilt. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and her hand that had reached into the hilt turned into motes of light that then spread to her entire body. Everyone else was shocked. What was going on? The Forgotten Ruins deity was slowly disappearing, starting from her arm. She was shocked and immediately cut off her arm, but her body continued to dissipate into motes of light. It was beautiful, like a firefly, but this scene was also horrifying. Everyone watched in a daze as the Forgotten Ruins deity's body slowly dissipated. The Forgotten Ruins deity did not feel any pain. She tried to stop it, but she could not even move a single step. It started from her arm, then her legs, then her body, and finally, only her head remained. The Forgotten Ruins deity closed her eyes. This is the power of time. As soon as she finished speaking, her body completely disappeared as if she had never existed. Was she dead or what? No one knew. Lu Yin was shocked. The power of time. It was so calm and beautiful, but it was also so terrifying. The statue continued to shatter and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Everyone watched as an ordinary-looking sword floated in the air. The sword was very ordinary, not much different from the ones worn by ordinary cultivators. It was not as exquisite as Lu Huang's sword, and it even looked a little rusty. The blade was not sharp and was very thin, as if it could be easily broken. However, this sword actually contained the power of time and caused the Forgotten Ruins deity to disappear in the blink of an eye. This was the primogenitor's sword, and the Forgotten Ruins deity had desperately tried to obtain it. It contained the power of time. At this moment, the sword was right there, but no one dared to move it. Lu Yin did not dare either, and he was glad that he had been vigilant. Otherwise, he would have been the one to disappear. The light outside the main hall continued to flicker, and various images of spacetime appeared, but no one paid attention to them. Everyone was staring at the sword. He Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. Your turn. Jiu Yao, Lan Xian, and Ling Qing also looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's goal had always been this sword, and he should have a way. He was not surprised that the Forgotten Ruins deity had disappeared, so he might know. However, Chu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to try? You go first, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan laughed. If I get it, then it's mine. This sword belongs to the primogenitor, and it contains the power of time. Don't regret it if you don't try. He Luo Mavis looked down on him. Don't try to trick him. We're not stupid, and we all saw what happened to the Forgotten Ruins deity. Who would dare try? You're dreaming if you want to use this to kill someone. As a cultivator, you don't even have the spirit to take risks. You're destined to never reach the peak, Chu Yuan mocked. His eyes narrowed. Don't worry, as long as you get it, I'll snatch it from you. Chu Yuan did not mind and looked at the sword solemnly, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. It was obvious that he was panicking. He knew that taking the sword would be courting death, but he could only guess. If he failed, then his fate would not be any better than the Forgotten Ruins deities. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He Luo Mavis mocked, What, you don't dare to take it? You found this place yourself, but you don't dare to take it. What a joke. Chu Yuan ignored her, but at that moment, the main hall started to crack. Behind him, the pillar that he had knocked down earlier was also cracking. Jiu Yao was shocked. It's going to collapse. He Luo Mavis felt her scalp go numb. Once the main hall collapsed, they would fall into the river of time, and whether or not they would survive would be a problem. Even if they did, her face would turn pale when she thought about the collapse of the mainland and the battle in the Daosaur sect. Hurry up and take us away from this broken place. He Luo Mavis was no longer in the mood to joke around, and she shouted at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan frowned. Dust fell in front of him, and the main hall shook even more violently. He took a deep breath and decided to go all out. He had to believe that dead fish. Under the gazes of everyone, Chu Yuan opened his mouth and spoke a hazy voice. It was like a thunderclap that exploded by the ears of everyone, and it caused the dark river of time outside the hall to seethe as if it possessed the mighty force to travel through space. As he spoke, the sword began to shake. Chu Yuan was delighted, it was useful. Across from him, Lu Yin blinked. Wasn't this the primogenitor scripture? The primogenitor scripture could be used to take the sword. As Chu Yuan recited the primogenitor scripture, the sword shook even more violently and faintly approached him. He Luo Mavis was unwilling to give up. Once Chu Yuan obtained the sword, he would be on a completely different level from her. However, if he didn't take it, they might not be able to survive. The saddest thing in life was to hope that your opponent would save you. Ling Qing sighed. If possible, he naturally didn't want to die either. This sword belonged to the primogenitor, so it was acceptable for Chu Yuan to have it. Everyone watched as the sword slowly floated up and was guided by Chu Yuan. At that moment, another faint voice sounded, and it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and stared blankly at Lu Yin reciting the primogenitor scripture. He knew it too. Chu Yuan was shocked and stared at Lu Yin. This person knew the primogenitor scripture too. How could he know everything? He didn't know that the Lu family also had the primogenitor scripture, nor did he have the qualifications to know how many people it had been passed down. All he knew was that he wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin right now. This was the primogenitor's sword, the sword that suppressed the above heaven sect and possessed the power of time. He Luo Mavis was speechless. This guy was really ruthless. Where did he even come from? Even she, a Tao disciple, didn't know how to do it. Only Chu Yuan, who had been received by the primogenitor, knew how to do it. Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture and stared at the sword. He felt a connection with it, as if he was really grabbing onto the hilt. He relied on the scripture to continuously guide the sword towards himself. So this was how to hold a sword. Right, the primogenitor scripture. This name obviously belonged to the primogenitor, so it was only natural that one had to use the primogenitor's strength to take something that belonged to the primogenitor. You too, hurry up. The main hall is about to collapse. He Luo Mavis couldn't help but shout angrily. She was afraid that the main hall would collapse and she would die here, but she was also annoyed that these two were ignoring her and fighting over the sword. Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan as well. They looked at each other and saw the coldness and killing intent in each other's eyes. They both hoped that the other would let go, but how could they do so at a time like this? Ling Qing looked at Lu Yin. The sword should belong to the Tao disciple. Let go immediately. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2072. Lu Yin frowned. This person was from the above heaven era, so it was normal for him to help Chu Yuan, but it would be troublesome if he attacked Lu Yin. No one here would help Lu Yin. Didn't you hear me? Release him immediately. Ling Qing barked as he threw the needle at Lu Yin's shoulder. He wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to disrupt his struggle for the sword. The three mysterious ancient sounds rang out, and the needle's trajectory was shifted to the pillar. Lan Xian moved to block Ling Qing and whispered to Lu Yin, "You owe me another favor." Lu Yin was puzzled, as he hadn't expected her to help him. Nine Lights stared at her. This is their business. Go back. Lan Xian hugged San Xian. I want the Lu family's blood, especially this Lu Yin's. Nine Lights frowned, as he still couldn't understand what she wanted his blood for. Isn't there some on the pillar? He Luo Mavis asked. Lan Xian was stunned and subconsciously looked at the pillar. Sure enough, Lu Yin had spat out quite a bit of blood after being hit by the Forgotten Ruins god. Lu Yin's face twitched. This woman, Lan Xian, had no reason to help him, so she waved her hand and the blood on the pillar flew towards her. Lu Yin grew anxious, as Lan Xian had failed multiple times to get his blood, but she still hadn't given up. It was obvious that his blood was very useful to her, and only the heavens knew what she wanted. It would be troublesome if she had the ability to control enemies through blood. Undying Yushan was already a cause for alarm, but if Lan Xian joined in as well. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Lu Yin no longer held back and sped up his recitation of the primogenitor scripture. The scripture was very difficult to memorize, and even with his current abilities, he could only recite half of it at most. Moreover, he had to take his time. Now that he had sped up, Chu Yuan couldn't keep up, and he grew anxious as well. In that instant, the sword shook even more violently. The moment Lan Xian took Lu Yin's blood, the two scriptures fought for supremacy. The swords suddenly became parallel and spun wildly as if they had malfunctioned. Everyone looked on, unable to understand what was happening. Chu Yuan and Lu Yin didn't understand either, as they felt the sword break free from their control. Suddenly, the tip of the sword stopped, aimed at Lu Yin, and stabbed forward. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What the hell? No one had expected this to happen. No one had been able to stop the sword from stabbing out, and even Lu Yin himself had not been able to react in time. The sword pierced Lu Yin's heart, and he felt an intense pain sweep through his nerves. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness. At the same time, the main hall shattered as a massive suction force flung everyone out. Together with the main hall's ruins, they vanished into the river of spacetime. The dim current washed the beach, and from time to time, a few strange fish were brought out, struggling to jump back into the river. A hand suddenly descended and grabbed the strange fish. There's food. I've finally caught one. The person who spoke was a man in tattered clothes. His body was covered in mud, and he looked as if he had just crawled out of a swamp. He was very excited as he held the fish in his hand. His words attracted many envious gazes from the surrounding people. This was a very, very long beach. In the distance, the stars all fell on the beach, and the river water was endless. There were stars above, and there were also stars behind the beach. This beach was located in the starry sky. Countless wooden houses stretched across the mudflat, with no end in sight. From time to time, people would walk out of the wooden houses and look longingly into the river, hoping to catch something. "Old Black, how many did you catch?" someone shouted. The dirty man who had caught the fish was very pleased. 3. Not bad, you're not afraid of death. Many people have been dragged into the river and eaten over the past few days. The surveillance is stricter, and no one is allowed to approach the Star River at this time. What's there to be afraid of? The surveillance is just for show. They don't care if we live or die. Besides, if we really get close to the Star River, they won't dare to chase after us. Be careful, don't die. Human lives are worthless these days. Old Black grinned and held the 3 fish tightly as he ran towards the depths of the beach. There were many wooden houses on the beach, and they were arranged in a messy manner. Old Black zigzagged his way to a wooden house and knocked on the door softly. "Who is it?" a hoarse voice asked cautiously. Old Black whispered, "It's me." "What is it?" The hoarse voice relaxed a little, but he didn't open the door. Old Black licked his lips. "I caught 3 fish by the Star River. Do you want them?" The house was silent for a while. "You're willing to give them to me?" "Of course, as long as you follow me, I'll give you all 3 fish," Old Black whispered. "Scram!" the hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black snorted. "Don't be ungrateful. Without me protecting you, you won't be able to survive in the Star River with your unstable battle force, let alone mine pyrolite. If you eat these fish regularly, they'll definitely stabilize your battle force and even help you recover from your injuries. As long as you follow me, you'll have all of these." "Scram!" the hoarse voice shouted angrily. Old Black turned around and left. "You're so ugly. Who else would want you aside from me? Just wait to die in the Star River." Inside the wooden house, a figure sat in the corner. His face couldn't be seen, but his eyes were very beautiful. As the stars rotated, a silver light swept across the beach and towards the wooden house. The figure hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at the silver light. When the silver light moved away, the figure turned to look at the other corner of the wooden house. There was a tattered bed made of hardened sand. A person was lying on the bed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. There was a sword in his chest, and he just lay there like that. The figure kept staring at the person on the bed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Bright stars rose from the other side of the beach, illuminating the Star River and the countless old wooden houses on the beach. The figure stared at the person on the bed for an entire night. When the light outside shone, he coughed a few times and walked out of the wooden house. When the light outside dimmed, a day had passed. The figure returned to the wooden house and sat in the corner, staring blankly at the person on the bed again. After some time, there was a knock on the door. "Have you thought it through? I caught another fish today. Including the 3 from yesterday, that's a total of 4 fish. Even the supervisor is jealous. I'll give them all to you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2073. In the sky, a dim silver light illuminated the beach, as well as the woman wrapped in a black cloth in the wooden house. Although there weren't many women on the beach, there were still some. Some had stable battle chi and could collect venomous fish, while others relied on men. However, she was different from those women. Her injuries caused her battle chi to be unstable, and her appearance made all men avoid her. Only Big Black was an exception. "Dong dong dong, it's me. I caught 2 more fish," Big Black's voice sounded. It was full of exhaustion as it panted continuously. The woman wrapped in a black cloth was shocked. The beach tonight was especially dangerous because if someone died, the smell of blood would attract powerful creatures from the Star River. Therefore, if someone died, no one would dare to catch fish at night for at least 3 days. This Big Black was quite ruthless. "For you, I collected 5 fish. These fish were specially bred by the sect master of the 3 ultimate gates in this part of the Star River. It's said that they come from very ancient times and can stabilize one's battle chi and recover from injuries. Only those who collect the most venomous fish will be rewarded. I caught 5 for you and almost lost my life. You should give me an explanation," Big Black growled. The woman's voice became hoarse. "I didn't ask you to catch them. You can eat them yourself." Scram! Big Black was furious. It pushed the wooden door open and stared fiercely at the woman. "I've had enough. Ever since I recognized you, I've been helping you. If the mission isn't enough, I'll help you. If you're injured, I'll go catch fish. If someone hurts you, I'll protect you, but you're still like this. What's there to be proud of? You're ugly now, and no one wants to look at you. Your voice is ruined, and your sect is gone. Who will help you? Other than me, you won't be able to find anyone to rely on." As he spoke, Blackie noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw a person lying on the bed with a sword in his chest. Blackie was shocked. "Isn't this the person who came here from the Astral River not long ago?" The woman quickly blocked the bed and stared at Big Black with her beautiful eyes. Scram, scram. Big Black smiled sinisterly. "So that's how it is. That brat didn't die, right? You like him. He didn't die even with a sword in his chest. Do you know him? I'd like to see who he is." It pushed the woman aside and walked to the bed by the window. The woman panicked and slapped Dahe with her palm. Dahe dodged subconsciously, only to find that the woman's palm had no battle chi at all. He heaved a sigh of relief. This woman used to be very strong. At least, he was no match for her. Fortunately, her battle chi was unstable. Otherwise, this palm would have killed him. "You want to kill me for Xiao Bai's face? I'm definitely going to get you today." Big Black roared furiously before pouncing towards the woman. The people in the surrounding wooden houses heard it, but no one cared. Big Black was quite powerful in this area, and as long as the supervisor didn't appear, no one would stop him. Seeing Big Black pounce over, the woman panicked and once again struck out with her palm. This time, her palm was covered with a purple light, and it viciously slammed into Big Black's shoulder. Blackie's right shoulder was split open by the palm strike, and it howled in anguish as it retreated. It stared at the woman in horror. Four-lined battle force. Four-lined battle force was very rare in the tidal flats. As long as one cultivated battle force, they would be able to gather pyrolite here. However, those who had attained four-lined battle force would not be here. Instead, they would be taken to other places. In Shiyu's understanding of the situation was that the fifth mainland had formed a complete system of resistance against the Eternals. There were many half-ancestors among the humans, but because they lacked astral sources, Old Chan and the others' strength had been greatly reduced. They did not attack unless necessary and relied more on Hen Xan and Ju Yi. These ancient powerhouses had recovered the title of above the heavens and united the humans of the fifth mainland. They wanted to rebuild the above the heavens and restore the 12 heavenly gates. For example, Hen Xan was the leader of the three ultimates heavenly gate. The entire sect had several half-ancestors, the Xia family, and many other powers. Ju Yi had also restored the undying heaven gate, and the specters had openly joined them, becoming the orthodox inheritor of the death god's inheritance. The sixth mainland had established the blood heaven gate mainly because of the blood ancestor. All of the sixth mainland's cultivators belonged to the blood heaven gate. Old Chan, supreme sage heavenly master, and the other half-ancestors of the fifth mainland had established the glory heaven gate. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo had also established a heaven gate called the heavenly gate of Lu. Currently, the humans of the fifth mainland were under the control of these heavenly gates. They used sourcebox arrays to teleport and support each other. They also used battle force, domains, spiritual force, and death chi to fight against the Eternals. Not only that, but the greatest change in this era was microarray technology and pyrolite. Lu Yin had never expected that pyrolite would be mined from the astral river. This substance had caused the innerverse and outerverse to fight over it, and if not for the fact that there was so little of it, it would have attracted the neoverse as well. A single gram of pyrolite could explode with a destructive power level of 10,000, and there was no upper limit. This was the most terrifying aspect of all. Pyrolite had been mined and used in microarray technology, which had become the greatest symbol of the past 20 years. The humans had mastered a new weapon that used microarray technology as its foundation and pyrolite as its raw material. Even a normal person could use this weapon to kill an explorer. This was the new weapon that the humans relied on to deal with the Eternals. Along with this weapon, Hen Xan's name spread throughout the universe. The leader of the three ultimates heavenly gate had taken control of the Aurora Corporation and forcefully taken control of microarray technology. He stood at the forefront of this era and became the leader of humanity. All of this should have belonged to Lu Yin. At this moment, the area they were in belonged to the three ultimates heavenly gate. Lu Yin exhaled. Hen Xin. This person had been able to climb all the way from a normal person to the position of sect master of the Elysium. It was not without reason that he had been highly regarded by ancient path master. The first time they had met, Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he had been able to tell that Lu Yin could make the decisions of those half-ancestors. Compared to Lu Bujing's head-butting, Hen Xian knew how to use his brain. He had perseverance and knew how to use his brain. It was not surprising that this person had been able to reach this point. However, that was also because Lu Yin had disappeared for 20 years. If he had not disappeared, then it would have been impossible for Hen Xian to steal microarray technology. Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others did not know what had happened either. However, the three ultimates heavenly gate had the most half-ancestors, and because of Ni Huang and the others, they would definitely target the Lu Tian zone. In the face of absolute power, no matter how smart Wang Wen and the others were, they might not be able to withstand the pressure of the three ultimates heavenly gate. Also, wasn't the Aurora Corporation supposed to be under the protection of Elder Gong? How had it been snatched away by Hen Xian? Lu Yin needed to wait for his strength to recover, but he also needed to obtain information from the outside world. Without anyone to contact, perhaps monitoring the tidal flats would be a way. Shiyu still knew too little. If you want to stay here, you'll have to gather pyrolite like us. However, you're too unfamiliar. The one guarding this place was the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi. He's very strong. Lu Yin was surprised. Xia Yi. Why is he here? He's the patriarch of the Xia family. Shiyu shook her head. I don't know. Lu Yin was not afraid of Xia Yi. With his third tribulation origin cultivation, he would not be afraid of even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, let alone Xia Yi. However, he could not use his full strength. He could use his physical strength to deal with Xia Yi, but if Xia Yi wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to catch him. How about this, you disguise yourself as Blackie. He just died, and he's also here. No one will suspect anything, Shiyu said. Lu Yin was confused. Here. Where? He's dead, Shiyu said. Lu Yin looked around. He turned into specks of light and disappeared because of your sword, Shiyu said as she looked at the sword in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin understood. He touched the sword hilt. Shiyu nodded silently. Draw that person's face for me to see. No one will be able to see through my disguise, including Xia Yi, Lu Yin said. But then, he suddenly remembered that he couldn't use his own death aura. How could he use his death face to disguise himself? He could only use normal methods to disguise himself, and Xia Yi might be able to see through it. Shiyu didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She couldn't use her astral source or star energy, so she could only draw on the ground. This is Blackie, one of the stronger pyrolite collectors. He's also very arrogant and good at currying favor. Don't be too low-key if you disguise yourself as him. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at the Blackie on the ground, quickly completing the disguise. Why is he here? Lu Yin asked after he disguised himself as Blackie, looking at Shiyu strangely. Shiyu looked at Blackie in disgust and turned away. It's none of your business. Lu Yin felt strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. Outside, people walked out of their wooden houses and headed towards the astral river. Pyrolite could only be harvested during the day, as powerful creatures would devour flesh at night. Pyrolite is located at the bottom of the astral river. Back then, that hand tried to grab the Daosor sect's main hall, but it failed. In the end, the mind net was torn apart, and the resulting shockwaves caused the astral river to split open, revealing the pyrolite within. After being washed away by the river and guided by the various half-ancestors, the current tidal flats were formed, Shiyu explained as they walked. Lu Yin walked on the tidal flats. This wasn't ordinary sand, but rather sand from the astral river. Looking around, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling impurities towards the tidal flats. The pyrolite is in the sand at the bottom of the astral river and can only be found with the naked eye. I know you've mined pyrolite before, but the pyrolite in the astral river is different from the one in the astral wilderness. It's more compressed and doesn't explode as easily. It also doesn't spread throughout the air, Shiyu explained in a low voice. You don't have any mining equipment. Lu Yin was surprised. Shiyu shook her head. No, you can only inspect each grain with your naked eye. Lu Yin looked at the astral river. They were only in one direction. According to Shiyu, they should be near the Northline Flowzone's astral river. How much sand could be washed up by the entire astral river? It would be useless even if someone tried to inspect it for billions of years. Thump. Cultivators jumped into the astral river one after another. These cultivators originally cultivated star energy, but because the astral source universe had been devoured, they could only cultivate battle force. Some didn't succeed and were annihilated. At most, they would become powerful ordinary people, but if they succeeded, they would join the team that mined pyrolite. As long as they mined enough, they could head to the Neoverse and climb up the ladder. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2075. 10 years ago, there was a young man who was extremely lucky and had mined a large amount of pyrolite ore. He was promoted to join the E-Team subsidiary battle team and was taught a powerful battle skill, becoming a person above all others. However, 10 years ago, that young man was just an ordinary cultivator with no achievements. The Fifth Mainland had undergone great changes, and some people had seen despair, while others had seen hope. Most of those who mined pyrolite here held on to hope, as this was one of the few places where they could come into contact with the upper echelons of the three ultimate sky gate. More importantly, the astral river was filled with large amounts of fish from ancient times. Even the most ordinary of these fish could strengthen one's body, and it was said that even envoys were envious of some of these fish, and anyone who caught one would be rich. Shiyu had come here with this hope in mind. She hoped to enter the three ultimates Elysian Gate and obtain great power to avenge her clansmen. In the current universe, there was no way to replenish star energy. The greatest and easiest way to obtain power was battle force and domains. She had a foundation in battle force, so she naturally wanted to join the three ultimates Elysian Gate. This was her path. Unfortunately, if not for Luin, she wouldn't even have been able to stay here and would have been sent to the front lines. That was one of the few places where the upper echelons of the Sky Gate were interested, but the mortality rate there was much higher than here. This was the safest place for anyone who cultivated battle force, and it was also the place where they had the highest chance of reaching the heavens in a single step. Luin jumped into the astral river like everyone else. 20 years ago, this would have been impossible, as only enlighters dared to do so, and even then, the odds were against them. Now, with the astral river in chaos, more and more people dared to enter. The bottom of the astral river that Shiyu had mentioned was just the beach, not the actual bottom of the astral river. Otherwise, these cultivators wouldn't have been able to enter. Luin followed Shiyu into the astral river, and their surroundings gradually cleared up. It was only 100 meters deep, and the deeper they went, the clearer they could see. Shiyu suddenly grabbed a small piece of sand that flowed past her and examined it carefully before passing it to Luin. If there's pyrolite, it's in the middle of this sand. It's easy to distinguish. Luin accepted it, but it was too small, so he tossed it aside and activated his domain, spreading it out in all directions. His domain was extremely powerful, and it had been comparable to invisible lights back then. After returning from the astral tree domain, it had even surpassed invisible light's domain. In the current universe, even if Hen Xian popularized battle force and domains, no one in his generation could surpass Luin. Luin's domain spread out in all directions. Shiyu was startled. If you want to stay here, then it's best if you don't get discovered. You won't be here anymore once you're discovered. Luin used his domain to collect a handful of gravel, but when he heard Shiyu's question, he asked, "Then where should we go?" "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not with us." In the eyes of the three ultimates, we're just tools for collecting pyrolite. Some of the battle force cultivators and domain cultivators have other places to go, Shiyu said. As she spoke, she looked at the handful of gravel in front of Luin, took it, and began searching one by one. She did not expect Luin to be able to collect the mantis either. He was destined not to stay here for long. Luin watched as Shiyu checked the gravel one by one. "With your stable 4-line battle force, you don't need to stay here for long." Shiyu was startled. "That's right, my injuries have healed and my battle chi has stabilized. I really don't need to stay here for long." Her goal was to enter the three ultimate heavenly gates to learn higher levels of battle chi, not to gather pyrolite here. "How much is produced here every day?" Luin suddenly asked. Shiyu replied, "Me. The target for this beach is 1 kilogram per month, which averages out to 0. 1 grams per person. This is the actual result. The real test of our daily target is the gravel that is checked. Regardless of whether there's pyrolite or not, the gravel has to be marked with battle force to prevent repeated checks and wasting time. Our daily mission is to collect at least 500 gravel. Luin felt awkward. He had just thrown a single gravel, and that was a mission. However, if they could get 1 kilogram of pyrolite per month from this beach, it far surpassed planet pyrolite, and this was just 1 beach per month. He could imagine how much pyrolite the 3 ultimate heavenly gates had collected. Aside from the 3 ultimate heavenly gates, there were also people from the other heavenly gates at the astral river. The Lu heavenly gate is also collecting pyrolite, right? Shiyu nodded. Should be, but no matter how much they collect, they'll still sell it to the 3 ultimate heavenly gates. Only the 3 ultimate heavenly gates have microarray technology. Luin spent the entire day collecting gravel at the bottom of the river. Collecting 500 gravel was a piece of cake. It was only when the sun started to set that everyone walked out of the astral river and lined up to hand in the gravel that had been checked. The gravel would be collected and stored in one place. Brother Big Black, how was it? How much did you get today? A short man came over and asked. About 500, Luin replied. Only 500. Didn't you start at 1,000 before? The man was surprised, but then smiled ambiguously. Looks like Brother Big Black used too much last night, ha ha ha. Someone behind him started to jeer. Big Black, take care of your body, don't get hollowed out. Yeah, you're the one most likely to receive Team Yi's battle force training, don't let others drag you down. Ha ha ha. Behind them, Shiyu's face turned red. These bastards kept looking at her with ridicule, mockery, and all sorts of other expressions. If it was the old Big Black, she would have gotten used to it, but this was Luin. Suddenly, she recalled the time when she had tangled with Luin in the sand ocean in Astral 10, and her face turned red. Not long after, the two walked towards the wooden house. Don't come, Big Black's house is over there, Shiyu pointed and left without looking back. Luin was stunned. That was Big Black's house, what did it have to do with him? He followed after her. Shiyu's face turned red, and she buried her head in her knees as she sat in a corner. Luin entered. Didn't I tell you not to come? She scolded. Luin pursed his lips, I'm not Big Black. He was wearing the Trial Elysium's uniform and had a solemn expression as he stared coldly at Luin. This person was the overseer of this beach, a hunter. Big Black, did you catch these? The overseer asked sternly. Luin looked up and smiled at the overseer. Yes, do you want some? Together. The overseer looked at the dozen fish and was a little envious, but he also had some misgivings. What level is your battle force? Luin had asked before, and Big Black's battle force had always been at 2 lines. Big Black was the most powerful person on this beach, while the rest had only 1 line. 4 lines, Luin replied, raising his hand and gradually covering it with his purple battle force, but it seemed a little unstable. The overseer was shocked. You actually have 4-line battle force. When did you break through? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2076. Luin pointed at the fish. I broke through as I ate them. He then pointed at Shiyu. She taught me as well. The inspector looked at Shiyu. Purple battle force covered her body, making her seem much more stable than Luin. As for Shiyu, the supervisor knew that she had long since attained 4-line battle force. However, due to her severe injuries, her cultivation was still unstable. Regardless, she was still a cultivator of 4-line battle force, which was why she was allowed to stay. Have you recovered from your injuries? More than half, thanks to these fish, she replied indifferently. The inspector looked deeply at Big Black. Many people say that you risked your life to catch this fish in order to obtain her. It looks like you wanted to use the fish to heal her injuries and ask her for guidance on battle force cultivation. If we had known earlier, we would have fed her the fish long ago. A cultivator with 4-line battle force is quite valuable. Luin smiled. I was just lucky. Do you want to eat together? The inspector replied seriously, Blackie, it's a waste for you to stay here with your strength. You've gone from 2-lined battle force to 4-lined battle force in such a short time. You're very talented in battle force, and I will recommend you to the higher-ups. Luin stood up. Thank you, Inspector. He then picked up the fish and tossed them to the inspector. You can have them. The supervisor was speechless. He wanted to accept Blackie, but he didn't dare to do so. He had already reached the limit of what he could do as a supervisor here. Although he was a hunter, in this era, battle force and domains were the only things that could determine a person's status. Blackie was different, though. No one knew how far Blackie could go in the future, but he might even be able to join Team E. He could only curry favor with such a person. Big Black, you can keep these for yourself. I'll try my best to get you into Captain Yi's good books. You're very talented in cultivating battle force, so don't forget about this old friend of yours when you reach a high position in the future. Big Black smiled. Luin politely replied, Don't worry, Inspector. I'm not an ungrateful person. The inspector laughed. All right, I believe you. Let me know if you need any help before you leave. I'll do my best to help you. Can you lend me your wireless goo? Luin asked. The inspector was stunned, not expecting Luin to be so honest. He felt a little troubled. You can't contact the outside world here, and I don't have a wireless goo. Unless you can get Sir Zhang's approval, I'll try applying for it for you. Thank you, Lord Inspector. After the inspector left, Luin grilled all of the fish, and they tasted pretty good. Speaking of which, he was quite fond of food. Lu Shaoxian loved food and had even specially built a food park. For 2 days in a row, the inspector did not look for Luin. On the 3rd day, Luin was taken away by a supervisor who said he had lent him the wireless goo. Luin did not suspect anything, and he followed the supervisor through the beach and into outer space, where they appeared outside a spacecraft. When he stepped onto the spacecraft, the supervisor's expression changed, and he looked at Luin with a scrutinizing gaze. Luin sensed it and looked around. His pupils transformed into runes, and he smiled nonchalantly. There were experts here, but they were only enlighters. Based on their rune lines, they didn't even have a power level of 300,000, so they posed no threat to Luin. Wait here, the supervisor said and left. Not long after, 2 people appeared in front of him. You're Blackie. Luin looked at the 2, especially the youth. Wasn't that Xiaoxing? He joined the board in place of Nan Yuan. Third uncle, how's the family now? I heard that all the heavenly gates have appeared, and Hen Xian is making a big move. Lu Bujing replied, that's how Hen Blackie is. He suffered a lot as an ordinary person, and now he wants fame and fortune. However, he has contributed quite a bit. His contributions are all mine, Luin said. Lu Bujing replied, no one can compete with him now. The 3 Ultimates Heaven's Gates half-ancestors have the most. We have quite a few half-ancestors from the Glory Heaven's Gate, but they're all astral source cultivators. My visualization combined with that old bastard Kuei Luo's spiritual force barely managed to resist Hen Xian. It's very difficult to compare since battle force has already become mainstream. How are you? He Luo Mavis said that you were pierced through by the primogenitor's sword. Luin replied, I'm fine, I'm adjusting. Come back as soon as possible. Who knows, you might be able to compete for the position of Dao disciple. Luin was surprised. What position of Tao disciple? Lu Bujing explained, the humans have many half-ancestors, and they use microarray technology and pyrolite to fight against the Eternals. However, the Eternals don't rely on astral sources, and each half-ancestor is a half-ancestor. Even if we have more people, we can only barely hold them off. Humans need to be united, so Han Axian suggested that we rebuild the above heaven sect and choose a Tao disciple. A Tao disciple has a lot of power. In our era, the 12 gates of heaven were the gateways to the 6 continents. A Tao disciple is known as a representative of the heavens. As long as the Tao Lord doesn't appear, the Tao disciple makes all the decisions. Who does Han Axian want to support? Lu Yin asked. He didn't need to guess to know Han Axian's goal. He definitely wanted to support a Tao disciple and use that Tao disciple's authority to control the rebuilt above heaven sect. But would a Tao disciple have that much power? He was just an emissary. Chu Yuan, Lu Bujing said. Can a Tao disciple really have that much power? Can he help Han Axian control the above heaven sect? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Bujing replied, of course not. If it was the above heaven sect, then it would be possible because a Tao disciple represents the Tao Lord. But now, the Tao Lord is gone, and a mere Tao disciple can't make everyone listen to him. That old bastard Kuei Luo can't do it either. He wants to choose a Tao disciple because of the symbol of the above heaven sect, but also because of someone, the Fate Daughter. The Fate Daughter. Lu Yin was puzzled. She's one of the leaders of the 12 gates, the successor of fate. She said that she'll help anyone who becomes a Tao disciple unconditionally. Lu Yin's expression changed. There was such a thing. She was a half-ancestor, and if she helped someone unconditionally, that person would still have a place in the 5th mainland, no matter how useless that person was. The Fate Daughter, the leader of the 12 gates, and the successor of fate. Each of these identities was terrifying. Even though the Fate Daughter hadn't appeared during the battle, the 3rd strand of ancestral chi that Lu Bujing had conjured was fate. He had used fate to calculate and find a way to survive against the ancient god. This was the power of fate. Lu Yin had long since gone from not believing in fate to being afraid of it. Fate was on the same level as the Grim Reaper, and it was one of the 6 Taos of the 3 realms during the above heaven sect's era. Why would the Fate Daughter help a Tao disciple? Lu Yin was puzzled. Who knows? Perhaps she calculated something. The moment Chu Yuan appeared, the Fate Daughter announced it to the 5th mainland. Now that more than 10 years have passed, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, Sky Jiaolan, and the Fate Daughter will also send out people to compete. There might be other hidden figures in the Glory Gate who have been preparing for more than 10 years to compete for the position of Tao disciple. Apart from that, Han Axian didn't want to be left out. A few years ago, he planned to have Team E spread out across the 5th mainland to teach battle force and domains. Because of this, we all met with Han Axian, and the final result of our negotiations was that each Elysium could send out cultivators who had just learned battle force and domains in recent years to compete. If we won, Han Axian would unconditionally publish the 3 ultimates battle force and other cultivation methods. If we lost, Han Axian would do as he said, and Team E would continue to teach. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2077. Lu Yin rubbed his head. This Han Axian was ruthless enough to use such a method to recruit the 5th mainland's cultivators. With Team Yi's loyalty to him, he would definitely teach them the 3 ultimate Sky Gates teachings. Over time, the new generation of cultivators from the 5th mainland would all be part of the 3 ultimate Sky Gate. Besides affecting the other Sky Gates, this was actually a good thing for the 5th mainland. At the very least, it would increase their overall strength. However, it would be even better if there were other ways to increase their overall strength while also curbing Hen Xian's ambitions. Everyone was selfish, so who would be willing to give their future to Hen Xian? The Lu family, Fate's daughter, and the Sixth Mainland were all unwilling. Although that's the case, it's still very difficult to deal with Hen Xian. The Three Ultimate Sky Gate has a unique cultivation method for battle force and domains, and it's famous even in the Above Heaven sect. I understand that there's no way to systematically cultivate battle force and domains in your current era. More and more people are joining the Three Ultimate Sky Gate. Since the Three Ultimate Sky Gate's cultivation method is so good, why didn't you send someone to secretly learn it? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Bujing was speechless. We did, but it wasn't successful. It hasn't been long since Hen Xian brought this up, and the competition isn't too far away. If we send someone, they'll definitely be seen through. Plus, Team E only recruits those who have been in the Three Ultimate Sky Gate for more than 10 years. We didn't have the habit of sending people there 10 years ago. Are you sure? Go find Wang Wen and Wei Rong. There should be a surprise, Lu Yin replied. Lu Bujing didn't understand. In fact, the two of them hadn't shown their faces much in the past few years. Lu Yin had handed over all of the Sky Gate's matters to his former subordinates, who had also started out as lockbreakers. It wasn't that Lu Bujing was purposely trying to exclude them, but rather that their methods were different. Lu Bujing was straightforward, Wei Rong was more sinister, and Wang Wen was even more lazy. These two couldn't work together with Lu Bujing. Now that Lu Yin mentioned it, Lu Bujing finally remembered these two people. Alright, I'll find time to look for them. Right, where are you? Lu Bujing asked. Three Ultimate Sky Gate, Lu Yin replied. Lu Bujing fell silent. What do you want to do? Lu Yin smiled and turned to look at Xia Sheng and Uncle Jiang. The two didn't dare to move and just stood there respectfully. I'll learn battle qi, and at the same time think about life. Lu Bujing grinned. Come back as soon as you can. Establishing the Heavenly Lu sect is exhausting. That old bastard Kue Luo keeps stirring up trouble, and the old people under you are a little too arrogant. There's also the 7 courts that joined us. There's a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. Court of 7 names. Lu Yin wasn't aware of this. We'll talk about it when we get back. Chu Yuan and the others have been preparing for so long, do your best, Lu Bujing replied. Although 20 years had passed, it was still within his control. The Lu Tianmen sect was equivalent to the Great Eastern Alliance of the past, and with the addition of Lu Bujing's subordinates, those people from the ancient era could be easily dealt with. Now, it was time to meet up with Team E. He wanted to learn battle force and domains. You saw our conversation. Lu Yin turned to look at Xia Sheng and Uncle Jiang with a teasing smile. However, this smile was especially terrifying to the two of them. Lu, Alliance Leader Lu. Xia Sheng's heart trembled, and his heart was in turmoil. Wasn't Lu Yin dead? How could he still be alive? Furthermore, it was right under his nose. Lu Yin walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. He calmly looked at the two of them. I have a headache right now. On one hand, I need you to help me get close to Hen Xian, but on the other hand, I'm afraid that you'll tell on me. What do you think I should do? Xia Sheng and Uncle Jiang exchanged glances. Their minds were still in a mess, and they had yet to recover from the fact that Blackie was Lu Yin. If you don't speak, then I'll have to deal with you and change my identity, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xia Sheng was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and went down on one knee. Alliance Leader Lu, please give me a chance to join the Great Eastern Alliance. I'm willing to be loyal to Alliance Leader Lu for the rest of my life. Uncle Jiang knelt down at the same time. Me too. Please give me a chance. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xia Xing, I remember you. Xia Xing was apprehensive, as he didn't know how Lu Yin would treat him. 20 years ago, you wanted to get close to the Great Eastern Alliance. Sam Liang and the others also mentioned it. You said many good things about me to the outside world, and you're practically on the same page as them, right? Xia Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Alliance Leader Lu is wise. I've always wanted to follow Alliance Leader Lu, whether it was 20 years ago or now. But it's been 20 years, and it won't be easy for me to believe you. Lu Yin was in a difficult position. Xia Xing lowered his head and looked at the ground. His mind raced as he tried to gain Lu Yin's trust. He wasn't just trying to preserve his life, he was also trying to leave this damned place. Alliance Leader Lu, please believe me. I'll never be put in an important position in the Three Ultimate Sky Gate. Xia Yi is disliked by ancestor Xia Ji, so he never had a chance to shine in the Three Ultimate Sky Gate. As the head of the Xia family, he was sent to guard the tidal flats. As Xia Yi's illegitimate son, I'll never be put in an important position either. If I don't follow Alliance Leader Lu, then no one will be able to help me, Xia Xing said seriously and sincerely. Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? Imitate me and say a few words. After that, I'll believe you. Xia Xing and Uncle Jiang exchanged glances, and then they both looked at Lu Yin. Please speak, Alliance Leader. Lu Yin bent down and stared at Xia Xing. Henshin is an old bastard. Xia Xing was stunned. Uncle Jiang was stunned as well. What had they just heard? Tell me that Henshin is an old bastard, Lu Yin said casually. Xia Xing blinked. There was such a thing. Throughout his entire life of cultivation, he had never scolded anyone. Even if he was an illegitimate son, even if he was looked down upon, even if he was sent to this tidal flats, he had always maintained his poise. Scolding someone. That was impossible. The word scolding was not part of his worldview. This was the upbringing of a large family. But now, he looked at Lu Yin and said hoarsely, Henshin is an old bastard. Connect the dots. He wants to take Xing Kai as his disciple, and Xing Kai is now one of the captains of Team Yi subsidiary battle team. If we recommend you to join Team Yi subsidiary battle team, you'll most likely be assigned to Xing Kai's team, Xia Xing said. Xing Kai was an old friend, so it was normal for Lu Yin to say that he was suitable for cultivating battle force. Xing Kai's physical body was very strong, and he was 3 meters tall. He had immense strength, and it was obvious that he was suitable for cultivating battle force. Could he be from the little giant bloodline? Xing Kai was a former 10 arbiters, so it was normal for him to attract Hennepin's attention. Lu Yin did not know how strong Xing Kai was now. In this era, the Fifth Mainland had lost most of its power level after losing its astral source, and it was not easy for battle force to make up for that loss. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2078. A few days later, Lu Yin and Shiyu stood by the window of a spacecraft and looked out. They had already left the astral river's shore and were heading towards the first flow zone of the Innerverse. Their destination was Sword Mountain. Once upon a time, Sword Mountain had belonged to the Sword Sect. 20 years ago, when the Sword Sect had fought against the Eternals, the Sword Sect had followed the Great Eastern Alliance to hide in the Outerverse. After that, because of the constant battles with the Eternals, all of the cultivators needed the protection of a half-step ancestor, and the Sword Sect had never been able to return to the first flow zone. If they returned, they would no longer be protected by the half-martial ancestor. Helpless, they could only continue to follow the Great Eastern Alliance and remain in the Outerverse, which was the current Lu Tianmen sect. Today, the first flow zone Sword Mountain had become the training ground for Team Yi subsidiary battle squads. The battle between the Eternals and the humans had been pushed to the west, and the first flow zone was no longer as dangerous as it had been in the past. The Sword sect had tried to return several times, but Lu Bujing had stopped them each time. Once the Sword sect left, it would be equivalent to joining the Three Ultimates Heaven's Gate. They wanted to return to their ancestral land, but they had betrayed the Lu Heavenly Gate. Lu Bujing was no fool, and there was no way he would agree. Just like this, Sword Mountain had already been under the control of the Three Absolutes Heavenly Gate for more than 10 years. She used a black hole-grade aurora just to transport the two of us. She must have a lot of resources, Lu Yin sighed. Shiyu whispered, 20 years ago, because of the Hall of Honor's restrictions, many things could be done according to the rules. Now, there are no such rules, and the strong can kill the weak. Even the extermination of the two family is common. The order of the universe is getting more and more out of control. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. That's not necessarily the case. The human order has always been one where the strong prey on the weak, and the rules are also set by the strong. If the Elysian Gates rebuild the Heaven sect, then the Heaven sect will fulfill its former role as the Hall of Honor. Right now, it's just a chaotic era. You like these chaotic times, don't you? Shiyu asked. Lu Yin didn't admit it, but neither did he deny it. He was very sure of this. It was much more convenient to deal with some matters now than it was 20 years ago. A few days later, Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the Sword Mountain in front of him. It had changed. In the past, the Sword Mountain had been filled with boundless sword chi, and he had been able to sense it as soon as he entered the first flow zone. Now, however, the mountain had decayed and become more and more ordinary. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes as he looked at Jian Shan. The one with the highest number of rune lines on Sword Mountain was only comparable to a first-stage Calamity Origin emissary. Suddenly, a wave of rune lines rushed towards the spacecraft at an incredible speed. The rune lines had a power level of over 10,000, which was a power level that surpassed an explorer's attack. This kind of attack power didn't even seem like an attack to Lu Yin, but Xiaoxing had told him that this was probably the test for Team Yi's subsidiary battle team. Boom! The spacecraft exploded and shockwaves swept out. Lu Yin and Shiyu both released their four-line battle force and leapt down from the sky. They were in a rather sorry state, but they had managed to block the explosion. Lu Yin looked down and saw someone slowly lower his hand, revealing a gun in his hand. The attack had come from this gun. This was a weapon created by Rhesus, and it was the most common weapon. Even a normal person could unleash the destructive power of an explorer if they used it. According to Xiaoxing, the most powerful man-made weapon was the combination of microarray technology and pyrolite. Microarray technology could seal an enlighter's battle technique, and at the moment of explosion, the pyrolite would be pushed forward. When the two weapons exploded at the same time, their combined destructive power could exceed 300,000 or even 400,000, depending on how much pyrolite was used. Back then, the Sea King had used Ancestor Chen's blood cloak to wrap the pyrolite and blast open the upper three gates. The value of pyrolite was immeasurable. Lu Yin and Shiyu safely landed. The man who had attacked the spacecraft looked at them coldly. "Follow me." They followed the man into the Sword Mountain. From time to time, there would be sword chi rising from the bottom of his feet. This was a characteristic of the Sword Mountain. After walking for half a day, the two arrived at the Sword Array Plaza. It was the Sword Array Plaza again. Lu Yin had been here 3 times already. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people in the plaza, both young and old. There was also a circle of people around them. Lu Yin was surprised. Team Yi subsidiary battle teams should have cultivators who cultivated battle force, domain, or spiritual force. If there were so many people in this small team, then how many people were there in Team Yi subsidiary battle teams? 20 years ago, there weren't many cultivators in the fifth mainland who cultivated battle force, domain, or spiritual force. Even in the Astral Combat Academy, those who could cultivate battle force and domain were few and far between. In the sixth mainland, these two powers were considered hopeless, and no one was willing to cultivate them. Who would have thought that these powers would become mainstream and could even be popularized? It hadn't been easy for him to cultivate battle force back then, but there would be a day when it could be popularized. "Join the team," the person who had brought them here shouted. Lu Yin and Shi walked to the back of the 100 people. The people looked at Shi Yu curiously. She was wrapped in black cloth and was very conspicuous. Not long after, Lu Yin looked up and saw a figure fall from the sky and crash into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Violent battle force swept out, and many people were sent flying. The newcomer was Xing Kai, and his battle force had reached 9 lines. Lu Yin was shocked. 9-line battle force was the peak 20 years ago, and it was only one step away from reaching Lu Yin's level. This was the result of Xing Kai's years of cultivation. However, even if battle force was popularized, how could it be compared to astral sources? Lu Yin had always been curious. Henshin cultivated battle force, domain, and spiritual force, and it was said that he had reached the peak. Then, how did he reach the strength of a half-ancestor? Even an enlighter who cultivated to the Warring States period might not be able to compare to an emissary who cultivated astral sources, let alone battle force reaching the level of a half-ancestor. The only explanation was that battle force, domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force could all be cultivated to the same level as cultivators in the astral source universe. Xing Kai was already a cultivator of 9-line battle force, so how did he reach the level of an emissary, a power level of 1,000,000 and a half-ancestor? Lu Yin was very curious. With Xing Kai's current strength, he might not be able to fight against an ordinary emissary. "Those who were overturned will be eliminated," Xing Kai said in a low voice. His 3-meter-tall body exerted a huge pressure, and as soon as he finished speaking, the 9-line battle force on his body faded away, and 6-line battle force covered his entire body. Lu Yin could not understand this scene. "Everyone, use 1-line battle force and cover your entire body. Those who can last for 5 days will stay. Those who can't will be eliminated," Xing Kai announced loudly. 1/3 of the participants had been overturned, and only 60 or so remained. When they heard Xing Kai's words, they hurriedly covered themselves with 1-line battle force. Lu Yin also covered himself with 1-line battle force, but he was filled with questions. Was this how the 3 ultimate Sky Gate cultivated battle force? In the past, he had heard people say that one needed to maintain battle force for a longer period of time, but he had not paid much attention to it. No battle required battle force from start to finish, and he had mostly fought with star energy, so he had never considered maintaining battle force for a longer period of time. Xing Kai had said that it would take 5 days, and many people who had just started cultivating battle force would not be able to succeed. They were not the only ones, as Xing Kai himself maintained 6-line battle force and stood in the Sword Array Plaza with everyone else. The cultivators from Team Yi subsidiary teams also maintained their battle force, but some of them only had 3 lines, while others had 2. Less than half a day passed. A few people could not hold on and were eliminated. One day, 2 days later, almost half of them were eliminated. On the 3rd day, even more people were eliminated. They had all been able to cultivate 4-line battle force, which meant that they had some talent in battle force cultivation. However, they still could not maintain their 1-line battle force for too long. He wanted to be like Xing Kai and see how long his 6-line battle force could last. However, that would be too high profile. Blackie had not even reached 4-line battle force yet. Even an idiot would be able to tell that something was amiss if he suddenly used 6-line battle force. On the 5th day, there were less than 10 people left in the Sword Array Plaza. Shiyu persevered. She was already considered a genius, and she had been able to enter the Astral Combat Academy and receive the resources of the Soul Dream Tribe. Although her battle force had been stuck at 4-line battle force, her realm had steadily increased. Her starting point was much higher than the others here. After 5 days, only 6 people remained. Aside from Lu Yin and Shiyu, the other 4 were all youths. They were much younger than Blackie and could be considered part of the younger generation. Youths were very malleable, and at their age, they did not know much about star energy cultivation. Judging from their clothes, their family backgrounds were not bad either. Perhaps they already knew that they had to pass this test to join Team Yi's subsidiary battle team. They were not surprised by each other, but they were curious about Lu Yin and Shiyu. Xing Kai looked at the 6 and had someone arrange a place for them to stay. We'll have to wait for Team Yi's final test before we can stay. Don't try to be clever. The 4 youths gathered together to discuss something, and Lu Yin vaguely heard something about illusions and battle force entering one's body. Lu Yin looked in the direction that Xing Kai had left, and his eyes flashed. With Blackie's status, even if he joined Team Yi's subsidiary battle team for training, it would take a long time for him to come into contact with higher-level battle force or even the Warring States cultivation methods. Lu Yin did not have that much time to wait. The best way was to change his appearance. After arriving at Sword Mountain, their accommodations were not much better than the wooden huts on the beach. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The most troublesome thing right now was the chaotic energy within his body. It had been completely messed up by a single sword, and he did not know how to recover it. It was difficult to control death energy, and his astral source was gone after being used. Even his fate sand had melted. Death energy, fate, and astral source were all mixed together. He sighed and waited for a while. The sky was completely dark, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he headed towards Xing Kai's location. There was only one powerhouse with one origin tribulation in Sword Mountain, and this was determined by the number of rune lines. He did not know if that person was truly one, since he did not have an astral source. That person was rather far away from Xing Kai. Lu Yin easily arrived at Xing Kai's residence, which was next to the pond where Lu Qinjue liked to fish. Xing Kai stood quietly in the pond. His height and 6-line battle force made him seem even more oppressive. Unfortunately, in Lu Yin's eyes, he was not as strong as Wang Su and the others. With a thump, Xing Kai collapsed. His 6-line battle force could not even defend against Lu Yin's attack. Even if Xing Kai were to be given 20 more years, the gap between him and Lu Yin would still be insurmountable. Furthermore, he would not be able to train an astral source for the next 20 years. To a certain extent, he would not be able to make any progress. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and tossed Xing Kai inside before following in. Everyone in Mount Supreme watched as Xing Kai fell, and only Lu Xiaoge recognized him. Warlord Xing Kai. Why did Lu Yin bring him here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2079. With Lu Yin's current status, even the former 10 arbiters couldn't compete with him. To put it bluntly, Lu Yin's value was higher than Xing Kai's, regardless of Xing Kai's strength. Xing Kai crashed into a corner of Mount Supreme, and Lu Yin walked out. After a while, Xing Kai groaned and clutched the back of his head with his right hand as he struggled to get up. His mind was in a daze, and he didn't know what was going on. Where is this? He looked around warily and suddenly turned around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already returned to his original appearance. When Xing Kai saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see, Xing Kai. Xing Kai stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You're still alive. Didn't you die? Everyone says the same thing when they meet. It's quite unlucky. I'm not dead, and I'm living well. Lu Yin smiled. Xing Kai stared at Lu Yin warily. Where is this? Are you the one who captured me? He didn't expect Lu Yin to capture him on Sword Mountain. Unless Team Yi's members arrived, no one on Sword Mountain could stop Lu Yin. Even though he didn't know Lu Yin's true strength, he estimated that he could deal with someone with a power level of 700,000 to 800,000. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, I was a little too harsh. Xing Kai stared at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, Why did you capture me? If you have a conflict with the three ultimates, you should look for Sect Master Hen Xian and Team Yi, not me. Lu Yin said, I want to cultivate battle force. The three ultimates battle force. Xing Kai looked at Lu Yin and thought of something. You're one of those 6. Smart, Lu Yin praised. Xing Kai shook his head. Sect Master Hen Xian suggested that Team Yi teach the 5th Mainland's cultivators how to cultivate battle force, but the other Sky Gates objected and proposed a bet. This has already been decided. Lu Yin, you sneaked into the three ultimates to learn battle force, which means that the Lu Sky Gate isn't confident in winning against us. That's also against the rules. Lu Yin said, I've only been back for a few days, and the bet was made before that. I didn't break the rules, and I already entered the three ultimates territory before the bet was made. Learning battle force and domains were all decided before the bet was made. I won't teach you, Xing Kai said directly. Lu Yin frowned. Are you really going to join the three ultimates Elysium and be loyal to Hen Xian? Xing Kai said seriously, when I joined the three ultimate Sky Gate, clan leader Hen Xian came to see me in person. He told me not to reveal the cultivation method of battle aura. I promised him that I wouldn't reveal it even if you killed me. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, I don't want to kill you. I just want you to stay here for a few days. He then took out the bone and used death mask to disguise himself. Xing Kai stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had taken his form. His mouth was wide open. He was not good at expressing his feelings, so he was speechless at this moment. What do you think? Don't we look alike? No one below the half-ancestor level can see through me, Lu Yin boomed. Even his voice, tone, and mannerisms were exactly the same as Xing Kai's. Lu Yin did not seek to obtain the greatest secret of Scar Heart's cultivation using Xing Kai's identity. He only wanted to obtain the cultivation method of battle force, and it would be best if he could obtain more. You're ruthless, Xing Kai said bitterly before suddenly attacking Lu Yin with a punch. Lu Yin raised his hand and easily caught Xing Kai's fist in his palm. Xing Kai's physical body was extremely powerful, and he was unrivaled among his peers. However, he was facing Lu Yin, someone who had relied on his physical strength to break through the Warring States period. No one could compare to him in terms of physical strength. Xing Kai's fist was caught by Lu Yin, and as Lu Yin tightened his grip, Xing Kai gritted his teeth, but he did not make a sound. His fist was about to be crushed. Lu Yin let go, and Xing Kai retreated a few steps, panting heavily. The difference between them was too great. You're in the 10-man team that the three ultimates Elysium is competing against the other Elysium, right? Sorry, but you can't go, Lu Yin said. Xing Kai lowered his arm. Aside from the methods from ancient times, the most important thing to cultivate battle force is one's spirit. It's true that our era has passed it down, but we lack a common method. He stared at Lu Yin. If you want to improve your battle force, you can only use your spirit. There are no shortcuts. Lu Yin's expression changed. I know. I want to cultivate the Warring States period, but I've never thought of taking shortcuts. You can rest here. If you're bored, he pointed into the distance, there are many experts here. As long as you're not afraid of being beaten up, you can go and try. He then left Mount Supreme. When he returned to Sword Mountain, Lu Ying put Mount Supreme away. He had already taken on Xing Kai's appearance, and he didn't know what this identity would bring him. Sword Mountain was the furthest he had traveled in the three Ultimates Elysium, and he wanted to learn as much as he could from the members of Team E. If he was exposed, he would have to run, and he was confident that he could escape from them. Next, Lu Ying looked at the wooden house that he had previously assigned to Blackie. He stepped out and covered himself with 6-line battle force as he appeared above Sword Mountain. He then pressed down with a single palm, and with a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm crushed everything within 100 meters of the wooden house into powder. Even that small space was torn apart. The others all looked in the direction of the wooden house. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and looked at Lu Ying in shock. "Captain Xing Kai, what are you doing?" Lu Ying was indifferent. "This person is a descendant of my enemy, so he must die." The middle-aged man was the only cultivator on Sword Mountain who had displayed rune lines comparable to a First Tribulation origin cultivator. He hadn't used battle force or a domain to reach this level, but rather spiritual force. He had come from the era of the Above Sky sect, and although he wasn't a member of Team E, he was still a wandering cultivator who specialized in spiritual force. Aside from the sect masters of the 12 gates, there were many other cultivators who had been sealed in ice, and he had been one of them. After hearing Xing Kai's words, the middle-aged man didn't pursue the matter any further. "Since he's a descendant of your enemy, it's fine if he's killed, but don't act recklessly next time. At least make it clear that this kid has some talent since he passed the test." Xing Kai didn't reply and simply turned to leave. At first, he had only wanted to cover his entire body with battle force and stabilize it until he reached 6 lines. However, as he progressed step by step, he realized that he couldn't stop. Covering his entire body with battle force and maintaining it for a long time actually caused his battle force to continuously condense and darken in color. It was indeed a very effective cultivation method. Furthermore, it wasn't a simple cultivation method either. 1-line battle force covered his entire body for half a month, and it was visible to the naked eye. It was like a tattoo that was gradually engraved into his body and even into his meridians. It was as if it was imprinting itself into the deepest parts of his body. This process lasted for half a month, and when the 1-line battle force could no longer be seen with the naked eye, Lu Ying discovered that the power of his battle force alone was comparable to that of an explorer's. It wasn't that his battle force had disappeared, but rather that it had been imprinted into his body and not just on the surface like before. Lu Ying had discovered a new world, and he was deeply interested in this cultivation method. The human body wasn't as simple as it seemed, and there were other methods to cultivate the physical body besides strength. Battle force was just like star energy, and it could also enter the body. Why hadn't the Fifth Mainland mentioned anything about this? Had it been severed? Regardless, Lu Ying immersed himself in this cultivation method and was very interested in it. The apex. It extended to the corners of his eyes, making him look extremely sinister. "Yes, the others are not qualified," Xing Kai said in a deep voice. The member of Scarface Yi's team frowned. "That's too little. We can lower the requirements appropriately. However, those who have their requirements lowered will not be able to join the subsidiary battle teams. They can be assigned to the battle teams outside the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate." "Sure," Xing Kai replied. Another member of Team E looked at Xing Kai strangely. "You're pretty quiet today." Lu Ying was taken aback. Could it be that Xing Kai usually got along well with them? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. Facing the 2 members of Team E, Lu Ying recalled the conversation he had with Xing Kai and subconsciously rubbed the back of his head. "Training isn't going well. I'm a little anxious." Scarface stared at Xing Kai, and the void suddenly burned. It swept past Lu Yin's body and spread out like a ripple, burning the edges of the void. This was Sengoku. Lu Yin subconsciously used his battle force to block it. 9-line battle force seeped out of his body, but it was easily suppressed by Sengoku. Sengoku only released it for an instant before withdrawing it. Don't be anxious. Your training speed is already very fast. It's comparable to our training speed back then. That's why the sect master appreciates you. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Got it. It was a good thing that he had tried to learn Xing Kai's method of covering his body with battle force for a long period of time in the time-stop space. Otherwise, he would have been exposed just now. Both he and Xing Kai had 6-line battle force infused into their bodies, and they were neither slow nor fast. Another member of Team E looked at Scarface. Scarface nodded and no longer paid attention to Xing Kai. Instead, he looked at Shi Yu and the others. Let's begin. Let's see if there's anyone with a bit of talent. Scarface's gaze turned cold, and Sengoku released it again. It burned the void and gathered above their heads before crashing down. Lu Yin was shocked. What was the meaning of this? The sect master said that the human body is divided into internal and external cultivation. Internally, there's star energy, death energy, and all sorts of forces flowing through the meridians and even the blood. Externally, there's the physical body. The human body is a treasure with endless potential. Ordinary people only see a bag of skin, but this bag of skin created the third mainland's ancient path master, the sect master, the greater giant bloodline, the lesser giant bloodline, and all sorts of external forces. External forces aren't inferior to internal forces. The human body lacks the key, and today, we've brought the key. Let's see if you can awaken this external force, Scarface said indifferently. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a cultivation concept. Was the human body divided into internal and external forces? In that case, was the battle chi an internal force or an external force? What about talent? Times were different. What a joke. Even Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, and Leng Qin, the leader of the Sky Blade sect, wouldn't dare say such a thing. They'd all seen the immortal geniuses of this era with their own eyes, and they'd almost recreated part of the glory of the Anzac sect. How could they be weak? We're not here for them, but for you. To be more precise, we're here for the 10 of you, another member of Team E said, looking at Xing Kai. The Lu Tianmen and the Glory Sky Gate dared to make a bet with our 3 ultimate Sky Gate. How laughable. They want to obtain battle force, but they don't want to pay the price. How is that possible? The 10 of you must win, and you must win beautifully. Lu Yin boomed, they don't understand the true strength of battle force. We'll definitely win. Well said, Scarface praised, smiling in a rare moment. Lu Bujing and the others from our era understand the strength of battle force, but they haven't studied it before. Battle force belongs to our third mainland, and if they want to popularize it, they'll have to listen to us. The Grim Reaper and Fate Gate's powers can't be popularized, and this region of the universe will belong to our 3 ultimate Sky Gate. Our sect leader will definitely become a progenitor, and once he does, he'll definitely be the 9 mountains and 8 seas. You have the chance to become his disciple, so don't disappoint him. The Apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2081. Lu Yin pretended to be excited at Scarface's words and rubbed the back of his head. I know, I'll work hard. I'll go back and cultivate. He then turned and left. Scarface watched Xing Kai leave and was satisfied. This kid is honest and loyal. He's not tied down by any power, so he's very suitable to join Team E. Yeah. Of the 10 chosen, 4 are from that so-called starry sky of trees, so there's no way they'll join us. I think Xing Kai is the best of the rest, and then there's that Dai Ao. He's a lot weaker than Xing Kai, but he's quite talented when it comes to training battle aura. His talent in gravity is also very suitable for battle aura, another member of Team E said. Scarface smiled. I think that girl is better. She has a unique way of fighting with battle force and can be a surprise attack. She's also good at healing, so she's most suitable to join us. That girl's personality isn't suitable for Team E, and that kind of healing method. The member fell silent at this point. Scarface was helpless. Her healing method isn't easy to accept, but it's still acceptable. It'll depend on her own development. If she can enter the Lord's eyes today, she'll definitely become a top figure in this universe in the future. I'd like to see who has such luck. On the other side, Luin finally relaxed when he reached the pond. He had managed to fool them without being discovered. Now, all he had to do was wait for the 9 to appear. From their tone, it seemed that these 2 members of Team E had come specifically to train them. The Tianmen convention was about to begin. Luin stepped into the pond and slowly closed his eyes. He would rest for a few days and let his Dai recover. He definitely didn't want to face the 2 members of Team E for the next few days. In the Neoverse, where the 7 courts used to be, it was now the headquarters of the 3 ultimate Sky Gate. Hen Axian looked at Progenitor Chen's tomb with a calm expression. Ever since he had arrived, he had seen the tomb countless times. The more he understood Progenitor Chen, the more amazed he was at his strength. Each of the 9 clones had the power to fight against a progenitor, and the 9 clones had even killed more than one progenitor. This was what the 5th mainland admired about Progenitor Chen. What Hen Axian cared about was the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The people of this era did not know much about the 9 mountains and 8 seas, but it was different in his era. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were the top cultivators of the progenitor realm, infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 paths. Progenitor Qin, on the other hand, dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea. Even in the era of the above heaven, he was the top cultivator. Perhaps you're already very close to becoming a Tao Lord, Hen Axian muttered. Behind him, a figure walked out. It was Chu Yuan. Why did the sovereign return to Elysium? Shouldn't they be at the front lines? The Tianmen convention is about to begin. Leave the frontline battlefield to Wang Xi and the others, Hen Axian said indifferently. Chu Yuan walked to Hen Axian's side. Hen Axian frowned slightly. He was a half-ancestor and Chu Yuan was just an emissary. His attitude was a bit too much. In the era of the above heaven sect, the Daoist children represented the heavens and were qualified to be on par with the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates. But now, the era was different. I saw Progenitor Chen burn Progenitor Nan with my own eyes, and the 6th mainland's Daosaur sect didn't dare to act rashly. It was an unparalleled heroic display, Chu Yuan exclaimed. Hen Axian had heard of it before. It's a pity that the sword is gone. I don't even know which era it was lost in. There's no rush. It'll appear sooner or later, Chu Yuan said. He had told Hen Axian about what had happened when he had traveled through time, but there was one thing that he hadn't mentioned: the primogenitor scripture could control the sword. Even if he did, Hen Axian might not help him, and he might even force him to hand over the scripture. Primogenitor. The scripture was the key to controlling that sword. He believed that Luo Mavis wouldn't, and neither would Ling Qing. Ever since the Sky Blade sect master had returned, she had immediately entered the front lines to protect the humans. However, the 2 half-ancestors from the 6th mainland were more troublesome. How are your preparations? Are you confident that you can become the new Daoist? Hen Axian asked as he looked at Chu Yuan. He had been polite to Chu Yuan partly because he hoped that Chu Yuan could help him obtain his fated daughter's help. Chu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and looked at progenitor Chen's tomb. Whether it's this era or the era of the above heaven sect, no one can take away the position of Taoist. I'm the only Taoist who has been received by the primogenitor. That's good. I believe in you. Hen Axian nodded. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but think of Lu Yin. That person was a monster. Although the two hadn't completely clashed, Chu Yuan had his own trump cards. However, Lu Yin had his own trump cards as well. He hadn't even used the Grim Reaper's power or the Lu family's power. If Lu Yin was still around, then Chu Yuan would have some misgivings, but he was already dead. His only opponents were Heluo Mavis and Sky Salon. In the Outerverse, on the ancestral tortoise's back, Heluo Mavis lay lazily on the trunk of a divine tree. Below her, Yu Hua was looking at the flower in her hand. No one knew what she was thinking. Lass, do you blame me for stealing your opportunity? Heluo Mavis asked as she looked down at Yu Hua. Yu Hua looked up and met Heluo Mavis' eyes. What opportunity? The competition for the position of Taoist. Heluo Mavis raised a brow. Yu Hua didn't care. Even if I went up, I wouldn't be able to beat Sky Salon. He was a Taoist of that era, just like you. He far surpassed me. Heluo Mavis lay down again. Actually, the competition for the position of Taoist is unfair to people of your era. We've been cultivating for longer than you, and strictly speaking, even without the ice seal, we're not from the same generation. But don't worry, even if I become a Taoist, I won't be for long. I'll pass it on to you. Speaking of which, it's a pity that Lu Yin died. If he was still alive, he would be the only one in your era who could compete with us. Ascension Mavis looked up. Dead? Is he really dead? What a pity. In the Outerverse, Sky Salon walked out from the west and looked towards the south. He was determined to become a Taoist and make Salon's name shine again in this era. It was a pity that Lu Yin had died, otherwise, he would have shown Salon the difference between them. 10 days passed by quickly, and Lu Yin raised his hand from the bottom of the pond. It was time to roll his die, and he tapped it with his finger. The die spun slowly before stopping. His luck was good, and it landed on 4 pips, time stop. The further he progressed, the longer it would take to stabilize his battle force. After 10 months in the time-stop space, 6-line battle force would completely fuse into his body, and his destructive power would be comparable to that of an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Lu Yin needed a year to stabilize his 6-line battle force. As for Xing Kai, according to the members of Team E, it took him 5 years to stabilize his battle force. That meant that he would need at least 5 years to stabilize his 6-line battle force, or even longer. With Xing Kai's innate talent, even if he cultivated star energy, it would take him at least 10 years to reach the level of an enlighter from a hunter's level of destructive power. If he hadn't started cultivating with his current level of strength, then he would have been able to reach the level of an enlighter. If he didn't cultivate star energy, then he would have to start from scratch. The time it would take for him to reach the level of an enlighter was about the same as cultivating star energy. Lu Yin felt that astral source was the most gentle and stable way to cultivate. Battle force had high physical requirements, and it also required powerhouses like Team E to open up their physical strength. Death energy was even more difficult to cultivate, and it was difficult for ordinary people to cultivate it. If they weren't careful, they would fall into oblivion. Fate was unpredictable, and in comparison, astral source energy was the most suitable for everyone to cultivate. 2 months later, the time-stop space ended, and Lu Yin continued to roll his die. On 1 pip, a Mavis Bank card fell out. Lu Yin shook his head, as this thing was useless now. Most of the Mavis Bank was closed, and there was nowhere to withdraw money. Again. 4 pips, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. His luck was pretty good. He entered the time-stop space again and continued to stabilize his 7-line battle force. 6 lines would take a year, and he estimated that it would take at least 1.5 years to stabilize his 7-line battle force. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin walked out of the time-stop space. He was just a step away from completely fusing his 7-line battle force into his body. He continued. The dice stopped at 3 pips, and 2 screens appeared. Lu Yin was helpless. Even if he had something to upgrade, he didn't have the money. He had to rest for another 10 days. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Yin raised his hand and continued to roll his die. When the die stopped at 6 pips, the scene in front of him changed again. Darkness flashed, and he returned to reality. He placed his cosmic ring to the side, as he didn't have any star essence. Even if he rolled 6 pips, it would be useless. He continued, and the die spun once more. On 2 pips, he had the innate gift of disintegration. There was nothing to disintegrate, so Lu Yin sighed and raised his hand again. This was his 3rd time rolling the die, and he could only roll it 4 times each time. He hoped that he would be able to roll 4 pips. When the die slowly stopped at 4 pips, Lu Yin clenched his fists. Good luck. He had been cultivating year after year, and he had been trying to stabilize his battle force for 5 years. After coming out of the time-stop space, he had stabilized nearly half of his 8-line battle force. He only needed to cultivate for another year to completely stabilize his 8-line battle force. Even now, his stable 7-line battle force had the destructive power of a peak enlighter. From the looks of it, a stable 8-line battle force was comparable to a cultivator who had undergone one origin tribulation. Even if he couldn't use the power in his body, it was fine. As long as he had the power of one origin tribulation, he would be able to protect himself in outer space. As he thought about it, Lu Yin tapped his finger, and the die slowly spun. He hadn't expected to roll 4 pips, but it just so happened. He was tired and wanted to rest, but since he had rolled the time-stop space, he could only grit his teeth and stabilize his 8-line battle force. He had used the time-stop space 6 times, and each time, it had taken him almost a year to come out. In the end, he had used up almost 100 million star essence, and he now had 76. 6 billion star essence left in his cosmic ring. It seemed like a lot, but it wasn't enough at all. The last time he had cultivated in the time-stop space, his 8-line battle force had stabilized, and his destructive power was comparable to that of a cultivator who had undergone one origin tribulation. This destructive power was completely different from when he had battled with astral sources. There had been no astral sources, and it had been purely the destructive power of his battle force. Lu Yin felt as if his physical body had become stronger, and he was sure that his vacant palm had become even more powerful. Although his battle force was still at 10 lines, its power was completely different from before. When combined with the Lu family's Akalanith the Heavenly King Elephant, Lu Yin didn't know how powerful his vacant palm was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2082. Now, only 9-lined and 10-line battle force remained. If he wanted to stabilize these 2 types of battle force, he would probably need more time than the previous ones combined. 2 days after Lu Yin stabilized his 8-line battle force, a spacecraft arrived at Sword Mountain with the other 9 members of the 10-man team. One by one, they jumped off the spacecraft and landed at the Sword Array Plaza. The plaza was surrounded by members of Team Yi's subsidiary battle teams. Lu Yin and the other 2 members of Team Yi were all present. Lu Yin looked at the 9 people who had landed in shock. Most of them were familiar faces. Wang Yi was the first to arrive. He had a cold expression and looked at everyone with arrogance. He had previously cultivated the Four Ultimates techniques and had not cultivated battle force, which met the requirements for someone who had just started cultivating battle force after the bet. Not far from Wang Yi were two experts from the Xia family's Lin generation, Xiao Linyue and Mountain Lin Gui. Although Lu Yin had not interacted with them much, he knew of them since he had met them in the cosmic trees. The Lin generation was second only to the Supremes, and they were second only to Wu Taibai and Xia Taili. The one with the highest status was naturally Xia Shenfei. Lu Yin had not expected that these two had not cultivated battle force either. Behind them, Dark Void stood quietly without any sense of presence. Lu Yin had not expected him to be here as well. Many of his former classmates from Astral 10 had long since lost contact with him. Dark Void was a hidden seed of Shamrock Enterprises with an innate gift of void explosion. He had been the most unfathomable when he had first entered the academy. Lu Yin's first thought was Wei Rong. After Yi Wang had been killed, Shamrock Enterprises had basically been taken over by Wei Rong. Wei Rong had a list of hidden seeds, and in order to deal with the expeditionary army from the cosmic trees, he had exposed a hidden seed in the One family and diverted the disaster to the frigid immortal sect. Could Dark Void have been arranged by Wei Rong? Did he also have an innate gift for cultivating battle force? Aside from Dark Void, there was another student who had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He would never have guessed that she would come. It was Coco, a very cute girl. Did this girl have an innate gift for cultivating battle force? And even if she did, why had Team E taken a liking to her? Lu Yin looked at Coco, and she looked back at him. She lowered her head in embarrassment. Lu Yin was speechless. Team E was ruthless and decisive, but he had actually taken a liking to such a girl. It was strange. Lu Yin also recognized the person standing not too far away from Coco. It was Dai Ao, a student of Astral 7 who possessed the Starburst Palm battle technique and an innate gift of gravity. He had left a deep impression on Lu Yin, and Lu Yin believed that this person had an innate gift for cultivating battle force, especially with his innate gift of gravity. People who had been thought to have long since been eliminated were all returning to the stage of history. After all, the cultivation of battle force was different from the cultivation of star energy, and many people had been discovered. If battle force had not been popularized, then people like Dark Void and Dai Ao might not have been able to make a name for themselves. Lu Yin was now curious about why they were valued by the Three Absolutes' Heavenly Gate. Other than them, there were two other strangers, a man and a woman. They looked quite young, but they kept staring at the two people from Team E with admiration. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the 9 people. His gaze landed at the very back. There was another person there. He blinked. Xia Luo. Lu Yin raised his brows. Xia Luo was here as well, which was not surprising. This person always gave him the feeling that he could be outstanding no matter what he cultivated. Lu Yin raised his foot and joined the other 9 to face Team E. Scarface looked at them. Not long from now. Soon, you will face challenges from the other Elysium. Battle force, domains, spiritual force, and spiritual force are powers that the Three Ultimates study. Even if you die, you will not be allowed to lose. In other words, if you lose, you will die on the battlefield. We will never lose. Dai Ao shouted, looking at Team E with a fanatical gaze. He was the only one who shouted, the others were either absent-minded or embarrassed like Coco. Scarface glanced at Dai Ao and continued, for the next month, we will continue to pressure you. This is a month when you face your limits, and I hope that someone can break through. Although the other Elysium do not specialize in teaching battle force, if you are lucky and meet a top genius, it is not impossible for them to cultivate to 9 lines or even higher. I hope that you can cultivate to a higher level and not be satisfied with what you have now. He then glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. Was he the only one who had cultivated to 9 lines of battle force out of the 10? No, it was Xing Kai who had cultivated to 9 lines of battle force. If that was the case, then Xing Kai's talent in battle force was indeed extraordinary. "Let's begin," Scarface said, and the middle-aged man who specialized in spiritual force walked out from behind him. The middle-aged man looked at the 10 and slowly said, "I know that you are all geniuses, and some of you can even rival a first tribulation cultivator. I hope that you will not resist. My spiritual force can outline the desires hidden in your hearts and draw out your boldness. If you resist and are unable to create an illusion, then your cultivation will be meaningless. Don't worry, I will not be able to see any illusions that you create. Only you will be able to see them." Another member of Team E grew impatient. "They've been through this many times. Let's not waste time and begin." The middle-aged man's gaze turned cold as his spiritual force whizzed out. He did not attack, but rather swept past like mercury. Lu Yin felt as if his brain had been struck, and then there was nothing else. He was a third tribulation cultivator, and because he cultivated the primogenitor scripture, his spiritual force was far superior to this middle-aged man's. It was a joke for this person to create an illusion for him. The others gradually entered the illusion, each of them acting strangely. On Lu Yin's left, Dai Ao was still calm, but his fists were clenched tightly. Not far away from Dai Ao, Coco suddenly took out her innate syringe. It was a 3-meter-long syringe. She raised it and stabbed it forward. She stabbed it again and again with great force. She was even chanting something. No one knew if she was encouraging herself or something else. "I hope that they can all advance by 1 level in a month. That way, we'll have a better chance," Scarface said solemnly. Another member of Team E used his battle force to suppress the others and said, "It should be possible. Let them stabilize their battle force for the rest of the time. When the Tianmen convention arrives, they'll definitely beat the other teams. We can't be careless. After all, a monstrous genius like Lu Yin has appeared in this era, but that doesn't mean that another one won't appear," Scarface said seriously. Lu Yin heard this and felt that it was strange. Why did Scarface seem to know him so well? Was it Scarface or the 3 ultimate Skygate? After a few days of constant battle force suppression, the first person to break through was actually Coco. She had been using a syringe for a few days and had managed to break through from 7-line battle force to 8-line battle force. Was battle force that easy to cultivate? In order to cultivate battle force, besides the necessary guidance, the most important thing was one's spirit. Just what had that girl experienced in the illusion? When she broke through to 8-line battle force, she put down the syringe and wiped her forehead as if she was wiping off sweat. She then waved her hand and said, "Next batch." Lu Yin was speechless. Was she treating people? Next batch. Just how many people had she treated in the illusion? The solar system had changed so much that Lu Yin did not dare to recognize it. The solar system had once been an ordinary star system, but now, it had been sealed off. Through the scripture of Aeon evolution, Lu Yin could see that there were many experts in the solar system, as well as the huge sourcebox array. There was also a huge group of palaces that were being built close to Earth. If he was not wrong, that should be the Ether sect. Every era had its own symbol, and Hen Axion wanted the Ether sect to reappear and become the symbol of humanity. The Ether sect could only be located in the solar system because of Jupiter. Once the Eternals invaded, the various Elysium gates could use the sourcebox array to teleport to the solar system and then leave through Jupiter. This was the only way for humans to escape. Although it seemed like the Eternals had not invaded, they had already destroyed 5 continents. Even the prideful powerhouses of the ether sect era did not dare to underestimate the Eternals. The current solar system was not a place that anyone could enter as they wished. Aside from those who had originally lived in the solar system, everyone else, including those from the Elysium gates, had a hard time entering. Most people could only live outside the solar system. Lu Yin raised his brows. How's Halua Mavis Lu Yin's cultivation? Lu Bujing shook his head. I'm not sure. The Mavis family has its own system. In our era, the Lu family had a good relationship with the Mavis family, but we didn't study them much. I caught a member of Team E, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing was stunned. What member of Team E? I caught a member of Team E. Lu Bujing was shocked. You caught a member of Team E? Are you serious? Lu Yin let Scar out of Mount Supreme. He was still heavily injured, and Lu Yin didn't dare to treat him. He didn't want to destroy Mount Supreme if he healed him. When Scar-san saw Lu Bujing, his expression changed and he gritted his teeth. Sect Master Lu, it's you. You're despicable. Lu Bujing was speechless. I didn't catch you. Scar 3 looked at Lu Yin, who had returned to his original appearance. His expression changed, Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. The three Ultimates Elysium seems to know me well. What's going on? Lu Bujing said, who doesn't know that your heart was pierced by the progenitor's sword? Finding you is like finding the progenitor's sword. Everyone is looking for you, but we don't know which era you're from. Lu Yin understood. Lu Yin, you're despicable. You disguised yourself as Xing Kai and ambushed us. Scar-san shouted and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gave him a look. Lu Bujing knocked Scar-san out with a punch. Why did you catch him? You don't expect him to teach you battle force, do you? Don't think too much, Team E isn't afraid of death. Let's try. Lu Yin put Scar-san away. He didn't tell Lu Bujing about his plans, or Lu Bujing would definitely stop him. How long until the Tianmen convention starts? Lu Bujing said, about 3 months. How's the 10-man team? I told you to ask Wang Wen and the others. Did you ask? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing slapped his head. I forgot to ask them. The 10-man team has already been prepared, and they're all your acquaintances. Who? How strong are they? Lu Yin asked. Should I call them over? Strength. He didn't know what to say because Lu Yin had mentioned the strength of Xia Luo and the others. They're definitely weaker than those from the three Ultimates Elysium. Lu Yin knew this, but it was within his expectations. The three Ultimates Elysium trained in this, and if they couldn't compare to others, they could just die. Hen Axian wouldn't have the face to call himself one of the three Ultimates. Immediately, he contacted Wang Wen. This wireless goo, your highness chess piece. Wang Wen asked after connecting with Lu Yin. Lu Yin was using the wireless goo that he had given to Lu Bujing. It's me. Lu Yin replied. When did you come back? Just recently. No wonder. If you came back earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Wang Wen replied. What's the trouble? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, the competition for the Dao disciple position, the 10-man team bet, the Aurora Fort, the 7 courts, and Big Sis. They're all troublesome. Big Sis. Lu Yin was stunned and looked up at Lu Bujing. If the Sirius technique required astral sources to train, then the planets in this universe that were powered by progenitor Chen's Sirius technique would have been destroyed long ago. Did that mean that the Sirius technique did not necessarily require astral sources? Progenitor Chen's talent is astonishing and rare since ancient times. He is an outstanding talent of both ancient and modern times. How can he entrust his self-created technique to someone else, even if that person is a progenitor? Elder Gong replied. Lu Yin knew that Progenitor Chen was not limited to this. He had single-handedly controlled 2 mountains and 1 sea, and this achievement had shocked even Lu Bujing, the leader of the Elysium sect from the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even in the most glorious era of the human race, Progenitor Chen was a peerless talent. I understand. I will definitely not give up on the Sirius technique, Lu Yin replied seriously. After ending his conversation with Elder Gong, Lu Yin looked at the distant stars with a burning gaze. He had underestimated the Sirius technique and Progenitor Chen. Elder Gong was right. If the talisman ancestor could do it, then Progenitor Chen could do it as well. What stars were you guys talking about? Am I seeing things? Are the stars of Sirius formed because of a technique? Lu Bujing asked hesitantly. Lu Yin looked at Lu Bujing and smiled. Third uncle, would you guys look down on this era? If Lu Yin had just started unlocking this technique, Lu Bujing would have said yes without hesitation. This was also the reason why he had not waited for Lu Yin and the others to join forces with Hen Xian to fight against the Eternals. As long as no progenitor intervened, they believed that they were the strongest in the realm of half-ancestors. This was the pride of the 12 leaders of the Elysium sect. But now, he was really hesitating. Looking down on this era. No, the more they understood this era, the more they would not underestimate it. This was especially true for the 5th mainland, which had actually gathered the 9 mountains and 8 seas by itself. This was something that was not possible even in the era of the Above Heaven sect. The talisman ancestor was mystical, Progenitor Qin was invincible, and there was also the low-profile desolate ancestor and Progenitor Wushang. Who would dare to look down on this era? There are countless possibilities in this era, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing thought about it. Perhaps. I will also be one of those countless possibilities, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing's eyes lit up, and he patted Lu Yin's shoulder. I believe you. Before we appeared, you were a legend in this era. Now that we have appeared, you will definitely create a legend as well. Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. I'm going into seclusion. I'll appear during the battle for the Tao disciple position. Lu Bujing was amused. You're going into seclusion now. Forget it, there are only 2 months until the battle, and there's not enough time to do anything. Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others have been preparing for more than 10 years. "10 days passed by very quickly, but to Lu Bujing and the others, only 10 days had passed. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, and his luck was good. 4 pips. He entered the time-stop space, and the most important thing right now was to recover. He closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and treated it as a nap. Time passed quickly, and when there was less than half a month left before he had to leave the time-stop space, Lu Yin's injuries had mostly recovered. However, he was still in a withered state. He took out Mount Supreme and then drew out one of the 5 suns to bombard himself. This was the true way to use the 5 suns. When the sun smashed into his body, its enormous power caused his withered body to continuously recover. At the same time, a boundless amount of astral source poured into his 4 astral source cyclones and was absorbed by them. When he had been in the ruins of the Tao Source sect, the total amount of astral source within the 5 suns had been enough to rival the second Night King, who was infinitely close to becoming a half-step ancestor. It had been enough to easily fill up 4 of Lu Yin's astral source cyclones, and he would have even had more. However, when he had traveled through spacetime, he had broken through to the 3rd stage of origin tribulation, and each of his astral source cyclones had grown much stronger. Even if he had the same amount of astral source as the second Night King, he would only be able to fill up 4 of his astral source cyclones. The apex. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2086. When he was at the third tribulation, the total amount of astral source in his 4 cyclones was comparable to the second Night King's. Even a single cyclone was far more powerful than his peers. The Lu family's use of star energy and astral source far exceeded their peers. Chu Yuan had cultivated to a level close to the Lu family's, but Lu Yin's astral source far exceeded the Lu family's. This was the reason why Chu Yuan, a Tao disciple, doubted his own life. Lu Yin's body recovered after the eruption of the first sun, and one of his cyclones was filled. He rested for a few days, and when the time was right, he left the time's top space. Next, he would cultivate the serious art. Elder Gong's words constantly reminded him, and his passion for Sirius surged once more. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. 5 pips, but he pursed his lips. It was useless. Just as he was about to roll the die again, he suddenly remembered that there were quite a few people in Mount Supreme. Especially Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge was the opponent that Lu Yin feared the most when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. This person had gone from being an earthling with no resources to a high position in the frigid immortal sect, and had even entered the eyes of a half-ancestor. He definitely wasn't simple, but Lu Yin had never been clear about Lu Xiaoge's innate gift. Lu Yin immediately took out Mount Supreme and entered. Inside, Yu Qin, Lu Xiaoge, and the others were all far away from each other and didn't interact much. They were all waiting for the day that Lu Yin would release them. To them, this place was like a prison. Lu Yin entered the mountain and directly arrived in front of Lu Xiaoge. Under Lu Xiaoge's confused gaze, Lu Yin smacked his hand down. 5 pips meant that one had to come into contact with someone with an innate gift within 10 seconds to borrow that person's innate gift. 7 seconds had already passed, and there were only 3 seconds left. Lu Yin's smack was very slow, as he wanted to see how Lu Xiaoge would react. Moreover, his hand was aimed directly at Lu Xiaoge's head, and anyone would think that he was trying to kill him. Lu Xiaoge didn't react at all, and he just watched as Lu Yin smacked his own head with confusion. Lu Yin pressed his hand against Lu Xiaoge's head and stared into his eyes. Lu Xiaoge blinked. "Brother Lu, is this a joke?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he retracted his hand and looked deeply at Lu Xiaoge. Even a normal person would react to a palm strike aimed at their head, let alone someone with our relationship. "Lu Xiaoge, you remind me of when I first met you." Lu Xiaoge smiled bitterly. "What's there to react to? Brother Lu's strength is far above mine. If he wanted to kill me, even if I tried to dodge, it would be useless." Lu Yin nodded. "That's right. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been able to escape at all. But that's precisely why you're so terrifying." He paused for a moment and then stared at Lu Xiaoge. "You've made the most effective decision in such a short amount of time. This is your instinctive judgment, and not everyone has your instincts. You give me a similar feeling as Night King Jinwu, but there are also some differences. He's extremely cautious. No matter how despicable or ruthless his methods are, he'll still kill his enemy and enjoy the process. You, on the other hand, only care about the results. The process and whether or not you enjoy it aren't important. You only care about the results." Lu Xiaoge took several steps back. This time, he was more vigilant as he could feel the killing intent in Lu Yin's words. "Brother Lu, we're not enemies, and we've already written off our past debts. We won't be enemies from now on. Killing someone who isn't an enemy isn't in Brother Lu's character." Even the black footprints weren't damaged in the slightest. This wasn't right. How could a slipper block the strength of a hunter? Luin didn't believe this, and he struck out with his palm. This time, it was an empty palm strike, which was enough to kill an enlighter. However, the slipper was still unharmed, and it was sent flying as well. It fell to the ground, and the footprints looked at Luin as if they were mocking him. Luin's expression turned solemn as he picked up the slipper and exerted some strength. The slipper was distorted, but it remained undamaged. Luin exerted more strength, and he even visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant. He didn't believe that a mere slipper could withstand the destructive force of someone with a power level of over 1,000,000. This slipper was clearly not ordinary, and it should be a foreign object or a power vessel. Even so, Luin didn't plan on using it. How could he use a single slipper? He was just curious as to what kind of tearing force this thing could withstand. However, even when Luin visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant and used a force that even a powerhouse with a power level of over 1,000,000 might not be able to withstand, the slipper remained undamaged and incomparably sturdy. Luin didn't understand, and his eyes turned into runes as he stared at the slipper. There weren't any rune lines, so what was going on? He picked up the slipper and slammed it against the ground. His surroundings trembled, and a howl sounded out as the ground shook violently. Luin was shocked. He had been cultivating on the ancestral turtle's back, and he hadn't misheard that howl. Could it have been the ancestral turtle? Luin was stunned. The slipper didn't seem to have much power, but how could it have caused the ancestral turtle to howl? Outside, many Mavis clansmen grabbed onto the things around them in fear. The ancestral turtle jumped up and down as if someone had stepped on its tail, its huge eyes rolling around as tears streamed down its cheeks. It was in pain. Who had hit it? It was so painful, so painful. The ancestral turtle hadn't felt such pain in a long time, and it wasn't used to it. It turned its neck and stared at its back, where Luin was cultivating. It had been whipped, and it was in so much pain. On the divine tree, River Mavis grabbed onto a tree trunk. What's wrong with the ancestral turtle? She was at a loss. I don't know, something like this has never happened before. Lord Ancestral Turtle is watching over here. River Mavis's eyes lit up. I know, it must have sensed the appearance of a Tao child and wants to recognize me as its master. She had nothing to say to River Mavis. This woman had a fiery temper and was also narcissistic and arrogant, making her difficult to communicate with. Cloud Shadow and the rest of the Mavis clansmen appeared in front of the ancestral turtle, constantly comforting it. Tears rolled down the ancestral turtle's cheeks. It was in so much pain. Many people in the outside world saw the ancestral turtle jumping up and down, especially Lu Bujing. He was afraid that the ancestral turtle would accidentally crush the earth. Luin blinked in his seclusion room. Was it really the ancestral turtle's howl? He decided to try again. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. After all, it was just a slipper. He then slapped the ground again. The ancestral turtle opened its mouth wide and howled again. It jumped up and down, rampaging through the frost wave weave. It was in so much pain. On its back, the divine tree was bent left and right from the shaking. The Mavis clansmen were shocked and hurriedly comforted the ancestral turtle. The ancestral turtle felt wronged. Who had it offended? The more it thought about it, the more wronged it felt. All it wanted to do was sleep, and it howled again. It hadn't made a sound in many, many years. The ancestral turtle's strange behavior attracted the attention of the human domain, and Hen Xan, Ju Yi, and the others all focused on the outerverse. The ancestral turtle's existence was one of their weapons against the Eternals. Had the Mavis family done something? Many people thought of River Mavis. Before she had appeared, the ancestral turtle had not made any strange movements. Even the ancient gods could not do anything to it. No one knew what had happened to the ancestral turtle. Even Lu Bujing could not guess that it had something to do with Luin. Even he could not harm the ancestral turtle, which meant that it was clearly in pain. Could it have? Is it spring? Kuei Luo muttered to himself when he returned and saw the ancestral turtle with tears rolling down its cheeks. Lu Bujing was speechless. Spring was not like that either. Right, what if this thing had? What about spring? Where would they find another giant turtle? That brat Luin is back. Where is he? Kuei Luo asked. Lu Bujing replied, he's in seclusion on the ancestral turtle's back. Kuei Luo was stunned and pointed at the ancestral turtle. You mean, he's on its back? Lu Bujing nodded. I hope the ancestral turtle's strange behavior doesn't affect him. It didn't matter if it was the 3 ultimate sky gate or the other sky gates, as long as there was someone to teach them battle force, even if the 3 ultimate sky gate controlled the entire 5th mainland. The continent's cultivation system had nothing to do with them. It was too far away. Everyone was focused on the battle for the position of Tao disciple. Being a Tao disciple was an important step in rebuilding the above heaven sect. It was also related to the mysterious Destiny Girl. Whoever could obtain the help of the Destiny Girl could possibly dominate the situation in the 5th mainland. Even if the 3 ultimate sky gate had many half-ancestors, many people felt that they were not on the same level as the Destiny Girl. In this battle for the position of Tao disciple, other than the seated contestants guaranteed by the various sky gates, there were also many cultivators participating. As long as they weren't too old, even if they were slightly older than 100 years old, they could still sign up. Some differences couldn't be made up with time, let alone in such a short period of time. Every cultivator wanted to participate, let alone those geniuses who had once been famous in the universe. Outside the solar system, spacecraft after spacecraft arrived and docked next to the space station. There were also many spacecraft that stopped in outer space and didn't approach anywhere. Wuda led a few cultivators through outer space. These cultivators were all quite young and wore universal armor. It was obvious that they weren't explorers yet. Be quiet. Don't let anyone see you. Boss, there's no need to be so low-key. We've received permission from the Glory Sky Gate and the Lu Tianzong to interview the cultivators who want to participate in the battle for the position of Tao disciple, someone whispered. Wuda barked, this isn't low-key, it's attitude. No matter how they treat us, we have to act as usual. Your boss walked step by step from the Astral Combat Academy to the point where he can interview half-ancestors. What did I rely on? It's attitude. A girl pouted. Even if they don't agree to your interview, you'll still sneak in. Wuda replied, this is attitude. As the greatest reporter in the universe, I must know what I want to know. He then stared into the distance where a familiar figure flashed past. Chase him. Someone's gone by. Not long after, on a barren planet, Wuda saw the person who had just passed by. No wonder he looked familiar. It's him. Boss, who's that? The people behind him were curious. Wuda replied, Avery, a genius from the Dire Barbarian clan. He was once a subordinate of the 10 Arbiters, Wang Xingkai. He's a very arrogant person. Never heard of him. Wuda replied, of course you haven't heard of him. Brat, the 5th mainland wasn't like this back then. When I was young, the 10 Arbiters dominated the sky, and the top 100 rankings gave birth to many geniuses. This person was ranked 4th back then. That's the era when Luin existed. Someone exclaimed. The newly established above sky sect included the 5th and 6th mainlands. The 6th mainland's blood sky sect's leader was 9 luminaries. As for the blood ancestor, he had also become a legend. Time continued to pass, and more people arrived in the solar system. There were less than 10 days left until the Tianmen convention began. The three ultimates Heaven's Gate, the undying Heaven's Gate, and the Blood Sky sect had already arrived. They had all been transported through a sourcebox array. Each of the heavenly gates had a sourcebox array that led directly to the solar system so that they could evacuate at a critical moment. At this time, Luin had already been in seclusion for 4 years, and of course, he was in the time-stop space. Just cultivating the serious art alone had taken him 4 years. In addition to his duel with Hen San and his recovery time, Luin had already spent 6 years in seclusion. He had also used up more than 100 million star essence. In the past, he had rarely gone into seclusion for so long, and the last time he had been in seclusion seemed to have been around the same time. He was becoming more and more diligent in his training. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2088. And now, the number of stars in his stellar revolution had reached 96,000, and he was only 3,000 stars away from the 99,000 stars required for the 5th stellar revolution. Luin looked at the die in his hand. He only had one chance left. If he couldn't roll enhance, he would have to wait for 10 days, which would coincide with the start of the Tianmen convention. He tapped the die, causing it to slowly spin before finally coming to a stop. Under his expectant gaze, he tapped the die once more, and with a thud, a yellow object fell to the ground. Luin blinked as a foul stench wafted over him. It was a fruit, a rotten fruit. Who would put something like this in a cosmic ring? Luin was furious, but he waved it away and shook his head helplessly. This was just luck. It seemed that he would have to wait until the Tianmen convention to roll it again. He was only one step away from reaching the 5th level, and even if the Tianmen convention started, he didn't want to stop. Although he didn't know if cultivating the 5th level would result in a transformation, he had to try. In that case, he could only quietly stay here for the next 10 days as a spectator. He didn't plan on going out now, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until the Tao Disciple competition. He was now curious about Wang Wen's confidence that he had a 60% chance of winning the Tao Disciple competition. The solar system had never been so lively before. In the past, the solar system was like most of the universe. If Earth hadn't developed to the point where it could reach the universe, the solar system would have been a cage that Earth could never escape from. But now, the solar system was hosting the greatest event in the human domain, and countless people were looking over. Not far from Jupiter, which was also not far from Earth, the Sky Sect's mountain gate was still under construction, but the plaza had already been completed. The enormous Sky Sect's mountain gate was large enough to accommodate many stars, and even the ancestral tortoise was quietly waiting by the gate, staring at the plaza in a daze. This was Lu Bujing's request, and Luin couldn't really see the ancestral tortoise without it. The 6 sky gates surrounded the plaza, one after another. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo were naturally in charge of the sky gate, followed by Lu Yefei, the Sea King, Emperor Lu, and the rest of the emissaries. Almost all of them were powerhouses from the Great Eastern Alliance, and there were also a few strangers among them. They had an air of arrogance that was completely different from the Sea King and the rest, as they were also from the Sky Sect. The 6 great heavenly gates were in charge of the current era. No one could say for sure if the people of this era were the ones in charge. In any case, other than Elder Chan and 9 luminaries, the rest of the 6 great heavenly gates leaders were from the era of the above heaven sect. The Blood Heaven sect had sent the 9 luminaries, the Medicine Immortal, and a group of cultivators from the 6th mainland. Ever since the martial ancestor had died, the strength of the 6th mainland's cultivators had plummeted. Coupled with the fact that the astral source had been devoured, the current 6th mainland was less than 1/5 of its original strength. The Glory Heavenly Gate was naturally Elder Chan, the Holy Heavenly Master, and Elder Gong. Hen Axian, Ni Huang, Xiada, and Xia Ji from the 3 Ultimates Heavenly Gate were followed by Chu Yuan and the 10-man team. Countless gazes were focused on Chu Yuan. He was the most popular candidate for the Daoist position this time. The one from the Undying Heaven sect was Zhu Yi. He glanced coldly at Lu Bujing and the others. Beside him was Tian Dou. On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin saw Celestial Dou, and his gaze turned cold. The Spectre tribe had chosen to follow Zhu Yi, which made sense. The appearance of a death god's disciple was equivalent to the Spectre tribe meeting their ancestor. However, could Zhu Yi produce death qi? Or could he wait until he reached the progenitor realm? Lu Yin did not know the difference between his own cultivation and Zhu Yi's. He only knew that he had cultivated the death god transformation due to many coincidences. Could Zhu Yi do it as well? Back then, Zhu Yi had given Lu Yin a similar feeling to Tian Dou. Zhu Yi used death qi, not death qi. Finally, there was the Divination Heaven sect. Their sect leader was the Lady of Fate, a mysterious woman. To this day, no one had been able to see her appearance. To outsiders, she was always a white cloud. When she appeared, everyone looked over, but all they saw was a white cloud. Kuei Luo's mouth twitched. She'll be stripped naked one day. Lu Bujing was startled, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't spout nonsense. Don't provoke that woman. She's crazy." Kuei Luo rolled his eyes, but he really did not say anything. It was clear that he was apprehensive about something. Fate was unpredictable, and regardless of whether one believed it or not, it was still a source of apprehension. Two people walked out from behind the white cloud. Both were women. One was Starsabil, and her beauty was unparalleled in the universe. Even after so many years had passed, her beauty had not changed at all. Her eyes had become even more unfathomable. The other person shocked countless people. She was actually a woman with an incredibly large Adam's apple. Yes, she was indeed a woman. She was a flirtatious beauty, and her clothes were also very revealing. But what was with that enormous Adam's apple? She was also carrying a spiked club on her shoulder. Was that a spiked club? Many people rubbed their eyes. It was definitely a spiked club. Lu Bujing, Ni Huang, and the others all stared blankly at the woman. This was the first time they had seen such a strange person. The woman suddenly smashed the spiked club onto the ground and snorted. She revealed a mocking expression, as if she looked down on everyone. Kuei Luo bared his teeth. "You're asking for a beating. Senior, did you call for Qianzu? I'll go find him now." The monkey appeared and tried to curry favor with Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo was annoyed. Scram! The monkey hurriedly disappeared. In the Glory Gate, behind the Heavenly Master Heizage Lian excitedly looked at the woman. There was no mistaking her, she was definitely Qingqing. Aside from her, who else could be so strange? At this moment, the woman looked over and met Heizage Lian's gaze. She raised her hand and made a gesture that only interstellar pirates could understand. It meant that everything was under her control. Heizage Lian heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing was wrong. He also made a gesture. Big Sis rolled her eyes and raised her spiked club again. She looked at Chu Yuan from the Three Ultimates Gate. Chu Yuan felt her gaze and looked over. The two of them looked at each other, and Big Sis sneered. She raised her hand with her thumb up and then suddenly flipped it over. Her provocative attitude stunned Chu Yuan. He had never been provoked like this before. It was so ungentlemanly. Henshin saw this and raised her eyebrows. "Destiny's daughter, take care of your people." A pleasant voice came from the white cloud. "It's just a greeting." "The price for this greeting is rather high," Henshin said coldly. Destiny's daughter didn't reply, but Big Sis said, "You're asking for a beating. Opposite them, the monkey emerged from the shadows. Someone's looking for Qianzu again. That guy is quite popular. He should be backward step. Someone recognized that he's actually from the above heaven sect. Find a chance to learn from him. On the ancestral tortoise's back, Lu Yin also saw Big Sis. He immediately recognized such a strange person as Big Sis, and when he saw that she was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. She was even better than she looked. There's no need to waste time. Let the battle of the 10 begin, Henshin said directly, showing her full confidence. Although Xing Kai was gone, there was still someone to replace him. However, this person's strength was far inferior to Xing Kai's, but he was definitely an expert compared to the other Elysium disciples. Elder Chan asked, "How do we compete?" "Whatever," Henshin replied indifferently. "Then you'll fight 1 against 3, Kuei Luo shouted. Henshin looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Xia Ji interjected, "There's a limit to how shameless you can be. Kuei Luo, you've been through a lot these past few years. There'll be a day when we'll get even with you." Kuei Luo snickered, "Then let's see who's the unlucky one first. You want to acknowledge your ancestors? This old man will make sure that you don't even have the chance to meet them." Xia Ji was furious and stepped forward to attack, but Xiada stopped him. "There's no need to cause trouble." He looked at the other side. There's a total of 4 Elysium disciples, so there are 2 groups. You can choose how you want to fight. Lu Bujing immediately said, "The Lu Elysium against the Glory Elysium." Everyone looked at Elder Chan. Elder Chan agreed. Xiada laughed, as it seemed that the 2 sides had already discussed this beforehand. They must have compared their strength, and one side would admit defeat and save some strength to deal with the other side. This meant that the Blood Sky Gate was going to use up their strength. Xiada's guess was correct. The 3 Ultimates Elysium wanted to control the current human cultivation system, so the other Elysium disciples would naturally join forces to attack them. Before the Elysium convention, they had already compared their strength and realized that the Lu Elysium's team was the strongest, so they would stay to deal with the 3 Ultimates Elysium. The Glory Elysium's team was the weakest, so they would admit defeat and allow the Lu Elysium to conserve their strength. As for the Blood Sky Gate, they were really planning to use up the strength of the 3 Ultimates Elysium's team. This matter concerned the current cultivation system, and it was rare for the 5th and 6th mainlands to join forces. On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin saw the 3 Ultimates Elysium's team walk out. Xing Kai was no longer with them, and they had been replaced by someone Lu Yin did not recognize. On the other side, the 6th mainland's Blood Sky Gate team walked out. Most of them were familiar faces: Tool Wielder, Corpse Picker, Prince Changbai, the Blue Twin Heroes, Little Apple, Shang Rong, and 3 others that Lu Yin did not recognize. Most of them were former Realmlings. These elites, no matter what kind of power they cultivated, possessed comprehension and combat strength that far surpassed others. At the very least, they were very strong below the level of an emissary. 20 years ago, aside from Lu Yin himself, only the 4 young ancestors of the Cosmic Tree sect had been able to fight against an emissary. Now, 20 years later, Lu Yin was very curious to see how much these people had improved. If it was purely a competition of combat strength, Lu Yin felt that the 3 Ultimates Elysium's team did not have an advantage. At the very least, Dark Void, Coco, and Dai Ao would definitely drag them down. However, this was a competition of battle force. Before Lu Yin had left Sword Mountain, they had already possessed 7-line battle force, and now, their battle force might be even higher. The results were as Lu Yin had guessed, but Dark Void and the others' strength had exceeded his expectations. Only by competing would he understand why the 3 Ultimates Elysium had chosen them. 8-lined battle force aside, Dark Void's usage of battle force was different from others. He had relied on his innate gift of void blast to add a new aspect to his battle force that was difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Battle force explosion. He had used his 8-line battle force to directly tear Shang Rong's battle force apart. There was a difference in strength between him and Shang Rong. Even if their star energy was gone, the difference in their physical bodies due to the difference in their cultivation realms still existed. However, Dark Void was able to make up for it. Coco was even more exaggerated. She had pierced through Tollwielder's 8-line battle force with a single needle. Tollwielder had the highest battle force among the 10 from the Blood Sky sect, but he had still been pierced by Coco. Dai Ao had an incomparably ferocious palm force, and he focused on palm techniques. Dark Void, Wang Yi, and the others had stabilized their battle force and reached 6-line battle force. Dai Ao had not stabilized his entire body, and he had only stabilized his battle force on his palms, which had reached 7-line battle force. He had even surpassed Xingkai, and he had beaten the corpse picker to the point where he spat out blood. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, so I have to update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support, brothers. Kid, the heart of a powerhouse won't be destroyed by a little trick. You have your own path, and others have theirs as well. Chu Yuan raised his head. Advancing courageously and carving out a path of invincibility is the heart of a powerhouse. If you rely on methods alone, you'll fall in the end. Just like that Luin of yours. He tried to steal the progenitor's sword, but it pierced through his heart. Even the progenitor's sword looked down on him. Many from the Lu Tianmen society were enraged, and they cursed out loud. Chu Yuan was insulting Lu Yin. Kue Luo sneered. That's just a pedantic theory from the above sky sect. Chu Yuan scanned the crowd. Times are different, and our views are different. Today, I'll show you what it means to be invincible. I've seen Progenitor Qin and the symbol Progenitor, and they were both invincible. Unfortunately, you've all walked the wrong path. Humans shouldn't be led astray by people like you. Lu Bujing was solemn. How arrogant. Whether it's the above sky sect or this era, there's an iron law that will never change. Chu Yuan looked at the people from the Lu Tianmen society. Only the strong have the right to speak. Hen Axian smiled. I lost the bet. Fine, I admit it. It doesn't matter. Chu Yuan, take the position of Dao disciple. The 3 ultimate sky sect will ascend to the top. On the ancestral tortoise's back, Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan coldly. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. 10 days had passed, and Lu Yin kept going, hoping that he could roll it to 4 pips. As the die slowly spun, it stopped at 1. Lu Yin frowned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2090. In the Sky Sex Plaza, Zhu Yi said, the battle for the Daoist position will begin now. Destiny's daughter, if you keep your word, the Daoists will have the right to participate in the Tianmen convention. A pleasant voice came from the white cloud. Of course, I will help whoever becomes the Daoist unconditionally. Many people's gazes turned fervent after hearing her words. This was a Destiny's daughter. People of this era might not understand how terrifying she was, but who wouldn't fear her in the Sky Sex era? Among the 12 gates of heaven, the Destiny's daughter was ranked in the top 3. On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. 2 pips. In the Sky Sex Plaza, Hen Axian glanced at the ancestral turtle. Had Lu Yin come out yet? Lu Bujing, let the battle for the Daoist position begin. The competition is simple, Hen Axian said. As soon as he finished speaking, a statue appeared in the center of the plaza. Many people were confused, as they had never seen such a statue before. However, Lu Bujing and the rest recognized that it was a statue of the ancestor. Place this statue in front of the Sky Sect's mountain gate and you will be the Daoist, Han Axayan announced. The Sky Sect's mountain gate was very large, and there was a long way from the plaza to the mountain gate. Once the statue falls to the ground, it will automatically return to its original position. If you want to become the Daoist, you must bear the pressure of everyone. This is the Daoist who has the power to walk on behalf of the heavens. The future progenitor will bear the fate of an entire continent. This is the Daoist. Lu Bujing said solemnly, not every era has a Daoist. Our era happened to have one. The battle for the Daoist position was bloody and cruel. Many heroes were buried in the earth, and many of them were thought to have a high chance of reaching the progenitor realm, but they still died in the end. For the one and only Daoist, Zhu Yi said coldly. Elder Chan, 9 luminaries, and the rest had never seen the battle for the Daoist position, but they could feel the cruelty and ruthlessness. Han Axayan looked around and saw through the solar system and the frostwave weave. Anyone who participates in the battle for the Daoist position will die. Even so, there is no guarantee that the Daoist will be chosen. Now, you can all start from this plaza. What they didn't mention was that this competition for the position of Daoist would be the cruelest in the history of mankind. Chu Yuan, Hello Mavis, and Sky Calvary were all Daoists. Individually, they could suppress a group of heroes. However, if they competed with each other, it was hard to say who would be the last one standing. The Soul Daoist not only had to bear the pressure of others, but he also had to bear the pressure of 2 Daoists. This had never happened before in human history. It was at this unfinished Sky Sect that a new page of human history had opened. On the ancestral tortoise's back, Lu Yin's die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips, time stop. He looked around at the grayish-white space and took a deep breath. He wasn't too far away from the peak of the 5th layer, so he took out the remaining true wisdom root. Should he use it or not? Breaking through to the 5th level of the serious art, perhaps there would be no change, only an increase in the number of constellations. Or perhaps, there would be a change, but whether there was a change or not. If there was no change, the root of wisdom would be wasted. If there was a change, the effect of not using the root of wisdom might not be as good. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and decided to use it. Something like the root of wisdom would always appear in the future, and as long as there was a chance to become stronger, he couldn't give it up. He took a sip of the root of wisdom tea and recited the primogenitor scripture. His constellations revolved as he cultivated the serious art. After drinking the root of wisdom tea, cultivating the serious art was completely different. Originally, reciting the primogenitor's scripture would increase his cultivation by a lot in a year. After drinking the root of wisdom tea, this number had increased greatly. More importantly, his understanding of the serious art had become much clearer. A sip of the root of wisdom tea allowed Lu Yin to revolve more than 98,000 stars. He was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the 5th layer, and it hadn't even been 2 months. Continuing on, Lu Yin took a second sip of the root of wisdom tea and calmed his heart. As time passed, the number of stars in the serious art reached 98,900, then 98,995, 98,999, and finally, when the last star revolved, Lu Yin's body trembled. His entire body seemed to have been magnified countless times, and the stars around him spread out. It was as if he wasn't in the time-stop space, but rather in the real starry sky. The stars spread out endlessly, and when the 99,000 stars revolved, he gained control of a certain domain. He seemed to see water appear on some of the stars, and green sprouts appear on some of them. This was the beginning of civilization, but these were just the stars produced by the cultivation method. If it was just a cultivation method, how could it be like a half-step progenitor's inner world? Could it be that the serious art was progenitor Chen's inner world? Could it be that progenitor Chen had fused his inner world with the starry sky and the universe? Lu Yin hurriedly drank a third sip of the root of wisdom tea and left the time-stop space. He appeared on the ancestral turtle's back, and his entire body seemed to vanish as he drifted into the universe. In the blink of an eye, he roamed through the entire frost wave weave, dark mist weave, vast earth weave, Adonis weave, and so on. His consciousness then drifted out, and he saw the umbral butterfly weave, the astral river, the innerverse, the cosmic sea, and the neoverse. There was always a star that led Lu Yin's consciousness to it, and there were always other stars that brought Lu Yin through the starry sky. He could see the boundless starry sky and the resplendent stars. He could also see the life forms on those stars, and he could even see the stars that revolved around his body. Had his body become the starry sky of the universe, or were those stars formed by him? Lu Yin couldn't tell. At the same time, in the Sky Sex Plaza, a cry of surprise came from within the white clouds. Starsabil was flabbergasted, as such a cry of surprise should not have come from a Destiny girl. She was in control of everything and could see the entire situation clearly. What could possibly escape her control? In the distant western flow zone of the innerverse, there was a battlefield that was divided between the Eternals and the humans. Lu Yin saw the battlefield, and he saw the humans and the Eternals fighting each other. He also saw Ling Qing flip her blade and slash at Marquis Qing Zhu. Marquis Qing Zhu and Marquis Wui had both been trapped in the thought web, but after the thought web's disappearance, they had been freed. However, they could not leave the fifth mainland and could only stay behind. It's useless even after fighting so many times. Without your astral source, how long can you last? Marquis Qing Zhu sneered as a dark red current filled the heavens, bringing with it fear. Ling Qing's blade slashed downwards. He had also been one of the 12 sect masters of the Sky's Gate during the Sky Sect's era, but he had not wanted to participate in the establishment of the Sky Sect. To him, a Sky Sect without a Tao Lord was not a Sky Sect at all. He would rather die in battle than live comfortably in the backlands. Lu Yin saw the battlefield and saw Ling Qing fending off Marquis Qing Zhu with her life on the line. He subconsciously raised his foot and crushed the star that was revolving around him. He did not know why he had such a feeling, but the star that he was revolving around seemed to coincide with the star that progenitor Qin had left behind in the universe, and he could crush it with a single stomp. Boom! The star exploded, and at the same time, a star beside Marquis Qing Zhu, who had been shooting at Ling Qing with Qing Zhu, exploded, releasing an incomparably terrifying force that shattered the heavens. Everything around him was destroyed, and Marquis Qing Zhu, who was closest to the star, was directly swallowed up by the exploding star. He did not even have time to react before he completely vanished. Ling Qing stared blankly at the shattered heavens. What kind of power was this? He shouted, "Which senior has graced us with his presence? Please show yourself." On the ancestral turtle's back, Lu Yin was stunned as he looked at the soles of his feet. Had he done this? He had crushed the star with a single stomp, and had also killed Marquis Qing Zhu. He had clearly not used any strength at all. Then where had this power come from? This was the power of the exploding star. This was progenitor Chen's power. Lu Yin gulped. Could he use the power that progenitor Chen had left behind just by relying on the image beneath his feet? Ecstasy filled his heart, and Lu Yin had never felt so safe before. How many stars had progenitor Chen left behind in the fifth mainland? What kind of power was this? This was progenitor Chen, the invincible progenitor Chen who had dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea. The symbol progenitor had left behind rune lines, the Hui progenitor had left behind countless methods to calculate the flow of time, and progenitor Qin had left behind these Sirius stars. Lu Yin was very certain that he could control the fifth mainland now. This was the invincible power that progenitor Qin had left behind for him. No wonder the serious sect cared so much about this image. They could not use it, but Lu Yin had managed to use it by chance. Lu Yin raised his head and exhaled. With this power, he did not need to fear the everlasting tribe's invasion. Above the Sky Sect's plaza, cultivators walked out one by one, all of them vying for the position of Tao Child. Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, Skyline Jialan, Weiyan, Hen Mo, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, Ling Gong from this era, when Sansi, and the others all walked out one by one, looking at the progenitor's statue in the distance with resolute eyes. Lu Bujing anxiously looked at the ancestral turtle. Lu Yin still hadn't come out. Could he have gone into seclusion? Forget it, even if he came out, he might not be able to compete with Chu Yuan and the others. They had been preparing for more than a decade. There was no time limit to the battle for the position of Tao disciple. Even if one came out at the last moment and defeated the person most likely to become Tao disciple, the statue would return to its original position and would have to be carried back to the sect in the sky. Whether one could become a Tao disciple or not had nothing to do with the time one came out. At most, the other contenders would have to leave with serious injuries or be too exhausted. This was the advantage. This was an advantage. In the Sky Sect's era, unless it was too late, no one would appear at the last moment, as they would be looked down upon by others. Furthermore, the Tao Master could directly deny a person from becoming a Tao Child, even if that person defeated everyone else. This was the Tao Master's privilege. A Tao Child walked on behalf of the heavens, and this heavens referred to the Tao Master. If the Tao Master did not want someone to become a Tao Child, then that person would never become a Tao Child. Thus, even the most scheming person would not want to take advantage of others in the battle of Tao Child, as it was easy for the Tao Master to dislike them. This was also the reason why Hen Xian, Lu Bujing, and the others did not need to announce the start of the battle of Tao Child. The battle of Tao Child had already begun the moment the statue appeared, and people could enter or leave at any time. After a brief silence, a group of people rushed towards the statue. Many of them had fervent gazes. They did not want to become a Tao Child, but rather, they wanted to be the first to touch the statue. There were also some who hoped to carry the statue for some distance. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Although Suifeng did not add much, he was busy with work and would often go on business trips. He would not miss 2 chapters a day, and he had persisted for 939 days without a single break. Even when he was sick, he still continued to write. He was quite hard-working. Thank you, brothers, for your support and tolerance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2091. It had to be known that this was the human race's highest stage. There were envoys, half-ancestors, and even the 12 Elysium sect masters. Almost all of them were future progenitors, and anyone who caught their eye would have a promising future. This was the reason why so many people were participating in the battle of Tao disciples. It was important to know one's own limits, and most people had never thought of becoming a Tao disciple. They only wanted to display enough talent and strength to catch the attention of the powerhouses. The first batch of people to rush towards the primogenitor statue was led by Suzhou. He immediately teleported to the statue's side faster than anyone else, which stunned many. Aside from the geniuses of this era, there were also geniuses from the same era as Chu Yuan and the others who had awakened from the ice. Although there weren't many of them, there were still 7 or 8 of them. Many of them had not experienced the era of the 10 arbiters, so they did not know much about the Su family. The moment he used the secret art of strategy, he left everyone behind. Fortunately, it was a secret art of strategy and not an offensive battle technique. Otherwise, his star energy would have been devoured, and he would not have been able to use it. Suzhou looked at the primogenitor statue in front of him, and a fervent look flashed across his eyes. He reached out to hug it, but at some point, white fluff had appeared in front of him. It wasn't just around the statue, but also around the entire plaza. There was a scream as someone's forehead was pierced by the fluff, and his body was torn to shreds. Many people were stunned, and they looked at the fluff with fear in their eyes. The fluff approached Suzhou, but he could clearly see that it wasn't fluff at all. Instead, it was a blade. It was an extremely small blade that had been assembled together to slash through the void. The sharp white chi had gathered together to form a terrifying attack, and it was not a soft fluff. The fluff suddenly scattered and flew towards Suzhou. Suzhou's figure retreated rapidly. There were almost no blind spots for him to escape from, so he had no choice but to take them head-on. However, Suzhou managed to evade them, which surprised Wei Yin. I thought that this person would have to rely on a secret technique to escape, but he still has such a method. Not bad. Nearby, Ink Hen quietly watched the group of people rush towards the primogenitor statue and watched the fluff scatter across the plaza. He was not anxious at all, as these people truly wanted to compete for the position of Tao disciple, not fight like clowns. Don't underestimate this era. There are still some geniuses born. Did you lose out? Wei Yin was surprised. Henmo didn't speak. Step by step, he steadily walked towards the statue of the ancestor. The flying catkins couldn't hurt him at all as they were blocked by his invisible battle chi. Wreckage flew all over the square, and miserable shrieks rang out continuously. In an instant, blood splattered all over the ground. That's the way it should be. The sect above heaven isn't built on scale, but on blood and iron. When humans were at their peak, they didn't rely on numbers to enslave other races, but on bloodshed and slaughter. Blood is the best material to build the sect above heaven. This era should see this clearly. The unsettled flying catapults eliminated nearly half of the participants. The other half were either lucky enough to avoid the catapults or were able to survive. Avery half knelt on the ground and eventually fell. He was eliminated. Facing the above heaven era's geniuses, he, who was once ranked 4th in the top 100 rankings, was helpless. Suddenly, a sharp chi came from afar. Wei Yin turned her head and saw a white light. She saw the tip of the sword coming down. Her gaze turned cold. She waved her hand and the flying cotton blocked in front of her. The invisible sword cut through the flying cotton and finally disappeared in front of Wei Yin. It wasn't that the sword was powerless, but rather that the star energy had been devoured. This era was different. During the era of astral source cultivation, although those below the emissary level could continue to cultivate with star crystals, the power they could display was different from before. This was the 5th sword of the 13 swords, which allowed the user to become one with their sword and domain. It had come from Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu was now an enlighter, but unfortunately, he couldn't fully unleash the sword's power. Wei Yin looked at Lu Xiaoqiu. You dare attack me? Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was calm as he raised his sword again and used the 11th sword, Source Splitter. Originally, the sword's chi could pierce through the astral source space, and it was one of the rare battle techniques that could touch the astral source universe before reaching the emissary level. Although the astral source universe had been devoured, it was the astral source that had been devoured. The universe had only lost one type of power, which was returning to its original state. This sword continued to pierce through the astral source universe and slashed towards Wei Yin. Wei Yin shook her head. Too weak. She then flipped her left palm, and the flying catapults in the sky quickly condensed into countless blades that slashed towards Lu Xiaoqiu. There was a huge difference in their realms, and Wei Yin was a cultivator who had undergone 2 origin tribulations. Even a casual slash from her was not something that Lu Xiaoqiu could withstand. Lu Xiaoqiu had only swung his sword because he had heard Wei Yin's words. In this era, no one was allowed to be looked down upon, even if it meant death. The 11th sword was broken, and the blade slashed towards Lu Xiaoqiu. Lu Xiaoqiu did not dodge, and his sword slashed downwards. The next moment, the blade slashed past his body, and blood splattered across the ground. His body was sent flying, and not a single piece of intact flesh could be seen. At the same time, Lu Yin's sword slashed past as well. The 13th sword. Not bad, he had also grasped the 13th sword. Wei An's expression froze, and she slowly lowered her head to look at her body. Unknowingly, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. How was this possible? There was no way to dodge this attack. Not only Wei An, but Hen Mo and Lu Jiao from the Lu family also saw this scene, and they all looked at Lu Xiaoqiu in shock. This person had actually injured Wei An. There was clearly a huge gap between them. They looked at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was lying on the ground, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. To be able to injure Wei An with such a huge gap between them showed that Lu Xiaoqiu was definitely a genius. Wei An wiped her mouth and looked at Lu Xiaoqiu with respect. "You're not bad, but it's a pity that the gap between us is too great. I'll remember you." She then turned to walk towards the primogenitor statue. Suddenly, another sword slashed out. It was the same 5th sword, and it was exactly the same as the one that Lu Xiaoqiu had used against Wei An. However, this attack made Wei An cautious. For the first time, she took out her blade and slashed horizontally, breaking the 5th sword. She then looked into the distance and saw a bespectacled woman with long black hair and a white sword in her hand. It was Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu did not say anything, and she simply raised her hand and unleashed the 11th sword, Sword Split. It was exactly the same as the one that Lu Xiaoqiu had used, but this attack made Wei An wary. In reality, there was still a huge gap between him and Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu was still an enlighter, and even after 20 years, her generation had been stuck at the enlighter realm because the astral source universe had been devoured, unable to break through. Even so, she was much better than Lu Xiaoqiu, and the gap between her and Wei An was not as exaggerated. The 13 swords was an incomparably terrifying sword technique, and when Lu Tianmu used it, it was even more exaggerated than Lu Xiaoqiu's. Even Wei An had to take it seriously, as there were many outstanding people in this era. Sujiu was forced back by the flying Katkins, and the second person to approach the statue was Ku Lei. Similarly, he did not manage to touch the statue before he was blocked off by a youth from the Above Heaven sect. Just a thin screen of light allowed Ku Lei to get close to the statue. "Your era doesn't understand. You don't have the qualifications to touch it," the youth said arrogantly. Just as he finished speaking, golden meteors crashed down from above. Hui Santong had made his move. "Although I don't like Ku Lei, I'm even more annoyed by you. So what if we want to touch the statue? You overestimate yourselves." The youth raised his finger, and countless white screens of light slashed down at the golden meteors. The golden meteors crashed down one after another, and the white screens of light slashed out. A magnificent confrontation took place in the plaza, and shockwaves swept out in all directions. Just as the youth had said, they walked forward unhurriedly, approaching the statue step by step. At the same time, they did not allow anyone from this era to touch the statue. They had never treated anyone from this era as an opponent, and they only saw the geniuses of the same era as them. This included Lu Lai and Lu Jiao, who similarly looked down on the cultivators of this era. The geniuses from the Above Heaven sect had reached a tacit agreement that no one from this era was allowed to touch the statue. Chu Yuan watched the battle in the plaza and smiled indifferently. No matter how much they fought, only a few people had the qualifications to compete at the final step. Wei An, Hen Mo, and the others were not qualified, let alone the people of this era. Sky Gem stood in place without moving, occasionally glancing in the direction of the Lu Tian men. Was Lu Yin really dead? It was a pity that he had not been defeated in a direct confrontation. In a corner of the plaza, Su-san was not advancing, and he was actually retreating. This is too scary. I don't know why Master sent me here. Even the 10 arbiters had been suppressed, so there was no need to mention him. This was too scary, and it was better to stay until the end. Ku Wei and the others were too sneaky, and none of them participated. If they had known that this was a group of monsters, they would not have dared to fight. Nong Zetian had the same thoughts as Su-san, as he did not want to compete for the position of Tao disciple. What did that have to do with him? However, the ancestor had forced him to come here, saying that Nong Zetian was just lucky. Nong Zetian rolled his eyes when he thought about it. No matter how lucky he was, how could he become a battle force user? Didn't he see that the guy who had shone so brightly in the 10-person battle had been instantly killed? In the distance, Dai Ao lay on the ground and raised his head with great difficulty. In front of him, Han Mo walked over step by step. Anyone who betrays the 3 ultimate Sky Gate deserves to die. I tried my best to join Team E, but you chose to betray us despite being so close. Since that's the case, you can die. Han Mo walked right in front of Dai Ao and raised his foot, intending to use the most humiliating method to kill Dai Ao. Dai Ao clenched his fists and wanted to stand up, but the difference between them was too great. He believed that he was very talented in battle force cultivation, but the battle for the position of Tao disciple was not just about battle force. Xiao Linue had been severely injured by him, and if not for the fact that his strength had been limited and that he could only use battle force, Dai Ao would not even have been able to get close to Xiao Linue. This was the difference between them. Dai Ao had participated in the battle for the position of Tao disciple because he had not seen the difference between them clearly. Within the Lu Tianmen gate, Wang Wen frowned as he watched this scene unfold. He had tried to persuade Dai Ao not to participate in the battle for the position of Tao disciple, but he had been rejected. Han Mo stomped down, and suddenly, the white spear stabbed out from the side, heading straight for his head. Han Mo frowned and had no choice but to withdraw his foot. He turned around and dodged, then raised his hand to grab the spear. Not bad. Ling Gong gripped the spear tightly and imprinted his battle force onto it. He shook the spear in an attempt to pull it back, but the spear did not move at all. You want to compete with me in battle force? Han Mo was cold as he released his formless battle force, which burned the void and formed a warring states period that suppressed Ling Gong so much that he wanted to vomit blood. She had not expected this young man to have reached the warring states period. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2092. Han Mo slapped at Ling Gong. Sengoku's attack was not to be underestimated, and Ling Gong's internal organs were shattered. Han Mo showed no mercy. Seeing Ling Gong's corpse fall to the ground, he was just about to step on Dai Ao when another spear stabbed at him from behind. Han Mo looked at Ling Gong in shock. You! Ling Gong's spear changed directions, and at the same time, the Sky Palace appeared. The flawless White Palace rang an ancient bell in an attempt to suppress Sengoku, but she had underestimated him. How could Sengoku, who was formed by an invincible spirit, be suppressed by innate talent? Ling Gong was shocked. This person's cultivation surpassed hers, and his strength surpassed hers. Han Mo's Sengoku was as steady as Mount Tai, and he was not affected by Ling Gong at all. A doppelganger technique. Interesting. He clenched his right fist and punched out. No one below Sengoku could match him. A figure quickly swept past Ling Gong with 9-line battle force imprinted all over his body. He raised his palm to meet Han Mo's attack. Heart-tempering palm. There was a bang, and the figure was sent flying back faster than he had come. His right arm was shattered, and he fell to the ground, leaving a long trail behind him. Although he had been defeated in an instant, it had given Ling Gong an opportunity. Her spear stabbed into Hen Mo's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Hen Mo did not care about his shoulder injury. Instead, he looked at the person who had fallen to the ground. "You're not bad to be able to take a punch from me without dying." The person who had fallen to the ground was Kai Jinqiang. He had also participated in the battle for the position of Path Disciple, and he was barely over 100 years old. It was reasonable to say that he had broken the rules, but no one cared. Ling Gong's expression was ugly. If not for Kai Jinqiang's attack, she would not have been in a good state either, let alone injure Hen Mo. Hen Mo shook his head. "Your era is not bad." He then grabbed the spear, and Sengoku's layers of pressure made it difficult for Ling Gong to breathe. At the same time, he raised his foot. "You want to stop me from stomping him to death, but you can't." Not much time had passed, but more than half of the people who had been eliminated had been eliminated. The battle on the other side of the square was also very intense. Avery's luck was bad, and even though he had fallen, he was beaten beyond recognition. Shang Rong was also eliminated by Wang. Many people besieged Wang Yi, but no one could defeat him, including the Sword and the Stone and the Son of Light. Ascension Mavis actually went after Hello Mavis, and the two Mavis clashed head-on. Hello Mavis was speechless, and the spectators were even more speechless. The Mavis clansmen looked petite and cute, dressed in green, and looked pleasing to the eye. However, their tempers were fiercer than anyone else's, and they wouldn't even let their own people off. Lonely Little Fool's entire body was wrapped in white smoke as he continuously distanced himself from the battle between Heluo Mavis and Ascension Mavis. The shockwaves from the battle between the two crazy women were too much for him to handle. Suddenly, a straight line flashed past his neck. Lonely Little Fool's eyes flickered. Just a little bit more, and his head would have been gone. Who ambushed him? He turned around and saw a figure fall to the ground. Gu Xiao'er recognized him. Wasn't this Xu Jing? It was the Hall of Honor's method. No wonder there was a straight line just now. It was his innate gift. Why was he so miserable? Who hit him? Lonely Little Fool looked up and saw Sky Indigo. His face twitched, and he greeted her, "Sorry for disturbing you." He then turned around and fled, but before he could take more than a few steps, he stepped on something and twisted his ankle. Lonely Little Fool was furious. Where did this stupid rock come from? He kicked the rock, but it moved and dodged his kick. Lonely Little Fool, what are you doing? Lonely Little Fool was stunned. Little Mountain God. You're here too. You're actually pretending to be a rock. Little Mountain God was helpless. There's nothing I can do about it. There are too many strong people here. Calm down. Right, why are you running? Lonely Little Fool. Just as he was about to speak, a violent energy swept him and Little Mountain God away. Sky Indigo was disdainful. Trash like this dared to participate in the Tao Disciple competition. In the surrounding stands, Lu Bujing's expression turned solemn. Someone at Sky Indigo's level had finally made a move, and the others would soon be eliminated. The only ones left to compete were themselves. Outside, people continued to participate in the Tao Disciple competition, but it was useless. This battlefield could easily eliminate those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, including people like Lonely Little Fool and Little Mountain God. Su San had been eliminated, so had Ku Lei. Even DFA had been eliminated. He had been sent flying by Lu Lai's palm. There was no helping it, the difference between them was too great. On the other hand, Little Black and Xiao Bai had slipped away quickly. The blue transformation duo were hiding in a corner, but no one knew what they were thinking. When Sansi had trapped Chu Yuan with 3 layers of literary prison, and he had made a move against him. Many people looked over. When Sansi was not weak. Although he had not broken through to become an emissary, he could use literary prison and his innate concealment skill to force Chu Yuan to reveal something. Even he Luo Mavis looked over. She was also from Lu Tianmen, so she knew that Wen Sanxi's innate concealment skill was quite strong. Chu Yuan allowed Wen Sanxi to trap him with multiple layers of literary prison, and he was somewhat surprised. The era hasn't been completely severed. There are still people who can use these ancient characters, but they can't trap me. He easily walked out of the literary prison. Wen Sanxi was shocked. How? How could the literary prison be broken so easily? If you can truly comprehend these ancient characters, you will become an absolute powerhouse in the future. You are still far from that level. Chu Yuan pointed a finger at Wen Sanxi. He Luo Mavis rolled her eyes. She had underestimated Wen Sanxi too much. Although there was a huge gap between their realms, he was not someone who could be killed with a single finger. A screen appeared in front of Wen Sanxi. It was his innate concealment skill. Chu Yuan's finger only pushed Wen Sanxi back, but it did not break through the barrier. What a strange innate gift. Wen Sanxi frowned, but then he exhaled and left the plaza. Chu Yuan was astonished. He had given up just like that. Wen Sanxi was helpless. Even Lu Yin had been able to break through his innate gift back then, so there was no need to mention Chu Yuan. This person was a Tao disciple from above heaven, and he was definitely stronger than Lu Yin. Even if Wen Sanxi had improved a lot in the past 20 years, this kind of person would only improve even more. Many people felt that it was a pity. With Wen Sanxi's innate gift, he should have been able to force Chu Yuan to reveal something. In the plaza, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and Sky Jialan were all seeds, but they were not the only ones. Every heaven's gate could send out a seed. This seed did not have any special privileges, it was more like a competition between the heaven's gates. Chu Yuan represented the three ultimates heaven's gate, He Luo Mavis represented Lu Tianzong, Sky Jialan represented blood heaven's gate, and undying heaven's gate was represented by silver. Xiao Luo did not participate in the competition for the position of Tao disciple. He looked at the smiling silver in the plaza with a serious expression. This person had hidden too deeply, and no one knew exactly what he was hiding. In any case, ever since he had seen this person on Earth, Xiao Luo had been extremely vigilant. Logically speaking, silver was of the same generation as them. It was already incredible that he had been able to participate in the Star Tower contest and control the ghouls to capture Lu Yin. Now, he was even able to participate in the competition for the position of Tao disciple. His rate of improvement was actually comparable to Lu Yin's, which should be impossible. If not for his 9 clones, he would not have been able to reach Silver's level. Now that he had merged his 9 clones and stolen Xia Juyo's cultivation results, he still could not catch up to Silver. Just what was this Silver hiding? Aside from Silver, there was one final seed on the plaza, and it was the big sister who was wielding the spiked club. She represented the Butian sect. In fact, no one had expected the big sister to represent the Butian sect. Everyone had initially thought that it would be Starsabil, as no matter how they looked at it, Starsabil should be representing the Butian sect. The big sister was more suitable to represent the pirates. Such a huge disparity naturally brought about fear. The Butian sect was not to be trifled with, and it was related to fate. The more one understood fate, the more they did not dare to come into contact with it. No one from the above heaven sect era dared to provoke the big sister, and no one from this era dared to do so either. The big sister had not even made a single move, nor did she walk towards the primogenitor's statue. She just stood there, occasionally swinging her spiked club, which attracted quite a few people's attention. Lu Yin walked out from the ancestral turtle's back and looked around. He saw the Tao disciple competition plaza and the surrounding half-ancestors. He also saw the strange fate daughter. She would unconditionally help anyone who became a Tao disciple. He wanted to see if that was true. When he thought of this, Lu Yin took a step forward and directly appeared outside the above Heaven Sex Plaza. It was very calm, and he did not attract anyone's attention. Everyone's attention was on the plaza, and there were many exciting battles going on inside. Who would pay attention to what was happening outside? Lu Yin scanned the plaza and saw Lu Tianmu fighting Wei An while bathed in blood. He saw Kai Jinchang lying on the ground, heavily injured. He saw Lu Xiaoqiu, whose fate was unknown. He saw Hai Dashao fighting against Shang Rong. He saw Chu Yuan walking towards the primogenitor statue step by step. He also saw Henmo, who was holding onto Ling Gong's spear and using the warring state suppression to stomp on Dai Ao. When he saw this, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. His left hand moved at a speed that even the envoys could not see as he unleashed the void palm. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a sword that slashed out. Henmo stomped down. He had suppressed Ling Gong and was full of arrogance, vainly attempting to punish those who had betrayed the Three Ultimates Heaven sect. But suddenly, a terrifying premonition appeared that caused his heart to beat rapidly. This was a premonition that only appeared when one's life was in danger. In the past, when such premonitions had appeared, he knew where they had come from and could think of ways to resolve them. However, at this moment, he did not know where this premonition had come from. Bang! The void palm landed solidly on Henmo's right arm and sent his body flying. Even Sengoku was unable to block this attack, and half of his body was shattered as he crashed to the ground. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Tianmu was panting heavily. The 13th sword had injured Wei An, and it was much more severe than Lu Xiaoqiu's. However, it was still not enough to defeat Wei An. Wei An faced Lu Tianmu and slashed out with her blade. This attack was enough to take her life. There was a huge gap between the two. One was an enlighter, while the other was an emissary. Lu Tianmu watched as the blade descended and gripped his sword hilt tightly. The sixth sword was used to defend against the sword's force. Suddenly, a sword tip flashed past Lu Tianmu and slashed towards Wei An. Wei An's blade landed at the exact same moment that the sword tip slashed towards her. Wei An's eyes narrowed as the blade collided with the sword tip. With a bang, her blade shattered, and her body was slashed by countless sharp slashes. Although Wei An had withstood the attack and remained standing in her original spot, she was in the same state as Lu Xiaoqiu. Not a single part of her body was left intact, and blood flowed down her limbs. The blade in her hand had also shattered. This sudden turn of events shocked countless people. Henshin suddenly took a step forward and stared at the person who had appeared outside the plaza. He was shocked. Lu Yin. He was not the only one who recognized Lu Yin, as many others recognized him as well. That attack had truly been shocking. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2093. Wei An and Hen Mo were geniuses from the Above Sky sect who had dared to challenge a Tao disciple, and they had suppressed the 10 arbiters to the point of suffocation. However, Lu Yin had managed to injure them both at the same time, which left many in disbelief. They were absolute geniuses who had the power of 1 or 2 tribulations, but they couldn't even defend themselves against Lu Yin. Lu Bujing laughed heartily. Although he didn't think that Lu Yin could compete with Chu Yuan and the others, he had still managed to vent his anger. Dai Ao, Lu Tianmu, and the others were all from the Lu Tian men. Lu Yin's sword swept across half of the plaza, which not only attracted the attention of those in the stands, but also those in the plaza. Chu Yuan and He Luo Mavis looked over in shock. It was him. Hadn't he been pierced through the heart? Lu Yin hadn't died, which shocked them greatly, especially Chu Yuan. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had most likely lost the fight for the progenitor's sword. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't have ended up in Lu Yin's hands. As for the sword piercing through the heart, he had thought about it and felt that he had made a mistake somewhere. No matter what the result was, it didn't change the fact that he had lost to Lu Yin. Jalan's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Yin. His lips curled up. It was good that he hadn't died. Wei Yin and Hen Mo were both trash in his eyes, but since Lu Yin hadn't died, he could become a cornerstone of his path to becoming a Tao disciple. He could also take the progenitor's sword while he was at it. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's really lucky, Xia De muttered to himself as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. Xia Ji's face sank, as this kid was his nemesis. If it had been anyone else, even a Tao disciple, he wouldn't have been so afraid, but this was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's cultivation couldn't keep up, but he could make up for it with his methods. This kid wasn't some old-fashioned cultivator from the above sky sect, and his methods weren't something that
wasn't that they couldn't
and the others could compare in their starry sky, but they wanted to obtain some of the inheritances from the above heaven sect era, such as battle chi. If this kid is still alive, the three ultimates heavenly gates between the battle chi was unimaginable, and this was what they needed. And knows how to use underhanded methods. words made Xia De and then stared at Lu Yin hesitate, as this person had left a deep impression on him. To the three ultimates heavenly gates. Lu Yin was just an emissary. 20 years wasn't a long time for battle between half progenitors, but it was enough to make some people forget certain things. It could be said that Lu Yin had contributed greatly to blocking the entrance to the innerverse and outerverse. In the current era, his influence had even surpassed the Hall of Honors. Could he have something to do with what happened to Memories of him had gradually faded. Xia De suddenly recalled something as more people mentioned him, Lu Yin's achievements began to spread once more. Did he cultivate some of the younger generation looked at Lu Yin as if he were a legend? Xia Ji replied, outside the above heaven shouldn't be weak. Wuda was excited. 20 years ago, was flushed. His cultivation of the universe evolution true scripture was second only to the mirror god. He really didn't die. He should be even more terrifying. Tomorrow's news will shock the entire human domain. Hen Axian looked at Xia Ji. Countless people will go crazy. Xia Ji reflexively replied, he's Lu Yin. You're still a bit weaker than me. The woman who followed Wuda suddenly, curiously looking something and looked at Hen Axian. Wuda licked his lips excitedly. Master, are you suspecting me? That's right, he's Lu Yin. Hen Axian retracted his gaze. Whether he's dead or alive, I was just asking. He's still a legend. Xia Ji frowned. He's an unerasable chapter in the fifth mainland's history. He frowned slightly and shook his head. For the past 50 years, their relationship with almost every major was complicated. Even though he disappeared in the past 20 years, once the people he left behind and the technocracy was repaired, they would return to the starry sky of the trees. He still has the power to influence the fifth mainland. Perhaps they could enter Jupiter and return to the starry sky of the trees. Can he compare to the heaven sect master? It had nothing to do with them. Wuda sneered. But before they returned to the starry sky of the trees, they needed to work with Hen Axian. They're just older and have higher cultivations. Given enough time, Lu Yin could even become a legendary primogenitor. The others naturally didn't believe Wuda, but Lu Yin's appearance had indeed caused a commotion. Lu Yin walked into the above heaven sect's plaza step by step. He glanced at all the people competing for the position of Tao disciple, and there were too many familiar faces. In the distance, Silver flashed his trademark foxy smile and looked at Lu Yin in a friendly manner. Lu Yin smiled as well, as he had forgotten about this guy. Even when senior brother Qing Ping had brought them to the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin knew that Silver had hidden his strength well. However, he hadn't expected that Silver would participate in the competition for the position of Tao disciple and even represent the undying heaven sect. Lu Yin smiled as he pleased. Today, he would tear apart that foxy face and see what he was hiding. Even further away, Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, and Jalan of the Sky were all either provoking him or deep in thought. Little 7. Someone shouted as a huge mace came crashing down from the other side. Lu Yin looked over and raised his hand. There was a loud bang, and his expression changed. What a powerful attack! He looked up and saw a beautiful woman smiling at him. Her smile was very beautiful, but her huge Adam's apple was too much of an eyesore, and anyone who saw it felt weird. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Boss sis, don't greet me like this in the future. It's too rough. He then tossed the mace back to her. She caught it and smiled. I knew that you would come back. My many requests to the sect master weren't in vain. Luin had seen her from the ancestral turtle's back, but he hadn't expected her to represent the Butian sect. He had heard that she had been accepted as a disciple by a fate maiden, which was already strange enough. Boss sis, you're also competing for the position of Tao disciple? You're not too old, are you? Her expression sank, and she sneered. Good, now you dare to tease me. Fine, I wanted to help you clear out those trash, but now you can go on your own. I won't participate. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. Who's trash? If it wasn't for the Butian sect behind you, they would have dealt with this monster long ago. Luin waved a hand. I don't need your help. I'll deal with it myself. In another corner of the plaza, Lu Lai and Lu Jiao exchanged glances. Was that a direct descendant of this generation's family? He was even crazier than Daoist Tianyi. However, he had easily defeated Henmo and Weiyan, which meant that he was indeed stronger than them. Let's meet up with the direct descendants and help him clear out the obstacles. Lu Lai said solemnly. Lu Jiao nodded and walked towards Luin. Brother Lu, I didn't think that you would return alive. Congratulations, Zhelan said. He Luo Mavis smiled. Do you still remember our proposal? That proposal is still valid. Lu Yin replied, no need. I didn't need it before, and I definitely don't need it now. Chu Yuan raised his head. Looks like Brother Lu is very confident. Long time no see, Captain, Silver beamed. Lu Yin looked at him. We should have a chat. I'll wait for you. Silver smiled brilliantly. This was clearly a battle for the position of Tao disciple, and it should have been very intense. However, their conversation made the entire plaza feel strange, as if everyone else was being ignored. This was indeed the case, everyone else was being ignored. Don't you think that there are too many people? Skycloud Zhelan looked around and spoke slowly. He Luo Mavis agreed. Yes, there are too many. Then throw them out, Chu Yuan said indifferently. Silver beamed at Luin. What do you think, Captain? Luin looked around. Glory Gate and Lu Tianmen, leave. Everyone else, throw them out. What a joke, I'm the one who wants to throw out the Lu Tianmen. Zhelan sneered and glanced sideways. Two figures, one black and one white, flashed past. They were Little Black and Xiao Bai. He was looking at Hai Dashao, who was even further away. The two just happened to pass by, and Zhelan raised a hand, causing the bloodstains on the ground to transform into sharp arrows that shot out. The arrows actually pierced through Little Black and Xiao Bai as they shot towards Hai Dashao. Lu Yin's palms moved slightly as he used his emptiness palm to shatter the blood-stained arrows just before they were about to hit Little Black and Little White. The blood splattered everywhere, scaring Little Black and Little White. They were not weak, and the combination of black and white allowed them to move unhindered in the plaza. Few people could threaten them, but that did not include Sky Zhelan. With Zhelan's strength, he could easily injure or even kill them. And just now, Zhelan had not held back. His target had been Hai Dashao, and Xiao Bai and Xiao He were secondary targets. Zhelan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You care about these two? Lu Yin was about to say something when his gaze suddenly turned strange. He saw a giant mace coming down from above Zhelan's head. They're from Eversky Island, you idiot. Big Sis roared as she smashed it down. Zhelan had not expected Big Sis to suddenly attack him. He pressed down with his right palm, and even though he had clearly hit the ground, the terrifying force hit the mace instead. The void trembled, and in the next moment, a horizontal crack spread out like a bolt of lightning. Jialan's expression changed, and he looked at Big Sis in shock. She had actually blocked his attack. Big Sis glared at Jialan. I'm going to beat Xiao Bai's face into a pig's head. Then, the mace in her hand suddenly cracked and exploded with a bang, revealing two giant hammers. Big Sis swung them at Jialan, one in each hand. Jialan snorted, and his hands formed a seal as he struck out at Big Sis. Lu Yin was about to intervene when Big Sis roared and swung her hammers down. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, and then she swung her hammers again. Jialan's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Crossing reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible phantom leapt out, wailing in anguish. Both of their palms joined together to attack Big Sis. Thank you. Cat North South QAQ, thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2094. She raised her hammer high and brought it down viciously. Boom! The entire sky sect was shaken, and everyone looked over in shock. This attack had sent many people flying. Lu Yin was shocked. How had Big Sis's strength improved so much? These hammers were not weak, and they were so powerful that even Lu Yin wanted to try. The two figures retreated at the same time. Sky Gem looked at Big Sis with a serious expression. Sky Shock Hammer. Big Sis raised her hammer and glared at Sky Gem. Xiao Bai, I'm going to waste my time with you. How dare you touch someone from Everlasting Island? You're using the Sky Shock Hammer. How do you know it? Sky Gem was confused. On the other side, River Mavis was shocked. Sky Shock Hammer. That woman knows it. Is she from our era? That can't be right, even from our era, she might not know it. What Sky Shock Hammer? Feather Mavis was confused. River Mavis was annoyed. Get out of here, I'm going to beat those people up. You're in the way. Lu Bujing's voice rang out from the stands. The Sky Sect has war drums that can only be beaten with the Sky Shock Hammer. Only one person from each continent is qualified to learn the Sky Shock Hammer and use it to beat the war drums. Rumor has it that the Sky Shock Hammer has a total of 9,999 hammers, but according to current records, only the Mavis ancestor has been able to beat 9,900 hammers. This is the pinnacle of hammer techniques in our Sky Sect. Lu Yin was astonished, and he couldn't help but glance at Destiny's daughter. It seemed that she had taught Big Sis this technique, or else she wouldn't have been able to learn it. Sky Gem took a deep breath. Do you think you can compete for the position of Tao disciple with just the Sky Shock Hammer? Let me tell you, in our era, no Sky Shock Hammer cultivator had ever become a Tao disciple, not even a Sky Sect leader. It's just a hammer technique. Big Sis sneered. The more I look at it, the more I want to be hammered. I'll use you to test this technique. She then raised her hammers and smashed them down. Big Sis had her eyes on Sky Gem, but there were also a few people who had their eyes on Lu Yin. Wang Yi's figure flickered as he used Skyblade, 4 ultimates. At the same time, Ink, who had been heavily injured by Lu Yin's attack, endured his injuries and charged towards Lu Yin. He wanted revenge. Before Lu Yin could make a move, a man and a woman appeared in front of him, simultaneously blocking Wang Yi and Hen Mo. We're from the Lu clan's branch family and came from the era of the Above Heaven sect. Leave them to us. Lu Lai blocked Wang Yi and shouted. Lu Jiao stared at Hen Mo. I want to try the Warring States era too. At that moment, Chu Yuan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Tianmu, reaching out to grab him. Lu Tianmu had already been bathed in blood from his battle with Weian, and he was on the verge of collapse. Facing Chu Yuan's attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Just as Chu Yuan was about to grab him, Lu Yin appeared at the same time and reached out to grab Chu Yuan's arm. "She's mine." "Is that so? How many can you save?" Chu Yuan smiled and turned around to kick Lu Tianmu. At the same time, Lu Yin raised his leg and kicked out. There was a thump, but the shockwave still sent Lu Tianmu flying. However, Lu Yin had stopped him, so he wasn't injured. The next moment, Chu Yuan's figure disappeared once more and reappeared in front of Hui Santong. Hui Santong stared at Chu Yuan in shock, unable to react in time. Lu Yin also appeared and pushed Hui Santong aside. 4 of the 7 courts had submitted to the Lu Tianmen, so they were also his people. Chu Yuan waved his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand, slashing past Lu Yin towards Hui Santong. The angle of this attack was tricky, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it clearly. However, he was facing Lu Yin, who had once studied the martial steel and seen many uses of weapons. Even Go Lian could break through 10,000 weapons. Although Chu Yuan's attack was exquisite, it didn't escape Lu Yin's eyes, and he flicked it away. Su San dodged to a corner, but Chu Yuan also appeared in front of him and slashed out. His sword transformed into a myriad of swords, and it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. It was as if the entire space was filled with swords, and Su San didn't even have time to feel fear or react. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared and looked at Chu Yuan in shock. How did this guy's sword techniques become more and more terrifying? From Hui Santong to Su San, Lu Yin's sword techniques had improved by more than a single level, just like how he had improved from the first sword to the 12th sword of the 13 swords. Chu Yuan smiled and turned his sword around, aiming it at Hai Daxiao. The sword brushed past Hai Daxiao's neck, and he grabbed the sword hilt. At the same time, the sword pierced through the void and headed straight for Hai Daxiao. Hai Daxiao saw it, but he couldn't react in time. This was the difference between them. He was frozen in place by this attack, and all he could do was endure it. Lu Yin's expression grew even more solemn when he appeared. This sword ignored distance, and it wasn't because it was fast. Instead, it used the user as the starting point and the enemy as the ending point, directly eliminating any distance between them. Although this sword wasn't very powerful, the sword technique was strange and exquisite, surpassing the 12 swords of the 13 swords. All Lu Yin could do was push Hai Daxiao aside and grab the sword with 2 fingers. He looked at Chu Yuan strangely. "Where did you learn this sword technique?" Chu Yuan smiled. "If you can win, I'll tell you." The sword suddenly shattered into countless fragments that shot towards Lu Yin. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had met many experts in the way of the sword, but he had never met anyone like Chu Yuan, who did not adhere to sword techniques or even the sword itself. Chu Yuan shattered the sword as he wished just to unleash a single attack. This person did not use a sword, but rather a weapon. He had no attachment to the sword. Chu Yuan and Lu Yin constantly flashed across the entire plaza, their speeds increasing. Aside from a few people, no one else could see them clearly. This was clearly a plaza where Tao disciples competed, but it had now become a competition of speed. Chu Yuan wanted to get rid of the Lu Tianmen, while Lu Yin wanted to protect them. In the stands, Lu Bujing could not take it anymore. "Everyone from the Lu Tianmen, retreat. Stop causing trouble." Elder Chan spoke up as well. "Everyone from the Glory Heavenly Gate, withdraw as well." The Spirit Palace was aggrieved. The dignified 10 arbiters had actually become troublemakers. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared beside her and then disappeared. Chu Yuan had also retreated to the other side. Lu Yin scanned the plaza and saw that many people had already left. Little Mountain God, Blackie, Xiao Bai, and even the heavily injured Lu Xiaoqiu and Kai Jinchang had left. Most of the Lu Tianmen had left, but there were still quite a few people in the plaza. Lu Yin's gaze trembled as his spiritual force erupted and swept across the entire plaza. Across from him, Chu Yuan also unleashed his spiritual force. The two stared at each other. This scene was exactly the same as when they had fought for the progenitor's sword. Chu Yuan had lost back then, but he did not want to lose this time. Lu Yin did not think that he had won either, as his heart had been pierced by the sword. Even now, it was difficult for him to use the death energy in his body, and the astral source in his cyclone was constantly being drawn out in a chaotic manner. However, it did not matter, as the remaining astral source was enough. Fortunately, he had used the 9-yang cauldron transformation to snatch the astral source, otherwise, he would have had to rely on battle force. Two terrifying waves of essence, energy, and spirit erupted. They swept across the entire plaza and then spread out to encompass the entire above-the-sky sect. Everyone was affected. Helpless, the half-ancestor acted to block the spiritual forces. The people in the square were not so lucky. Even Hui Santong, Wang Yi, and the others found it hard to breathe under these two violent energies. Their spiritual forces had been tempered by the primogenitor scripture, and they were not something that others could compare to. It was just like how Mingyang had been invincible among his peers in the central region. If one could see with their naked eyes, they would see that the two spiritual forces were recklessly colliding with the primogenitor statue in the plaza. One competitor after another was blasted out of the arena, and even Lu Lai and the other elites from the above-sky sect were no exception. Wang Yi stared at Lu Yin and immediately used the pearl vine of the 4 ultimate techniques in a futile attempt to seal Lu Yin's essence, energy, and spirit. However, just as he made his move, Lu Yin flicked his finger lightly. Under the support of battle qi, a huge force directly sent Wang Yi's body flying out, landing outside the arena. There was a loud boom, and the entire plaza shook as one figure after another was flung out of the arena. When the dust settled, only 6 people were left: Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, Sky Gem, Big Sis, Silver, and Lu Yin. The others were not on the same level as them, whether it was the former 10 arbiters, the Riemlings, or the inheritor of the 4 sides of the scale from the starry sky tree. You should have done this a long time ago. Peaceful, He Luo Mavis said proudly. Big Sis raised her hammers and hammered down on Sky Jialan once more. She did not care about anyone else, as she had set her sights on Sky Jialan. This was not only because Sky Jialan had attacked Little Black and Little White, but also because this person had displayed the greatest hostility towards Lu Yin. She wanted to deal with this person first. Sky Gem was also sullen. This woman was crazy. She was so strong that his arm was numb from all the pounding. Captain, I'll leave the toughest one to you. How about I deal with that woman? Silver beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. He might not be the toughest one. Silver was astonished. Captain, you think that she's stronger than him? He Luo Mavis frowned and looked at Silver with annoyance. This guy's tone was really annoying. Lu Yin looked at Silver deeply. What you do has nothing to do with me. In the end, no one in this plaza will be able to hide anything. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. I really want to know what you're hiding. I also want to know what you're hiding, Lu Yin replied. He had never seen Silver use his true strength. He was always a butterfly. Even during the Mountain and Sea Realm War, Silver had controlled the ghouls and not used his full strength. Chu Yuan and the others were very powerful, but Silver was not weak either. Otherwise, he would not have been able to catch Jue's attention. The Glory Gate did not have any seeds. The Tear Lady and Shu Jing were both methods, but they did not have the qualifications to become seeds. Elder Chan and the others knew how terrifying Chu Yuan and the others were, and they were not on the same level as them. If Elder Chan knew something, then there was no reason for him to not know as well. However, he had still sent Silver, which was enough to prove how powerful he was. The brighter a person's smile, the more dangerous they were. Since when are you the ones who decide the outcome of this battle? He Luo Mavis' face sank as she looked at Chu Yuan. We'll each take care of one of them. The final Dao child will be one of the three of us. Naturally, Chu Yuan replied. This was no longer just a battle between Dao children, but also a battle between generations. Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and Sky Gem were facing Lu Yin, Silver, and Big Sis. Two different people from two different eras were meeting on this battlefield. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2095. This battle represented the benefits of the Elysium Society, as well as the name of this era. To be honest, I thought that I'd have to face all three of you, but now there's only one. That's much easier, Lu Yin said. Chu Yuan's expression changed. If you hadn't appeared, I would have faced all of them. Everyone in the stands was speechless, each one was more arrogant than the last. The first time we met, I made a bet with He Luo Mavis that I could defeat you in 5 moves. Now, I only have 2 left, so that's enough, Chu Yuan said as a formless aura appeared around his body and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword is extraordinary, and the blade is powerful. Your Lu family's strength is second only to Mavis, so let's see if you can take this. He then clenched his fists and raised the blade, slashing downwards. Chu Yuan's body disappeared in an instant, reappearing in front of Lu Yin and slashing down. This attack was at least twice as fast as it had been in the previous exchange. Lu Yin's expression changed. The rune lines from this attack definitely exceeded 1,000,000 in power level. Even Master Yuan might not be able to withstand such an attack, and this was only the moment it landed. Sky Blue, Big Sis, He Luo Mavis, and Silver all looked over. Chu Yuan had displayed his prowess at this moment, erupting with the power of the first continent's Dao child and the only one who had been received by the progenitor. Lu Yin exhaled, his battle force exploding out and burning the void. The tyrannical battle force caused the blade to stop in its tracks, and he looked up and punched out at the long sword. This was the Warring States domain, which transformed the void into a domain. Wherever one's aura reached, they would be invincible. The stronger one's aura, the stronger their Warring States domain would be. With Lu Yin's own power, his Warring States domain was unstoppable. Chu Yuan wasn't surprised, as even Henmo had been able to cultivate the Warring States domain. Lu Yin had broken through Henmo's Warring States domain with a single palm, so it wasn't surprising that he could cultivate the Warring States domain as well, even if his battle force far surpassed Henmo's. The blade suddenly pressed down, its power increasing and distorting the void. The tyrannical battle force and the sharp edge of the blade swept out in all directions, affecting He Luo Mavis and forcing her to retreat. Lu Yin could clearly feel the power of Chu Yuan's attack increasing exponentially. How could this be? There was nothing special about this slash, but it was powerful beyond imagination. That's Chu Yuan's innate gift. His strength, speed, and numbers can all be multiplied. He's quite difficult to deal with, He Luo Mavis reminded him. She didn't want him to be defeated by Chu Yuan in just 2 moves. Lu Yin's display of power in the Dao Source Sect's ruins had been impressive, and the amount of astral source he had displayed when he had traveled through spacetime was monstrous. However, this did not represent his actual combat power, especially since the astral source universe had been devoured, which had greatly reduced the power of his astral source attacks. Furthermore, there had been a time span of 20 years between them. She did not think that Lu Yin could defeat Chu Yuan, but he should at least be able to force out some of Chu Yuan's trump cards. Lu Yin looked up. Double. Since you've multiplied your strength, I'll weaken it for you. As he thought of this, his pupils turned into runes and weakened. Chu Yuan was no longer the ignorant person who had arrived in this era for the first time. He now understood a lot about this era, and when he saw the change in Lu Yin's eyes, his eyes flashed. Was it the true scripture of Aeon evolution? As expected, Chu Yuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly let go of Lu Yin's hand. His body shifted to the side, and he appeared to Lu Yin's right. He clenched his fists tightly, and a long blade materialized before slashing out horizontally. It was exactly the same as Lu Yin's previous attack, but the direction was different. Lu Yin saw it, as this was what Luo Mavis had said, multiplying one's strength. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move as Chu Yuan's blade slashed down. The solar system seemed to be split in two, and countless stars were shattered. If one looked at the entire frostwave weave, this blade would have started from the solar system and transformed into a white light that cut through half of the weave, all the way to North Castle Weave. Everyone looked at the plaza. Lu Bujing gritted his teeth. Chu Yuan was much stronger than he had been 20 years ago, as he had already been at the third origin tribulation stage when he had first appeared. Although his realm had not increased, his innate gifts, battle techniques, and even secret techniques should be much stronger. Would Lu Yin be able to withstand this blade? Outside the plaza, Su San and the others were speechless. What kind of monster was this? Even Master would not be able to withstand this blade, let alone Su San. Ling Gong's eyes trembled, as this was the strength of a Daozi. Within the plaza, Chu Yuan sheathed his blade and shook his head. I still failed. 2 moves have passed, and I still can't defeat you. The dust settled, and Lu Yin appeared. Aside from the huge crack on the soles of his feet, even his clothes had not been damaged. He had used the cognizance realm of the cognizance scripture, and as his realm and strength increased, the power of attacks that cognizance realm cultivators could ignore also increased. Chu Yuan's blade was extremely powerful, but it was still within the range that cognizance realm cultivators could ignore. In the end, there was not much of a difference between the two of them. If it had been Lu Yin who had not broken through to the third origin tribulation stage 20 years ago, then cognizance realm cultivators might not have been able to ignore this blade. I told you that I would show you the power of this era's geniuses, Lu Yin said slowly. He could have used the cognizance realm to withstand that blade, but he had chosen to use the cognizance realm instead. This was the power of the rune progenitor, and it was also the most mystical power of all. Chu Yuan praised, I've learned about this era, and there are indeed geniuses here. However, you can't beat me with just this. Are you still planning on using this era's power? Lu Yin's lips curled up. No, I don't have the time for that. I want to end this quickly. The Akalanatha king's image appeared behind him, and boundless power surged into his body. The Sengoku kingdom was released, and it burned the void. Lu Yin raised a palm and stared at Chu Yuan. Try your best to hold on. This palm contained the power of the Lu family's visualization, the battle force of the Sengoku kingdom, and the essence that had been cultivated through the primogenitor scripture. It also contained a domain that had been strengthened with every upgrade. This palm was simple, but it was terrifying. Chu Yuan did not dare to underestimate this attack, especially when the Akalanatha king's image appeared. His expression became unprecedentedly solemn, just like when he had faced Lu Tianyi in the past. The surface of his body was practically boiling with formless. There was a thump as a palm print violently blasted through formless and forced Chu Yuan back. Chu Yuan could not believe his eyes. Formless was actually broken. Formless was not invincible, and Lu Yin's void palm was too powerful and too pure. Formless found it difficult to completely dispel it, but it still managed to reduce the majority of its power. Another palm struck out, and Chu Yuan was continuously pushed back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes widened as an incomparably large fish appeared behind him. It looked as if it was about to leap out of the lake and soar into the heavens. Lu Yin was shocked, a battleship fish. Lu Bujing, Hen Xian, and the rest were also shocked. This fish. Outside the solar system, Shi-Chi was also watching the battle between the Tao disciples. When the battleship fish had appeared behind Chu Yuan's back, her jaw had dropped. Wasn't that cheap fish? Above her head, cheap fish was also stunned. Why did this thing look so much like Lord Fish? Why was it so valiant? Chu Yuan visualized a battleship fish, and a spear condensed in his hand before stabbing out. He clearly saw the void palm, and he used the spear to break through its surface in a futile attempt to break through the void palm. Every void palm was pierced by the tip of the spear, and the spear shattered. The void palm was restrained by the spear's might, and it just happened to be blocked when it was right in front of Lu Yin. Formless stopped it. Chu Yuan continuously condensed his spear to break through the void palm. Lu Yin stared at Chu Yuan's spear and tried to weaken it. The spear suddenly disappeared, and Chu Yuan's hand missed. The void palm struck Lu Yin's body once more and forced him back. The battleship fish did not seem to have given him much strength. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of Chu Yuan. He stretched out a hand in a futile attempt to tear through formless. Although the void palm was powerful, it was greatly reduced by formless. At this moment, Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin and condensed a sword in his hand. He slashed out, seemingly seeing through Lu Yin's movements and aiming for Lu Yin's throat. Lu Yin had heard from Luo Mavis that Chu Yuan had comprehended the primeval Tao technique, and he could observe his opponent's battle techniques and break through them in one move. Back when Lu Yin had used the serious technique, Chu Yuan had seen through it, and now, Lu Yin's movements were being seen through as well. But so what? Chu Yuan's attack missed, and he reversed the void and disrupted it. Chu Yuan frowned. This person had too many tricks up his sleeve, but they were also powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Yin tore through formless with a single hand and grabbed at Chu Yuan's head. Chu Yuan exhaled, as he had been forced to use his trump card. He looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin saw that Chu Yuan was so close that he should have grabbed him as well, but his attack went right through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Speed. Something was wrong. While he was distracted, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Chu Yuan's sword had stabbed into Lu Yin's abdomen, and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Chu Yuan raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Yin. I have to say that you do have the qualifications to compete with us. Not only did you see through my sword technique, but you also withstood the power of my blade. You even broke through formless and rendered me helpless, but it all ends here. Didn't you all want to know why I was summoned by the primogenitor? I'll tell you today. Luo Mavis was currently fighting with Silver. She was powerful, but Silver was able to avoid her attacks. They were in a stalemate, but of course, it was not too intense. Sky Salon was also in a stalemate with Big Sis. Chu Yuan's words caused everyone to stop and look over. Even Hen Xian, Lu Bujing, and the other half-ancestors were looking at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was the only one from the above sky sect who had been summoned by the primogenitor. Why had he been summoned by the primogenitor? Was it because his power level far surpassed the other half-ancestors? Luo Mavis did not believe it, so she stared fixedly at Chu Yuan. Sky Salon did not believe it either. Lu Bujing did not believe it either. He did not believe that his own half-ancestor could not compare to Chu Yuan. Then why was Chu Yuan the only one who had been summoned by the primogenitor? Was this secret finally about to be revealed? He had been forced to reveal his trump card by Lu Yin. Everyone looked at Chu Yuan, but they did not see him do anything. He still used formless and pointed his sword at Lu Yin before slashing down. It was no different from the first attack. Everyone knew that this attack was definitely different, but they could not tell what exactly was different. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared fixedly at Chu Yuan's attack. What was different? There did not seem to be any difference, but when the blade approached, Lu Yin felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Seeing the sword descend, Lu Yin did not hesitate to activate ignorance. However, the next moment, everyone in the above Sky Sex Plaza was shocked, including Lu Bujing, Han Xan, and the other half-ancestors. Impossible. At that moment, in the plaza, Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the blade that had slashed down on his right shoulder. The blade had sunk an inch into his body, and fresh blood flowed down half of his body before dripping onto the ground. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2096. Lu Yin stared at Chu Yuan in disbelief. How was this possible? Chu Yuan's attack was clearly still some distance away from him, enough for him to use knowledge denial, but how had he been hit in an instant? The attack had not broken through space, nor had it been so fast that it could not be seen. It was as if the attack had struck him in the first place. It was natural, and it should have been. How could this be? Chu Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword and used his innate gift to try and cut through Lu Yin's body. However, he had still underestimated Lu Yin. Although his attack had struck Lu Yin, it did not mean that the battle had ended. Lu Yin's physical defense was too strong. Most people would only face one origin tribulation when they broke through to the next realm, but Lu Yin had faced 4. This meant that his physical body had been strengthened 4 times with each breakthrough, and that was in addition to the improvements he had received from breaking through 3 stages. Chu Yuan's attack had only been able to penetrate an inch into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin was shocked that Chu Yuan had been able to hit him, but Chu Yuan was also shocked by Lu Yin's physical strength. Even if this attack had hit He Luo Mavis or Lu Tianyi, it would not have been able to penetrate more than an inch. Even Chu Yuan could not help but sigh, this person was a monster. Not only did he have more astral source than them, but his physical strength as well. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the back of the sword, a strange look in his eyes. The power of time. Chu Yuan's eyes trembled. Yes, the power of time. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they heard Chu Yuan's reply. They all knew that the most terrifying power in the universe was time. Even progenitors could not endure the passage of time. When time reached a certain point, it could corrode any powerhouse, even a primogenitor. Throughout human history, almost no one had grasped the power of time. Destiny was known to be able to see the past and future, but no one knew if she had grasped the power of time. Lu Yin knew that Wendy Yushan had grasped a portion of the power of time, and she had been able to break through Zi's life origin energy despite the great disparity. Progenitor Qin had grasped reversal step and cultivated it to the point where he could reverse time and space. He could break through all battle techniques, which was why Lu Yin had sought reversal step. The progenitor's sword had brought them through time and space, allowing them to see major events in the past and even the golden age of the above heaven sect. Any power that was related to time could not be understood with common sense. Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time, and it seemed that he was not weak. Silver's smile disappeared, and he stared at Chu Yuan with an indescribable greed. At the same time, in the direction of the Blood Heaven sect, Lan Xian was also staring at Chu Yuan. She was determined to get his blood. Time was an illusory and indistinct energy that even ancestor realm experts were unlikely to be able to grasp. Now, it was finally about to reveal its miraculous might before everyone. Behind Lu Yin, the immovable heavenly king elephant roared as it exerted strength in its right hand. With a crack, the blade shattered. Chu Yuan struck out with his palm. The moment his palm appeared and he was struck, everything happened at the same time. Lu Yin did not have the time to block or evade. Chu Yuan had effectively erased this period of time, forcing Lu Yin to take the full brunt of the attack. Chu Yuan pushed Lu Yin back with a palm strike, and at the same time, he slashed out with his broken blade again. This time, Luin did not hesitate. The moment he was struck by the palm, he activated the cognizant universe evolution true scripture. Chu Yuan slashed at Lu Yin's neck with his broken blade. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, the broken blade didn't move an inch forward. It was blocked by the knowing denial realm. Chu Yuan praised, "The symbol ancestor is worthy of being called an outstanding talent." Even in our era, the power of creation can be considered miraculous. However, how long can you maintain this state? Do you think you can beat me in this state? Give me some time to think of a way to break through your power of time. He was glad that Chu Yuan had not learned how to reverse time. Otherwise, he would have been able to easily break through the knowing denial realm. Chu Yuan smiled. Break? Even the progenitor values this power. You think you can break through it? Brother Lu, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. There was no power that was unbreakable. The progenitor had that sword and the ability to travel through time, so he should have grasped the power of time as well. Even so, the humans had still been defeated by the Eternals, and 5 continents had been destroyed. This proved that the power of time was not invincible. The symbol ancestor had grasped too many powers, and there would always be a way to make up for the gap in time that had been erased. If there was no other way, then he could only rely on the extreme reversal technique to resist. Chu Yuan was unable to unleash an attack that exceeded his own limits, so the extreme reversal technique was invincible. Chu Yuan's display of power made he Luo Mavis and the others lose interest in continuing the fight. If they could not break through the power of time, then who could win? Brother Lu, you won't be able to defeat me, and it'll be difficult for me to defeat you as well. Nobody knows what the limits of your, when things reach an extreme, are, and no one can defeat you unless you reach your limit. He then turned to look at the river Mavis. The most terrifying thing about the Mavis family is that they won't die as long as there are plants around them, and they can even create clones. I can kill you once, but it'll be difficult for me to kill you a second time or a third time. You'll be able to survive as many times as there are plants around you, and it'll be difficult for me to defeat you. He then looked at Zhelan in the sky. The name of the 8-star Zhelan was used to intimidate the above heaven era. The Zhelan family controlled the 6th mainland, and they had a single inheritance of Zhelan's power. They even had an 8-star innate gift. The chances of beating you are not high. Everyone has an unbreakable power, so why hide it? Outside the plaza, everyone was left speechless by Chu Yuan's words. There was such a thing. Time was not the only unbreakable power. Just how much power had these people been hiding? This was the strength of a Dao disciple. Lu Bujing frowned, as Lu Yin's performance had exceeded his expectations. However, these Dao disciples were not simple, and what Chu Yuan had said was true as well. These Dao disciples all came from the families that controlled the continent, and their status was similar to the Lu families. The Lu family had the general appointing platform and the divine seal catalog, and these families also had inheritances that allowed them to suppress an entire continent. This was a power that even the power of time might not be able to suppress. Lu Yin raised his brows and looked at Zhelan and he Luo Mavis. He felt that things were going to be troublesome. If he could use the power in his body, he could try using the Reaper transformation, but he could not. It would be difficult for him to win with his current strength unless he used progenitor Chen's power. But then, what would be the point? Even the surrounding half-ancestors would not be able to hold on. He still had to think of a way to use the power in his body, and he had to do what he had done before. Captain, these guys are as strong as monsters. What should we do? Silver moved away from Luo Mavis and looked at Lu Yin with his signature foxy smile. Lu Yin looked at him. Don't you have any tricks up your sleeve? Silver smiled brilliantly. What do I have that you don't know, Captain? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It's not impossible to win. Silver's eyes widened. As expected of Captain, you still want to win in this situation. You have to help me, Lu Yin said. Silver was curious. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin slowly replied, use your death energy to cover me and prevent them from seeing me. Silver understood. Captain, you want to use the Reaper's power. Are you afraid that they'll destroy it? Lu Yin nodded. Silver smiled. As long as it's Captain's orders, I'll do it. Big Sis stopped attacking Jalan and walked over to Lu Yin. Little Seven, this is going to be difficult. What do you want to do? Lu Yin was confused. You want to be a Tao disciple? Big Sis rolled her eyes. No. Then what are you doing here? To join in the fun. That woman insisted that I participate. Are you confident? She said that I'll definitely lose. Lu Yin glanced at Destiny's daughter. Since that's the case, you can withdraw. Big Sis raised her brows. You're looking down on me. Forget about everything else, I'll smash that Xiao Bai face of yours. Jalan heard this, but he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Big Sis. He was planning to team up with Hulua Mavis to deal with Chu Yuan. Although they all had their own hidden powers, when it came to time, everyone's hearts trembled. Only the heavens knew what level of control Chu Yuan had over time. Jalan had been full of confidence before the competition, but the fact that Chu Yuan had grasped the power of time made him uneasy. He finally understood why the progenitor had only met Chu Yuan. This guy's power was too terrifying. Hulua Mavis glanced at Jalan with tacit understanding. As a Tao disciple, he naturally had his own pride. If he teamed up with someone else and won, it wouldn't be considered a victory, but he would at least be able to force Chu Yuan to use his full strength. Chu Yuan sighed. He knew that once he revealed the power of time, no matter what the others were hiding, he would become everyone's target. However, he had no other choice. If he didn't use the power of time, he wouldn't even be able to harm Lu Yin. The title of Tao disciple comes from the era of above heaven. No matter what, it can't be taken away by someone from this era. How about we get rid of them first? Especially that Lu Yin. You should know that things go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. It's unlikely that I'll be able to deal damage beyond his limit. If he manages to last until the end, no one will be able to win. The only thing Chu Yuan could do was eliminate Lu Yin's group first. As for Hulua Mavis and Sky Jalan, he was confident that he could take on both of them alone. Hulua Mavis hesitated. Lu Yin was still a member of the Lu family, and the Mavis family had pledged allegiance to him. If she attacked him first, it would be difficult for her family to gain a foothold in the heavenly Lu gate. Sky Jalan didn't hesitate at all. Let's do it. She leapt up and sent a palm strike at Big Sis. I'll deal with you trash first. As she spoke, her palm energy shattered the void and arrived in front of Big Sis. Big Sis was furious. Xiao Bai, you still dare to provoke me? I'll beat you up. She raised her hammers and swung them out. Watch out! Lu Yin shouted. He struck out with his own palm and collided with Sky Jalan's attack. There was a loud boom as the void exploded, and the boundless strength forced Big Sis back. Big Sis was stunned. How? How did Xiao Bai's strength change? Sky Jalan's body glowed with a faint blue light. Let this era see Jalan's strength once more. He then raised his hand, causing the blood on the ground to condense into a blood spear that stabbed towards Lu Yin and Big Sis. He wanted to attack both of them at the same time. Lu Yin stared at the spear, his pupils turning into runes as he weakened. Thank you, brother. Can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep, can't sleep. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2097. Suddenly, an alarm went off in his mind as a long blade appeared in front of him. Chu Yuan had attacked him once again, and it was no longer realistic for him to dodge or defend himself. Chu Yuan had erased that period of time and slashed at Lu Yin's chest, forcing him back. Although the wound was not deep, Lu Yin was still unable to withstand Skygem's spear. Jiao Lan of the sky thrust out his spear. The blue energy was extremely oppressive. If the death chi could be said to be cold and murderous, then this blue energy could be said to be a mountain-like pressure. This was a terrifying energy that was completely different from the stellar source. Big Sis raised her hammers and swung them upwards. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the hammers exploded. Skygem's eyes went wide. You want to break my Skygem's power with just a mere hammer? What a joke. Big Sis was stabbed in the abdomen, and Skygem tossed her away. Lu Yin saw this, and his rage soared. Chu Yuan appeared in front of him once again, and Lu Yin's body turned into a mummy. He ignored Chu Yuan and raised his hand, causing 99,000 stars to materialize and form serious swordsmanship. He then slashed at Skygem. Skygem's blood spear swept out, and the sixth mainland's invincible sapphire power was fully displayed. In the 9 luminaries, Lan Xian watched on excitedly. The sixth mainland's inheritance had only been partially severed during the decisive battle with the fifth mainland, but it had not been completely severed. They had all heard of how terrifying sapphire power was. The Lu family's general appointment platform could be awakened by direct descendants, and it was even possible for more than one person to awaken it. However, sapphire power was a single-line inheritance, and only one person in each generation could obtain it. It was an extremely rare power. If they had still possessed sapphire power during the decisive battle with the fifth mainland, they would not have been so ruthlessly suppressed by progenitor Qin. Not even progenitor Nan could save them. With a bang, serious swordsmanship collided with the blood spear. It was like a battle between progenitor Qin and Sapphire from long ago. Stars exploded, and blue light swept out in all directions. Even Skygem's clothes were torn apart, revealing the exquisite stripes on his back. This was the inheritance of sapphire power, and when the blue color completely disappeared, it meant that sapphire power had disappeared. Serious swordsmanship clashed with the crimson spear, creating countless black and blue shock waves. In the sky, Zhelan was suppressed. It was not that Zhelan's power was inferior to serious swordsmanship, but that there was still a gap between the two. The serious art had been created by progenitor Qin, and even progenitor Qin had not been able to reach the peak of the 5th level of the art of origin tribulation. Progenitor Qin had been groping his way through each level. Lu Yin had inherited progenitor Qin's strength, and he had relied on his dai's 4 pips on time's top space to forcefully reach a level that even progenitor Qin had not been able to reach at his current level. Naturally, he had surpassed Zhelan Tiankong. Perhaps only the primeval Tao technique that he had comprehended at the beginning of the primeval Tao technique would be able to see through the current serious swordsmanship. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. After the 5th level of the art of serious was completed, it was equivalent to a metamorphosis. Up in the sky, Zhelan retreated step by step, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Yin. Impossible. Zhelan's power cannot be defeated. His eyes widened, and he sent a palm through the bloody spear towards Lu Yin. Fairy past reincarnation. Lu Yin had easily withstood the attack, and the surface of his body had recovered slightly. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually develop in the opposite direction, making him practically invincible. Chu Yuan was blocked by silver, and the deathly aura completely covered both Lu Yin and Jialan Tiankong, making it impossible for Chu Yuan to find his target. Chu Yuan slashed at Silver, raising and withdrawing his blade at almost the same time. A large bloody wound appeared on Silver's body. He was not Lu Yin, and he did not have such a terrifying defense. His entire body was covered in blood, and he half knelt on the ground as he stared at the ground. His vision had become somewhat blurry. This was the terror of time. Once a period of time was wiped away, how could one resist it? The battle in the plaza caused everyone who witnessed it to fall silent. Even the scars, these half-ancestors were all staring intently at the power and innate gifts displayed by these juniors. In the future, they would represent an entire era. Zhu Yi frowned as he looked at Silver. Against the mighty power of time, Silver was still somewhat lacking. However, the power of the death god would not be so easily defeated. On the other side, Starsabil looked at Lu Yin and Jialan Tiankong, who had been covered by the deathly aura. She wondered what was going on inside. She then looked at Big Sis, as this change had already come to an end. If they wanted to have the power to break out of this situation, then they would have to wait for the next change. Jialan Tiankong's body had been blasted out of the deathly aura by a tremendous force, and it took her a great deal of effort to stabilize herself. She looked at the deathly aura with apprehension. How had this person cultivated? Jialan Tiankong's power had been suppressed, and she had not felt this way even when she had fought against Lu Tianyi. At this moment, the deathly aura had covered a large area in the plaza, and Lu Yin was the only one in that area. Outside the deathly aura, Chu Yuan and Jialan Tiankong were closely watching. Big Sis was lying on the ground, bleeding from her abdomen. Silver half knelt on the ground, enduring the pain. Only Luo Mavis did not make a move. Jialan Tiankong looked at Chu Yuan. It will be very difficult to break through this. Even if you and I work together, we might not be able to break through. If this person had been born in our era, then he might not have been Lu Tianyi. Chu Yuan felt a headache coming on. He had the unbreakable power of time, a powerful multiplication attack, and the primeval Tao technique that could see through everything. He was practically perfect, but he was left speechless when facing someone with an unparalleled defense. Jialan Tiankong's power was even more destructive than his own, but it could not do anything to this person. I already said that we have to deal with him first. Otherwise, he'll carry the primogenitor statue and walk to the mountain gate. Neither of us can stop him. He doesn't need to defeat us to become a Tao disciple, Chu Yuan said. Jialan Tiankong had also thought of this and could not help but look at Luo Mavis. What are you hesitating for? Once you become a Tao disciple and have the help of the fated daughter, will you still need to care about the Lu Tian men? They needed the Mavis family's strength. Combining Chu Yuan's multiplication attack, Jialan Tiankong's power, and the Mavis family's strength was enough to break through Jialan Tiankong's power. Luo Mavis took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. Right now, the only person who could truly threaten her was Lu Yin. No matter how powerful Jialan Tiankong's power was, or how mysterious Chu Yuan's power of time was, she was confident that she could survive with her plant characteristics. Only Lu Yin was not so confident. Since that was the case, she could not be blamed. Everyone had the confidence to defeat others, except for Lu Yin's. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Thus, they had to first break through this when things reach an extreme. Silver's lips curled up. While they were speaking, the captain should have completed the Grim Reaper transformation. How interesting. He suddenly looked at Zhu Yi in the stands. He had thought that he was the Grim Reaper's disciple and that he was the orthodox disciple of the Grim Reaper, but even if he was a half-step ancestor, he still could not produce death energy. Only the captain could. Silver wondered what Zhu Yi's expression would be when he saw the Grim Reaper transformation. Nobody noticed that Big Sis, who had been lying on the ground, had changed. She became smaller and smaller, but also younger and younger. Finally, she became a little girl. The first to notice was Blackie, and he cried out, "Big Sis." Soon after, the others also noticed. In the stands, Starsabil watched Big Sis' transformation with a strange expression. She had changed. Who was it this time? The surrounding people's cries of surprise attracted Chu Yuan's and the others' attention. They looked at Big Sis lying on the ground and saw that she was now a little girl. Zhelan Tiankong was stunned. What the hell? Chu Yuan was also at a loss. Why were there so many strange people in this era? The smile on Silver's face had also disappeared, and he looked at Big Sis in confusion. What was going on? Big Sis opened her eyes and suddenly stood up. She looked at her hands, then at her small arms and legs. She frowned. I can't believe I ended up like this. How troublesome. How am I supposed to fight like this? She then looked at the ground beneath her feet and saw that it had been dyed red. This was the result of Zhelan Tiankong's spear piercing through her. Big Sis looked up at Zhelan Tiankong, who was on the other side of the deathly aura. Shao Bai face, I'll slap you to death. She then stepped forward and slapped at Zhelan Tiankong. Zhelan Tiankong reflexively raised her hands to defend herself. There was a thump, and her body was pressed into the ground. Big Sis's slap was unparalleled, and it shocked everyone. I'll slap 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 slap. Big Sis's hands continuously slapped downwards. It was not a palm strike, but rather a simple slap. Zhelan Tiankong could only defend herself, and she was rather sullen from being slapped. In the stands, Lu Bujing felt strange. She looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Across from him, Han Axayan raised her head. Elder Tong. What Elder Tong? Xia Ji was puzzled. Han Axayan said in a low voice, this battle style is exactly the same as that of a person from our era called Elder Tong. Xia Ji shook his head. She's from this era. Han Axayan frowned. This was strange. Elder Tong's battle style was unique, and she liked to slap people on the head. She had even slapped a half-martial ancestor's head when she was an emissary. It was unlikely that this style would be repeated. Seeing that Zhelan Tiankong was being suppressed by Big Sis, Chu Yuan attacked. He slashed out with his blade, and Big Sis turned around to slap him. Her palm was torn apart by the blade, and blood flowed out. She was sent flying and crashed into the ground. Beneath the ground, Zhelan Tiankong angrily charged out. The blood on the ground condensed into a spear once more, and she glared at Big Sis. You're courting death. She then stabbed her spear downwards. Two figures, one black and one white, suddenly rushed over and dragged Big Sis away. It was Shao Bai. Zhelan Tiankong snorted, and the blood spear swept across the sky. She pushed out with one hand and used Fairy of the Past. A blue light wrapped around the red spear shadow and tore through the void as it smashed towards Shao Bai. If they were hit, the two would definitely die. Big Sis hurriedly pushed the two away and took the hit herself. Her body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the stands, Starsabil shook her head. This change was not weak, but it still could not change the outcome of the battle. Zhelan Tiankong raised her spear once more, ready to end Big Sis. At the same time, within the death aura, Luin watched his die spin and stop at 4 pips. He heaved a sigh of relief, as he had rolled 3 pips. This was also his last chance to roll the die, as he had wanted 4 pips. Time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in the time stop space. He sat down cross-legged and immersed his mind into his heart, focusing on the chaotic energy within it. When his art of Sirius had broken through to the 5th level of perfection, he had used the wisdom root T to experience the power of the stars that progenitor Chin had left behind. He had also gained an understanding of the chaotic energy within his body, which was related to the stars of the Sirius. The reason why this energy could not be mobilized was because it was chaotic and locked down. The only way to mobilize it was to circulate it. It was like the circulation of blood in the human body, but it was also like the rotation of the stars in the universe. It was the same for the energy within one's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2098. Lu Yin had been able to grasp a thread of the wisdom root T, but he had not thought too much about it because he had been participating in the Tao Disciple competition. Now, however, he had no choice but to comprehend it. He planned to transform the chaotic energy in his heart into something similar to the flow of the universe. His sword had broken through the black and white fog, and he had used his sword as a guide. He did not know how long this process would take. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months passed, and Lu Yin finally mobilized a bit of the energy in his heart. He used the astral source in his astral origin cyclone to forcefully break through, attempting to create a form of power that truly belonged to him. No matter what kind of power it was, there was a foundation, and that was the beginning of cultivation. Death energy, fate, and even the rune lines and the stars of Sirius all had a prerequisite: the creator had to have cultivated an astral source. Astral sources were the foundation of all power. If one did not cultivate an astral source, then who could create a power system from nothing? Legendary figures like the Grim Reaper were the same. What Lu Yin was doing now was to transform all the powers that he had cultivated into a new form, creating a power system that belonged solely to him. From the moment he had thought of creating a new form of power, he knew that there were countless possibilities. After seeing the stars of Sirius that progenitor Chin had left behind, he knew that the most suitable form for himself had appeared. What could be more suitable than the form of a universe? Outside the death energy, Sky Gem stabbed his spear towards Big Sis. In the stands, Starsabil cried out, "Society Master." Bai Yun did not move. A barrier appeared in front of Big Sis. It was Wen Sansi. They could not watch as Big Sis was killed, or else Lu Yin would go crazy. Only when facing Skygem's power did they realize how tyrannical it was. It was not unreasonable for the Skygem family to suppress the 6th mainland. The Skygem family was as powerful in the 6th as the Lu family was in the 5th mainland. Skygem's spear shattered Wen Sansi's barrier and stabbed into the ground while Big Sis was dragged out by Lu Lai. Skygem did not give up. Big Sis had smashed him with her hammers and then slapped him. As a Tao disciple of the 6th mainland, he had never suffered such humiliation before. He would not let Big Sis off. Skygem, she's already lost. Lu Lai shouted as he visualized the immovable Heavenly King elephant and swept his leg out. On the other side, Lu Jiao raised her hand and stabbed the Xidigarba's needle towards Skygem's spear. In the sky, Jiao Lan's eyes were cold. She swept her blood spear horizontally, shattering Lu Lai's power and Lu Jiao's Xidigarba needles. The spear turned and pierced towards Big Sister once again. Hui Santong, Ascension Mavis, Supreme Ishan, Yo Year, and the other members of the Lu Heavenly Gate and Glory Heavenly Gate attacked together. Sky Jialan didn't care at all. A bunch of trash. All of you can die. With that, he placed his spear horizontally and struck it with his palm. Cross reincarnation. The spear's shadow descended, causing everyone to cough up blood. This was the battle prowess of a Daoist. It was not on the same level as the others. Disregarding how domineering Jalan's power was, even in terms of cultivation, Sky Jalan, a third origin tribulation cultivator, was not someone these people could contend against. The surging death aura suddenly surged upwards, transforming into a giant scythe that slashed towards Indigo in the sky. Silver made his move with a sly smile on his face. Captain cares about her, so we can't let her die. Sky Jalan stared at Silver. The death aura's power was just like Jalan's, domineering and unbreakable. He pressed his spear towards Silver. You're courting death. Silver opened his eyes, revealing a bone-chilling intent. This gaze caused Sky Jalan to suddenly stop, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He no longer saw Silver, but the Grim Reaper who dominated the universe and was revered by the human race. Silver held a butterfly in his hand. His blade danced as he leapt towards Sky Jalan. In the stands, Han Axayan shook his head. The difference between a Daoist and a non-Daoist was too great. It wasn't just in terms of battle prowess or cultivation, but also the nature of their power. The reason they looked down on this era was because it didn't have the same mindset as the era of the above heavenly gates. It wasn't just that there were no experts in this era. No one could say which was more important, thinking or battle prowess. However, the era of the above heavenly gates had both. As they watched Sky Jalan single-handedly suppress all the geniuses of this era, Han Axayan and Liu Bujing weren't surprised. No one was surprised, including Elder Chan. Over the past 20 years, they had all accepted the gap between them. This era's only hope was Liu Yin. As for Silver and Big Sis, no one saw any hope of them winning. After all, Liu Yin had been defeated by Chu Yuan and the other two, which was unimaginable. This meant that Liu Yin had a strength that none of them could defeat, and this was something that they had already acknowledged. On the other side, Chu Yuan made his move. He slashed at the area covered in death aura, and then his innate gift of multiply erupted as he slashed again and again. He didn't know what Liu Yin's situation was, so he felt uneasy. This person had been pressuring him the moment he had traveled through space. That terrifying amount of astral source and the unimaginable limits of his body made things difficult for him. He Luo, why aren't you attacking? Chu Yuan barked. He Luo Mavis frowned. Beneath his feet, the grass grew luxuriant and extended towards the death aura. He didn't attack Liu Yin, but rather wanted to disperse the death aura and see what was happening inside. The grass frantically swept up and dispersed the death aura. Everyone looked over, curious as to how Liu Yin was doing inside. Although it hadn't been that long since Sky Jadeite had been beaten out of Liu Yin's body, Big Sis had been in danger several times, and Liu Yin hadn't even appeared once. Could he have died? When the death aura was dispersed, everyone blinked. Where was he? He Luo Mavis and Chu Yuan all stepped forward. Where was he? They suddenly turned around and saw Sky Blue, who was supposed to be fighting Silver, standing motionless in the air. Behind him stood Liu Yin. The plaza was silent. Death aura surged in front of Sky Blue, forming a scythe that floated in the air. Behind him, Liu Yin had appeared at some point without him noticing. You were the one who injured Big Sis, so I'll leave the same injury in the same place, Liu Yin said calmly. He was less than a meter away from Sky Blue, and he quietly looked at his back. Sky Blue's eyes narrowed. Behind him. He spun his spear and swept it towards Liu Yin. The blue halo grew denser as more of Sky Blue's tyrannical power was poured into the spear. He had a bad feeling that Liu Yin was different from before. Liu Yin raised a hand and grabbed the spear, but the blue halo suddenly dimmed. Sky Blue's expression changed. Impossible. How could Sky Blue's power be suppressed? Liu Yin's palm trembled as overlaying stacks spread along the spear. Sky Blue's arm trembled, and the spear suddenly shattered into pieces. Blood splattered onto the ground as Liu Yin struck out with both hands. Rebirth Fairy. Lu Yin struck out with his right hand, colliding with Sky Blue's palm. There was a thump as the void exploded, and Sky Blue was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the ground, his legs sinking into the earth. Lu Yin descended and spread his fingers to form a spear. It wasn't formed from his astral source or death aura, but rather the new power that had appeared in his heart. Lu Yin had sensed how powerful this new power was the moment it had taken shape. He hadn't used the hollow palm to force Sky Blue back, but rather this new power. It hadn't required much strength, but it had suppressed Sky Blue's power and forced him back. With the spear in hand, Lu Yin stabbed out. He was a man of his word. Sky Blue had used his spear to attack Big Sis, so he would return the favor. Suddenly, a white light flashed from the right. Chu Yuan had made his move, slashing down with his saber. Erased time could never be replaced, and even if Lu Yin had formed a new power, he couldn't restore it. Chu Yuan's attack landed on Lu Yin's body once more, leaving behind a bloody gash. "I thought you were going to use the reverse effect." Chu Yuan was astonished. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's still a beating. I don't need it for now." Black and white light flickered on the surface of his body, transforming into specks of light that circled around his body. Silver's eyes went wide. He had thought that Lu Yin had completed the death transformation within the area of death aura. Who would have thought that he hadn't? But why was this death transformation different from before? Just as he thought of this, a shockwave surged around Lu Yin, and Chu Yuan subconsciously retreated. Under everyone's gazes, Lu Yin completed the death transformation in an instant, no longer needing to break through like before. His upper body was half naked, and black gas swirled around his body like a spinning nebula. It transformed into chains that spiraled around his body, and there were dark red runes imprinted on his body. White gas coiled around his left arm to form a shield, and his right hand held a giant gullion. Black gas rose up behind him like clouds. A giant black cloak fell to the ground, and Lu Yin slowly raised his head to see the giant gullion floating in the air. It then transformed into chains that spun around his body, and through the chains, he looked at Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, and the shocked Zhu Yi on the stage. At this moment, no one was shocked. He knew that Lu Yin cultivated the power of the death god, but he had always assumed that Lu Yin cultivated the same power as the Spectre clan, which was that he was a user of death aura. However, when he saw Lu Yin, the first thing that appeared in his mind was the death god. This kid wasn't a user of death aura, but rather its creator. This was the form of the death god. Impossible, how can you cultivate the death god? Zhu Yi cried out in shock, as he had just witnessed something inconceivable. It wasn't just Zhu Yi, Han Xian, Lu Bujing, and the others from the Above Sky sect who were shocked as well. Just like Zhu Yi, they had assumed that Lu Yin could only use death aura. What kind of state was this? This was clearly the death god state. How could Lu Yin cultivate the death god state? Lu Bujing paled. This was the death god. A direct descendant of the Lu family had actually cultivated the death god state. What the hell? In the plaza, Silver's smile became even more brilliant. He understood and knew what Zhu Yi was thinking about Lu Yin. He could have told Zhu Yi, but he didn't, as he wanted to watch Zhu Yi lose his soul. This moment was just too interesting. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. "I've already said that I cultivate the power of the death god. What can you cultivate? I'm different from you." Zhu Yi clenched his fists. This was impossible. He was the disciple of the death god, and he was the one who could cultivate the death god state. However, he had to become a progenitor first. How could this kid cultivate the death god state at the emissary level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2099. How did you do that? Zhu Yi gritted his teeth. Lu Yin sneered and ignored him, instead looking at Chu Yuan. Now, try attacking me. Chu Yuan was just as shocked as Zhu Yi. He understood how powerful the 3 realms and 6 Daos were, especially the Grim Reaper, who could suppress astral beasts all by himself. He was synonymous with invincibility, and fate was mysterious. Wu Tian focused more on inheritance, but the Grim Reaper specialized in killing. Chu Yuan knew that Lu Yin had the Grim Reaper's power, but he had assumed that Lu Yin had only cultivated death qi. There was no lack of fanatics who worshipped the Grim Reaper, but Lu Yin had actually cultivated the true Grim Reaper. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper transformation and swept through all of his peers. The astral tree dominates the realm, and the Grim Reaper transformation had suppressed the 4 junior ancestors. Now, Lu Yin was also at the 3rd or 4th stage of tribulation origin, and with the Grim Reaper transformation, he could suppress even Chu Yuan and the other Dao disciples. This was just the Grim Reaper transformation. At this moment, there was a new power in his heart that could bring about even greater changes. Unfortunately, he didn't need that power to deal with Chu Yuan and the others. Chu Yuan and the others felt fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. They had thought that Lu Yin's greatest trump cards against them were the true scripture of Yin evolution and things move in the opposite. These two could only ensure that Lu Yin was undefeatable, but they couldn't defeat them. Now that the Grim Reaper transformation had appeared, their thoughts had completely changed. Lu Yin had a terrifying killing power. He Luo Mavis stepped forward, no longer hesitating. They had to work together. They were all Taoists from the era of above heaven, yet they actually had to work together to deal with a single person. They were not used to this, and there had never been such an example before. Previously, they had planned to work together to break through Lu Yin's defenses, but now, things were different. At that time, they had admitted that Lu Yin's defenses were strong, but no matter how strong his defenses were, it did not mean that he could win. Lu Bujing finally reacted, and his eyes burned with passion. The Grim Reaper, that was the power of the Grim Reaper. Even in the above heaven era, the Lu family treated the Grim Reaper with extreme caution. The Grim Reaper was a monster. Who would have thought that after so many years, one of the Lu family's descendants would inherit the Grim Reaper's power? The Lu clan's general appointment platform, the God investiture catalog, and the power of the death god. He didn't know who else could resist them. Without them, even if Chu Yuan had the power of time, it would be difficult for him to cross such a huge gap. The Grim Reaper was as famous as fate. I've heard that you've all been hiding quite a bit of your strength. Show me what you've got. Lu Yin raised his new spear and suddenly turned around to stare at Skymaster. I'll start with you. He then flung out a chain that wrapped around Skymaster. Skygem's eyes widened, and he immediately used his talent transfer. Back then, he had used this talent to transfer Wang Xiaoyu's scepter, and it was said to be able to transfer everything. Until now, he had not used it. The transfer talent did indeed transfer the chain, but after the chain was the long spear. Lu Yin instantly appeared in front of Sky Blue and stabbed out with his spear. Sky Blue grabbed the spear with both hands, and a blue radiance blossomed as Sky Blue's power continuously poured into the spear. However, the moment it came into contact with the spear, it was inexplicably suppressed. Not only was it suppressed, but the Sky Blue's power was also being drained away. Sky Gem was shocked, and before she could react, her abdomen was pierced by the spear. Her body was lifted up into the air as blood dripped down the body of the spear. The 9 luminaries and the rest of the 6th mainland's cultivators were shocked. Sky Gem was a Dao disciple of the Sky Blue family, but he had actually been lifted up into the air. On the other side, Chu Yuan raised his blade and slashed down, erasing the power of time. This attack had never failed, and even Lu Yin had been unable to do anything when he had been struck several times before. This time, it was the same. No matter how invincible Lu Yin's power was, he was still unable to recover the erased power of time. But did Lu Yin need to recover it? No, Chu Yuan's blade slashed at the chain that was a meter away from Lu Yin's body, but it could not get any closer. This attack could not even get close to Lu Yin's body. Chu Yuan stared at the chain in a daze. The death chi's power was blocking him, but it was different from when things reached an extreme. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction, which was something that the body could withstand. If a few people worked together, there was a chance that they could break through it. However, this time, it was an external death chi that he could not break through. Behind Chu Yuan, Luo Mavis leapt up and punched the death chi chain. They really had to work together this time, as this monster far surpassed their expectations. Luo Mavis punched the chain as well, and a layer of chains protected Lu Yin tightly. Luo Mavis was not surprised, and behind her, a tree grew and bore fruit that fell into her hand. Lu Yin looked at the fruit in her hand. This was the source of the Mavis family's power, and it was similar to the Sky Blue family's power. Even if the astral source universe was devoured, the Mavis family would not be affected. When Luo Mavis ate one of the fruits, her aura skyrocketed, and her powers suddenly increased. Sengoku permeated the air, scorching the void as she punched Lu Yin again. This punch caused the chain to cave in, something that Chu Yuan's blade could not do. In terms of power, even the Lu family could not compare to the Mavis family. This was especially true for a Mavis family member who had eaten that fruit. On the other side, Sky Blue, who had been lifted up by Lu Yin's spear, was completely enraged. He shifted his spear and almost fell down when he landed. He could not help but squat down, panting heavily as he looked at Lu Yin with a ferocious and manic gaze. The blue runes on his back flickered, and almost half of them were extinguished. A blue liquid appeared in front of him, glowing with 8 different colors. It was beautiful and dazzling. Everyone's attention was drawn to the blue liquid that resembled jewels. The 8 colors did not cover up the blue radiance, but instead made the blue even purer. It was so pure that it was mesmerizing. 8 stars, Sky Blue's inherited innate gift, 9 radiance, slowly said with a solemn expression. Lan Xian was confused, as she had never heard of 8 stars before. Across from her, Han Axian straightened up. The Sky Blue clan had been able to rule the 6th mainland because of their tyrannical power, which was comparable to death energy, as well as their inherited innate gift of 8 stars. It was an innate gift that was known by many, but few knew of its true power. The Sky Blue clan had hidden their 8 stars very well, and anyone who had ever seen one had died. This was the first time that 8 stars had appeared in front of everyone. Sky Blue had been forced into a corner. Everyone was mesmerized by the blue liquid. Sky Blue opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Only then did the crowd react, and they all looked at Sky Blue strangely. He had actually swallowed it. Lu Yin looked at Sky Blue, his pupils turning into runes. He saw the rune lines of Sky Blue continuously increase until they reached a height that should not have been possible for someone of his level. Even a Tao disciple's power level had its limits. Sky Blue was currently at 3 origin tribulations, and being able to erupt with power that surpassed 5 origin tribulations was already extremely powerful. When he used Sky Blue's power, he could even erupt with power that approached 6 origin tribulations, which was already inconceivable. However, at this moment, his rune lines had actually surpassed 6 origin tribulations and were approaching 7. In this era, those who could challenge realms above their level were considered geniuses, and those who could challenge 2 realms above their level were considered geniuses. For example, The 10 arbiters could defeat enlighters when they were hunters, and they could even challenge enlighters with power levels of over 300,000. The 4 young ancestors of the Cosmic Tree clan were all enlighters, but they could still fight against envoys. In the Starfall Sea, Wukong had also reached this level. However, even they could not reach the destructive power of a 6th origin tribulation cultivator at 3 origin tribulations. Skyblue's power level had already surpassed 1 million, and they were not on the same level. This meant that Skyblue's current rune lines could easily defeat Master Yuan, which meant that he had a terrifying power level of 1 million. Skyblue suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yin. At this moment, he only had eyes for Lu Yin. Skyblue's power took form, and a long blue blade was raised high before slashing down. This attack was very similar to the one that Chu Yuan had used on Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned, but in the next instant, the blue blade actually struck the chains with a loud bang. Lu Bujing and the others were all shocked, and their scalps went numb as they watched this scene. Time's power. Everyone was shocked. Skyblue's attack had clearly been powered by Time's power, and just like Chu Yuan, it had erased a portion of time, making it impossible for Lu Yin to dodge. However, this slash was exactly the same as Chu Yuan's slash, but its power was even stronger than Chu Yuan's slash. How did he control Time's power? This was the power of Joan. Lu Yin was shocked as well. Chu Yuan had been granted an audience by the progenitor because he had the power to control time. Of course not. But other than that, he did not surpass Skyblue's or Heluo Mavis abilities. There was something familiar about it. As he had said himself, how long he was just a normal person who did not come from the Lu family. Skybblue slashed down again. The Skybblue family was a huge power that ruled the entire continent, and they did not have much power. The blade deeply imprinted itself into the chains, the power of his attack and one could not compare to Skyblue's. Yuhua Mavis and the others stared blankly at the disparity in Time's power. Ever since the Reaper transformation had appeared, they had thought that everything was over. Success and failure were both dependent on time. No one in the same generation could contend against the Reaper transformation, especially those like them who had experienced it firsthand. Lu Yin could use the Reaper transformation to challenge all of his peers, including those at the level of the 4 young masters of the Cosmic Tree clan. They had never seen an enemy that even the Reaper transformation could not deal with. Skybblue had done it, and with his 3rd slash, he became the first person in the same generation to break the chains. Lu Yin had also been injured while using the Reaper transformation, both from Bai Xiaohong's innate gift of heart and from the strange attacks of the 4 young masters. However, that had only been his body. His chains and the shield around his left arm had never been broken before, and this was the first time that something like this had happened. Skybblue was the first person to break the chains head-on. However, this was the end of it. Thank you. Missing link CY fish. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. I've had a cold for the past few days, and there's a ball in my head that makes me dizzy. I didn't want to add more chapters, but if I don't, I'll be sent a blade. Cough cough, cough 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 cough, peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2100. Lu Yin raised his left arm, and Skybblue slashed down again. He didn't change direction at all, as he believed that Lu Yin was unstoppable outside of the chains and could not escape due to the power of time. This slash landed on the white shield on his left arm, and Lu Yin's eyes went wide. No wonder it felt so familiar. Skybblue wasn't using the power of time, but rather space. He didn't know how Skybblue had managed to imitate Chu Yuan's time-erasing attack, but he definitely wasn't using time, even if the effects were the same. A battleship fish suddenly appeared behind Skybblue, and he raised his hand and struck out. It wasn't just Chu Yuan's visualization, but also Lu Yin's clear void palm. He was using 2 people's attacks at the same time, and the crowd was confused. Chu Yuan and Heluo Mavis couldn't understand either. Was this an 8-star innate gift? How did he do it? Lu Yin's body was pushed back by the clear void palm, and Sky Blue raised his blade again. The previous slash had been blocked by the white shield on his left arm, but this time, he aimed for Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin raised his head, and a star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. Sky Blue's blade slashed down, an attack that could erase time and was unavoidable. However, before the blade could land, he coughed up blood as his body was torn apart by an indescribable force and flung far away. No one could understand what was happening, not even Lu Bujing and the other half-ancestors. The power involved was something that even they couldn't grasp, and only Hen Xian could. Hen Xian's expression was solemn. The power of space. Ni Huang didn't understand. What power of space? Before Hen Xian could speak, Lu Yin exclaimed from the plaza, 8 stars. Is this the innate gift of the Sky Blue clan? It's essentially spatial memory, and your innate gift allows you to remember everything that has happened in this space, including battle techniques, innate gifts, and even power vessels. You can use spatial memory to recreate all of this. It's an absolute gift, and those who don't understand space won't be able to break through it. Sky Blue stared at Lu Yin in disbelief, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Half of his body had been shattered, and his hair was disheveled. You can see through it. You can control the power of space. Lu Yin exhaled. He had the secret plan, and it was called Reversal, which was the power of space. The Sky Blue clan was truly powerful. They could use spatial memory to manipulate the power of powerful enemies, including time. Unfortunately, they had met Lu Yin. If not for the plan's secret art's control over space, Lu Yin might not have been able to see through it. He would have had to rely on his death transformation or extreme matter reverses to resist it, just like how he had dealt with Chu Yuan. The Sangharan clan had been able to rule over the 6th mainland, and it was not as if no one had ever seen through their 8-star talents. However, those who had seen through their 8-star talents had not had the chance to say it out loud. Furthermore, with the domineering power of the Sangharan clan, there was no need for them to use an 8-star talent. Sky Salon had originally thought that he would be able to secure the position of Dao disciple. Chu Yuan had relied on the power of time, and he could rely on his 8-star talent to counterattack. Salon's power had essentially surpassed all the powers that Chu Yuan had grasped. Even the primeval Dao technique could only see through battle techniques at most, and it was impossible for it to see through an 8-star talent. As for River Mavis, he had relied on the Mavis clan's almost unkillable trait. At most, he would be undefeated, but it was impossible for him to defeat Sky Salon. An 8-star talent allowed him to reverse the spatial memories of Hulua Mavis when she attacked, just like how he had dealt with Chu Yuan's time power. Coupled with Sapphire's power, he was invincible. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to see through him in just a few moves? Lu Yin shook his head, as Sky Salon was truly unlucky. Without Lu Yin, there would be no one present who could see through an 8-star talent, and even if they did, it would still be very difficult to deal with. However, Lu Yin just so happened to be able to completely restrain Sky Salon. Plan's secret art of regret chess was a move that could directly restore space. Sky Salon had used spatial memories to attack, and Lu Yin had restored space itself. This had disrupted Sky Salon's rhythm and caused him to suffer a spatial backlash. It had to be said that Sky Salon was truly unlucky. Sky Salon coughed up blood. Even if you can see through an 8-star talent, someone who cannot interfere with space will not be able to defeat me. He then looked at Lu Yin bitterly. I just want to know what kind of space you control. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Guess for yourself. He then swung a chain at Sky Salon and tied him up before tossing him into the distance. At the same time, he raised his right arm and shot out a spear. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the spear pierced through Sky Salon's right shoulder and nailed him to the wall of the plaza. This was the first person to die. Sky Salon had been severely injured due to the spatial backlash, and he had been unable to resist at all. Lu Yin didn't just want to become a Tao disciple, he also wanted to establish his might. Those from the above heaven sect era looked down on this era, and while Lu Yin did not deny that this era was far inferior to the above heaven sect era, that did not mean that there were no outstanding talents in this era. He was one of those talents who had surpassed the limits of this era. Chu Yuan stared at Lu Yin, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. Lu Yin looked over. Continue. You're next. Chu Yuan shook his head. I can't beat you with my current strength. He Luo Mavis looked at Chu Yuan. You want to surrender? Chu Yuan took a deep breath and looked up to stare at Lu Yin. I am the only Tao disciple from the above heaven sect era who has been granted an audience by the progenitor. Aside from the progenitor scripture, I also obtained a secret technique. Brother Lu, if you can defeat me with this secret technique, Chu Yuan will wholeheartedly accept the position of Tao disciple. He then took a step forward with his right foot, causing the void around him to distort and lose all of its luster, turning gray. Lu Yin's expression changed. Gray was not a good color. Blackless God had been gray when he had first appeared, and Mr. Mu had also been gray when he had appeared in the void. Gray seemed to represent something. More importantly, the secret technique that Chu Yuan was about to use had actually come from the progenitor. The progenitor had granted him an audience because of the power of time, which meant that this secret technique was most likely related to time. What secret technique? He Luo Mavis asked. She had been keeping an eye on Chu Yuan ever since she had awakened in this era. This guy knew many things that ordinary people did not, and he was still hiding something. Chu Yuan looked at He Luo Mavis. I'm sorry, but you can only deal with him on your own. I'll have to stop for a while. He then slowly raised his blade, aimed it at Lu Yin, and swung it down. This was an offensive move. Lu Yin raised his brows. He was still trying. He had already gotten a feel for Chu Yuan's strength. Although this person was powerful and had been strengthened by the primogenitor scripture, the primeval Tao technique that could see through all battle techniques, the formless Tao technique that could dissolve all battle techniques, the mysterious sword techniques, overbearing blade techniques, the innate gift of multiplication transformation, and the terrifying power that could erase time itself, his greatest weakness was that he lacked destructive power. Many of his techniques were used for defense, and even though he had the innate gift of multiplication transformation and strengthened his blade techniques, it was still barely enough to be a Tao child. When combined with the power of time, he could easily suppress all other Tao children, and even if he was at a disadvantage, he would still be able to escape unscathed. However, he had come from an ordinary background, and he did not have the power to rival Zhelan. The destructive power of his death chi was innately inferior. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the progenitor had granted him an audience. It had not been easy for Chu Yuan to reach his current level from an ordinary background, and his innate gift was top-notch. However, in a battle of this level, he did not have the power to suppress everything. Otherwise, he would not have been entangled with Lu Yin and He Luo Mavis back in the Tao Source sect's ruins. The Tao children of the 6 continents each had their own merits. Chu Yuan had many techniques, but unfortunately, his destructive power was not enough. Even if Zhelan of the Sky had used her spatial memories to erase time, it would still take 3 strikes to sever the chains with Zhelan's power, let alone Chu Yuan. But why would Lu Yin attack now? Everyone watched on curiously. Chu Yuan's blade fell, and the void froze in place. However, the blade did not slash out, and it remained frozen in the void. Then, he slashed out a second time, and this time, it almost overlapped with the first blade. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that the second blade was slightly lower than the first. Then, he slashed out a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time. He slashed out again and again, and the blade images continued to overlap. He's fusing his attacks together, and he's using time as a framework so that all of his attacks will explode at the same time. No matter how many slashes he slashes out, the power of all of his attacks will explode at the same time. Fate Daughter spoke up, her pleasant voice echoing throughout the above the sky sect. Everyone who heard her could not believe their ears. How could such a thing happen? Lu Yin subconsciously struck out with his palm, wanting to interrupt Chu Yuan's attack. However, the clear sky palm brushed past Chu Yuan and did not hit him. This was not a dodge, but a direct pass. Lu Yin did not believe it, and he flung out his chains in a futile attempt to bind Chu Yuan. However, the chains also passed through him and hit nothing. It was useless, as Chu Yuan seemed to not belong to this space-time. This was the power of time. Outside the solar system, Wuda looked at Chu Yuan as if he was looking at a monster. Could time be played with like this? That was too abnormal. Boss, do you think that Lu Yin can win? The girl that Wuda had brought with him was terrified. It was not that they were looking down on Lu Yin, but Chu Yuan's attack was too terrifying. Although his destructive power was not at the level of Zhelan's power or death chi, it was not too far off. Zhelan of the sky could cut through the death transformation chain in 3 strikes, and Lu Yin could cut through it with 4 or 5 strikes. Most importantly, he did not stop at just 5 strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had already slashed out more than 10 times. How powerful would 10 strikes be when combined? No one dared to imagine it. In the plaza, Zhelan of the sky was pinned to the wall, staring at Chu Yuan in shock. This was his true trump card. It was no wonder that he had been able to defeat Wu Ji, who had been the most popular candidate in the first mainland. He Luo Mavis stared at Chu Yuan. Wu Ji died to this attack. Chu Yuan did not reply, only seriously slashing out again and again. No, this secret technique comes from the primogenitor. You didn't even meet the primogenitor when you were competing with Wu Ji for the position of Dao disciple, He Luo Mavis muttered to herself, scrutinizing Chu Yuan. With your destructive power, you shouldn't have been able to defeat Wu Ji, but you did win back then. If Wu Ji died to this attack, then this secret technique was not given to you by the primogenitor. Chu Yuan paused, but then continued to attack. It didn't matter if it was true or not. From the looks of it, no one would be able to survive a single strike from Chu Yuan. He'd already unleashed 27 strikes, and the combination of all 27 strikes was enough to tear apart even Lu Yin's Reaper's transformation chains. Lu Yin had been hiding all this time. He clearly had the ability to destroy the death transformation chain on his own, but he had still teamed up with others. He raised his head and watched the rune lines in front of Chu Yuan's blade continue to rise. It was already terrifying enough, surpassing even Zhelan of the sky, and it was still rising. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2101. Lu Yin did not believe that Chu Yuan could unleash too many attacks. Every battle technique had its limits, but the number of rune lines was enough to break through the Reaper's transformation. This was Chu Yuan, the top continent's Dao disciple of the era of above sky. He actually had the strength to break through the Reaper's transformation. Sky Blue had been the first to break the chains. If not for Lu Yin's coincidental grasp of the secret art of plan and reversal, he might not have been able to defeat Sky Blue so easily in his current state. Chu Yuan's strength was unfathomable. This was a Dao disciple. Lu Yin finally understood why these people had looked down on this era and him back then. If it had been the Lu Yin from 20 years ago, he would have had to roll possession and enter time stop for 1 second to survive this attack. Everything else, whether it was the Reaper's transformation or reversal, would not have been able to withstand this attack. The secret art of plan and reverse step would not have been able to avoid it, or Chu Yuan's attack would have been meaningless. This was a secret technique that could also instantly erase time. This attack surpassed a certain limit, and it was not something that could be forcefully resisted by battle techniques unless one also grasped a power that surpassed that limit. Coincidentally, Lu Yin had grasped it. "How many attacks can you unleash?" Silver asked from a distance. He had been completely invisible just now, and this was the first time he had taken the initiative to speak up since Lu Yin had appeared. Chu Yuan had not paid him any attention. Silver beamed at Lu Yin. "Captain, this attack is very difficult to break. Why don't you save your strength for him and I'll help you deal with the other one?" Lu Yin was astonished. Luo Mavis looked at Silver, her face darkening. "Fox face, you're courting death." Silver smiled brilliantly as he twirled the butterfly in his hand. He was very skilled with his blade. "Let's try it. Defeating a Tao disciple from the era of above sky will give me a sense of accomplishment." Regardless of whether it was Sky Blue, Chu Yuan, or Lu Yin, all of them had displayed near invincible strength. Luo Mavis was also a Tao child, so she naturally wouldn't be too weak. However, the most overlooked one was Silver, who had actually challenged her to a duel. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. Luo Mavis' face sank. She felt that she had been underestimated. Even though Silver was highly regarded by Absolute One and had the strength to fight for the position of Daoist, having the qualifications did not mean that he could become a Daoist. They were all Daoists. Without wasting any time, Luo Mavis threw a punch at Silver. A swaying divine tree appeared behind her and swallowed the glowing fruit, causing her power to skyrocket. With the addition of her boundless power and the Warring States period, her destructive power surpassed all of Chu Yuan's moves before he used his secret technique. It was similar to Sky Indigo's blade that Chu Yuan had used with Indigo's power, and both of them had the destructive power to cut through the chains of the Shinigami transformation. She wanted to defeat Silver with a single strike. Faced with Luo Mavis' terrifying punch, the smile on Silver's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a bone-chilling aura. It was as if a sharp blade had shot out from his eyes, causing one's hair to stand on end. He was like a malicious ghost. Lu Yin had never seen Silver like this before. Even when Silver had controlled the ghouls to participate in the battle for the Star Tower, he had not displayed such a terrifying gaze. A terrifying fist wind blasted towards Silver, covering the entire area. Silver raised his head, and a surging wave of death energy swept out like an ocean, replacing the sky and everything visible to the naked eye. Within the wave of death energy was a figure holding a gold yen. The figure slowly raised his hand, and Silver did the same, his eyes turning golden. Lu Bujing was shocked. The Shinigami. How can someone from this era visualize the Shinigami? This battle for the position of Tao disciple had shocked everyone. Silver's ability to visualize the Shinigami was just as shocking as Sky Blue's display of an 8-star innate gift. It wasn't just them, even Ju Yi found it hard to believe. He had never thought that someone in this era would be able to visualize the Shinigami from absorbing death energy. He had only been able to do this when he was a half-ancestor. This was also why Silver had stood out and could represent the undying Heaven Gate in this battle for the position of Tao disciple. Being able to visualize the Shinigami made Silver's death energy completely different. Lu Yin frowned. The Shinigami. Had Silver been hiding this? Once the Shinigami was visualized, the death energy almost solidified. Luo Mavis' fist landed on the wave of death energy, but it dissipated after less than 100 meters. Her strength had been forcibly dissolved by the death energy. At the same time, the giant Shinigami behind Silver raised its gold yen and slashed out horizontally. The death energy transformed into a black ray of light that streaked across the void, cutting through everything that could be seen with the naked eye. Regardless of whether it was space or the divine tree that Luo Mavis had visualized. Only the powerful clans that control the continent had the ability to visualize. Silver had been able to visualize the Shinigami from death energy, which was something that even Lu Yin had not been able to do. Lu Yin could not understand how Silver had managed to do it. Pfft. Luo Mavis spat out a mouthful of blood and stared deeply at Silver. Her foxy smile was gone, and she felt as if she was looking at the Shinigami. During the above heaven era, the Shinigami, Destiny, and Wu Tian had all been part of the first continent. The Shinigami had no successor, and Absolute One had been the one closest to the Shinigami. Aside from them, no one else had been able to represent the Shinigami in this battle for the position of Tao Disciple. Destiny had taught the Fate Daughters, but no one knew if there were any others. Destiny was truly unpredictable. There were too many people under Wu Tian's tutelage. Wu Ji, who had competed with Chu Yuan for the position of Tao Disciple, was Wu Tiansiming. He could be considered Wu Tiansiming's disciple, but he had died at Chu Yuan's hands in the end. These Tao disciples had heard of the Shinigami's name for a long time, but they had never battled with the Shinigami's direct descendant. At most, they had fought with death energy and knew how terrifying it was. Lu Yin had used the Shinigami transformation, and his image had been the closest to the Shinigami. That had also been the first time they had truly fought against the Shinigami's power. Silver had been the second, and he could visualize the Shinigami. Compared to Lu Yin, the Tao disciples could not tell who was the true Shinigami. However, the strength that Silver had displayed was worthy of being a Tao disciple. He had the strength to compete with them. I underestimated you. Luo Mavis looked at Silver and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Behind her, the divine tree appeared once more, but this time, it was larger and larger. It really did look like a divine tree. Even the ancestral turtle's attention was drawn to the glowing fruits on the tree that Luo Mavis had visualized, and he almost drooled. A green light flashed in Luo Mavis's eyes as she stared at Silver. Life force. Silver's eyes widened once more, and fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away. The Mavis family's innate gift directly weakened my life force. How ruthless. He then leapt up and charged towards Luo Mavis, butterfly in his hand. His blade drew a beautiful arc as it slashed towards Luo Mavis, accompanied by a wave of death energy that surged like the sea. The arc of the blade combined with the darkness of the death energy. Even a half-ancestor would have a hard time seeing the direction of his attack. Luo Mavis scorched the void, her green eyes searching for traces of Silver. He appeared behind her, butterfly. The blade streaked across the air, bringing with it a trail of blood. Luo Mavis turned around and punched Silver's butterfly. The blade forced him back, and at the same time, she chased after him with a series of punches. Death energy gathered in front of Silver like a swamp. The golden eyes met the green eyes of Luo Mavis. One coughed up blood as her life force was weakened, while the other felt his hair stand on end. It was as if he had been targeted by a malicious spirit, and his actions slowed down. Silver took advantage of this opportunity to twist his body, butterfly. The blade drew fresh blood from Luo Mavis's body once more. Two figures, one black and one green, crossed each other in the plaza, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood. Their attacks were not as grand as those of Chu Yuan and Lu Yin, but they were even more ruthless, as if they were dancing on the edge of a blade. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. These two were similar in strength, and neither could suppress the other. However, as time passed, Silver's chances of losing would increase. He did not have as much endurance as Luo Mavis, especially since Luo Mavis could use her plant avatar to heal herself. She was almost immortal, and Silver could not compare to her. However, it was not easy for Silver to reach this stage. Lu Yin looked at Chu Yuan and was speechless. This guy was still attacking. However, his attacks were not as fast as they had been at the start, and each attack took a long time to prepare. This was already the 36th blade, which was equivalent to him attacking 36 times at the same time. To be honest, no one at the same level could take this attack head-on. The battle between Heluo Mavis and Silver was very exciting, but most people were still focused on Chu Yuan. This guy was still attacking, and he wanted to kill Lu Yin in one strike. Lu Bujing could not hold it in any longer. No one can survive this attack. Even a half-ancestor would be shocked. Give up, Lu Yin. Han Axian looked at Chu Yuan. He truly deserved to be called a Tao disciple of the top continent. If his strength increased a bit more and he reached the 5th tribulation level, this attack would be enough to threaten even a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor had an inner world, and they were on a completely different level from an emissary. However, this did not mean that this level was impossible to surpass. It was just that the gap was so great that not many people had been able to surpass it. Chu Yuan's secret technique might be able to surpass this gap. Once he reached the 6th or even 7th tribulation level, then even a half-ancestor would not be his match. This was the power of time. How many more strikes do you want to attack? Lu Yin asked Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan looked up at Lu Yin. Until you give up. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you waiting for my reaction? Chu Yuan frowned. Although I don't want to admit it, your current reaction means that you have the confidence to take this attack. I don't know how you want to take it, but you're not afraid. In the stands, Xia De grew serious. Lu Yin can take this attack. That's impossible. Ni Huang added, under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible. Even in the above heaven, when the humans were at their peak, there shouldn't have been an attack that could cause a half-ancestor to be shocked by a 3rd tribulation level cultivator. It's already inconceivable that someone can take this attack. The probability is so low that it's even harder than becoming a half-ancestor. Han Axian stared at Lu Yin, as the onlookers could see the situation clearly. They had all been shocked by Chu Yuan's attack, but they had neglected Lu Yin's reaction. Only Chu Yuan could see that Lu Yin was indeed not afraid, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Did he really have the confidence to take this attack? Sometimes, when a destructive force reached a certain level, it could not be blocked by battle techniques or secret techniques. Even redirection was impossible, as that force was enough to shatter everything. If Lu Yin wanted to take this attack, he would have to display an even greater destructive force. What did he have? Even the death god's strength would not allow him to take this attack while he was at the 3rd tribulation level. Chu Yuan had only been able to use this attack because of the power of time. What did Lu Yin have to take it? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.